try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend as we pass the setting sun. Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this seed to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. My nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. Recharged, all out for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, at least he's gonna give me what I want. I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats sold. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, by the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break, but the proudest wounds. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on the lane, walking down this road. I'm not late, yeah, the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break, but the proudest wounds. Get it.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sowed. The spirit knows. May it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them?
confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. A star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shock reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come
dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe T.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need
days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind.
to the LEC Playoffs, where today we have a spot in the spring final and a ticket to MSI on the line. You can see the MSI ticket there behind Finn and behind Jack Spectra, because one of MKOI and G2 will book their ticket to MSI in just a few hours. Hopefully the hours are more plentiful than yesterday, because my god, that was a stomp. Vitality did not show up, and it was MKOI that reigned supreme.
I mean, if you watched the LEC podcast this week, me and Jack Spectre both had a prediction for last series, and Jack Spectre, you predicted Vitality to win, so maybe you can elaborate on why you thought that.
I mean, I wanted to believe in this Vitality roster. It was like Nako, crazy carrying top. But I don't know, like regular season is fake, I guess. It doesn't matter.
I mean, MKOI looked fantastic yesterday. They came in and actually played, I think, their cleanest League of Legends we've seen all split.
I totally agree. Vitality seemed completely caught off guard, but they're in the lower bracket. They're not out of this yet. And 2 teams from Europe will be going to MSI. And we saw on the LEC Sports WhatsApp that they asked the question, who do you think is going to represent Europe at MSI this year? And we have the results. But I also wanted to ask everybody here, perhaps some of the fans, this is what they voted. G2 Esports first, KC second, then Movistar Koi, then 6.4 for Vitality, and just a scraps for Na'Vi and Giant X.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that G2 is going to make MSI. Probably they'll win today pretty handedly, right, Finn? We can all agree with that.
I mean, that's a debate. The
question is really if it's KC or MKOI. I'm still leaning towards KC, but we'll have to see what MKOI can show us today.
But who would you trust more?
Oh, I would trust G2 by far the most.
Yeah,
like, we have seen what they did at first stand. Like, to not trust G2 the most out of any team right now, especially when your alternatives are Koi, who has been tricked in internationals, or Casey, who's barely made one. Okay, they did.
Well, they made one and made finals.
Yeah,
okay,
that's fine.
They did.
But G2 to me is the clear favorite to trust from Europe right
Okay,
now.
and no hope in Vitality at all. They can bounce back in the lower bracket. Does regular season mean nothing?
I mean,
no,
they're going to have to have a big step up from yesterday if they are to make that run, that's for sure.
And between Casey and MKOI, right? You said there's, of course, that history. Now, I think that's cooking the books a little bit, because MKOI or Mad Lions or whatever the iteration has made the international tournaments a lot, to the chagrin of many European fans. But KC only had that one and they did really well. That doesn't mean they're just going to do well every single time, right?
It doesn't, but I feel like the ceiling of KC is very high, and we have seen MKOI now like repeatedly at internationals, and I haven't really seen that growth through that. So I would want to see like how can Kalista and Busio especially develop with more experience playing against the best teams in the world?
I mean, I kind of disagree because to me it's all about the team identity, right? To me, KC is a very individualistic driven team. They're very good individuals, and that style doesn't work quite as well internationally because you can't just rely on winning your lanes in the same manner. Meanwhile, MKOI is more driven with the mid-jungle support, their team fighting, their fight setup. To me, that translates better into international performance than the style that KC has shown.
Okay, but let's ask the audience. Who has an opinion on who should go to MSI and who will be good? Yeah, well, I know what you're gonna say, but anyways.
Personally, I'd rather take Jojo at MSI over Kiahu.
Oh, why?
NA's last hope, now in EU. I think NA has a good track record, a better one than random Korean imports.
Oh, there we go. NA imports, I guess. I know the Vitality fans from yesterday are here too. Does any of you have an opinion on who should go to MSI and why? I guess I can guess. Vitality for sure, yeah. I mean...
That felt like a pity, like...
Yeah, they didn't want to come over.
Say the line, say the line.
They didn't compute us and Vitality to MSI. They didn't want to come over. So, But anyways, they're tired from yesterday. The loss was hard, I think, for them, unfortunately. Okay, with that though, we're going to get into G2 Esports versus Movistar Koi. And to get us all warmed up into that one, Supa talked to Jack earlier. So let's take a look.
Hello, I'm here with Supa, and I wanted to ask you, today you're playing for the MSI spot, and you guys have been pretty vocal about your international ambitions. So what does this match mean for you today?
And I think it's the possibility to make the split easier. We always like from the hard part, but honestly this year I want to make it easy, so I think it's a super important match.
Fair enough. And I also wanted to dive a bit deeper into the game, because you guys have been doing some cool stuff in bot lane. Like, for example, in the series you guys played against G2 in Madrid, you played engage supports every single game. And I'm curious to, like, what do you think about the bot lane meta? Do you think we'll be able to see some engage supports today, or are you putting Alvaro back just on enchanter duty?
I mean, I think in the best of 5, you are gonna play. I mean, if you play to game 4, you are forced to play both.
Yeah.
Like there is not many champs. Same as last year, you were forced to play Enchanter. So I think we are gonna see a bit of everything. Honestly, I think we played more engaged champions since we believe enemy bowling is not gonna snowball from that.
Yeah, fair enough. And also something really cool you guys have been doing is like, so a lot of bot lanes have been swapping at 8 minutes for grubs, right? It's like standard, but then you just continue laning top and you don't really care that much about the quest completion. Can you walk me through a bit like, because very few other teams are actually doing this. What led you guys, is it like a matchup thing or is it just?
Yeah. I always believe from I think the new season that the quest in the ball is the most bait quest of the of the entire League of Legends. So I don't care. I think there is a lot of teams in international like T1 and all these teams that doesn't care as well. So I think what you want is to be good, in a good state, keep progressing, don't fall super behind in terms of XP and compared to the enemy ADC. So I think quest doesn't matter. If I need to take it minute 20 and do more records, it's fine. I still won the game, so.
I like that mindset. But today, going into the game, you're playing as G2. I think pretty fair to say maybe looks like the best bot lane in the league right now. Like Hansam and Lebrov looked really good against KC. What are your thoughts playing into them and how do you guys match up?
I think it's probably the hardest bot lane compared to the others. I think are the more equal in terms of mechanics and knowledge. So I think it's gonna be a fun match. Anyway, I think it's pretty favorite for us.
Yeah.
I think we are just smarter than the enemy bot lane, so it's gonna be chill.
Ooh, some spicy words from Supa here. Back to you, Shucks.
Thank you. You did well, Jack. Wow, good job.
Thank you.
Supa, I always love listening to Supa. I love how confident he is overall. I know that sometimes he has a bit of a chip on his shoulder because, you know, he just wants to win it all. They definitely want to win the championship again here in spring. They said as much in Madrid as well. But what did you think about that interview and the fact that he said, yeah, they're good, but we're smarter, we're better? It seems like they all kind of have the same kind of banter.
I mean, to me, confidence is a virtue you need as a good LEC AD carry, and Supa definitely embodies that. I think the fact that he comes into this, and it's quite... Okay, they're just walking in a line. Back to Supa though, I think the fact that he comes in with his confidence is one of the things that we've known to like about him, because he doesn't really care who's up against, he doesn't really care who he's compared to. He believes in himself and he believes in the duo in Alvaro, and he thinks they're going to do well, and I second that. I think he played a fantastic series yesterday against Carsey, who some people here think is the best AD carry in the league. So what a great showing that was.
Yes, but also, maybe more importantly, they played in Madrid. They just played in Madrid a week and a half ago. And I know we go on a lot about how G2 is so much better in playoffs. And I want to have a little bit of a discussion about that because, yes, they beat KC handily. Yeah?
Yep.
They didn't play clean at all. They threw so many leads. I don't think it's that clear-cut.
But yes, they threw a lot of leads, but they still had the leads throughout the whole game. And when they played against MKOI, when they lost against MKOI, I was really surprised. I should have asked about this in the interview. He said he didn't think G2 bot lane would snowball against them, but they were down so much gold.
But did they win the game?
Okay, but
they didn't win the game. G2 does not play clean with leads. That's just a fact. They are super sloppy with the leads. Now, if you look at MKOI on the other hand, yesterday against Vitality,
you're gonna tell me
the moment they got that lead, they were just snowballing super cleanly.
That's true.
But okay, if you look at a broader timescale, not just that series, you think MKOI is less sloppy with or more consistent with a lead than G2?
In playoffs, yes.
That's a one sample size.
Historically, no.
I don't know.
No, historically, no. I will say, though, in Madrid, right, the early game was trash, right, from Movistar Korea. It wasn't that good. They said themselves it needs to be better. It was insane yesterday. And you can say, yes, the quality of opponents like Lince's, you said fell off his chair.
Okay,
He said what?
I think Lince's had a really poor series for sure, and you could see that MKOI really, for me, that was the #1 gap really in that series, was the jungle gap, because Elyoya was just running the whole map and allowed everybody to play well. The second gap was probably in bot lane, and then 30 minutes, I mean, it was a gap all over,
but explain
honestly.
what happened with G2's lead. They're 4K gold on average at 14 minutes. How did they throw
I'm not
going
to say that G2 played perfectly, but I am going to say that KC had a lot more fight in them than
Really, I think we have a clip production that KC shows that they have a lot more fight in them compared to Vitality.
You're going to have the one
Wait, let's roll the clip. Let's see what KC has fight. So here, G2 is teaching bot, and Lebrov hooks into the enemy tower 1v5. Clearly, KC had a lot of fight in that.
That was not a 1v5, it's all team was behind it. It's not a 1v5. Plus, he got a Nivea wall. There was a good wall to deny the hook. So it was, of course.
What do you mean? It was Caps' wall.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Well, clearly Casey had a lot more fight in them, and it was not just G2 breaking their own hands, throwing the game away.
He got you there. Yeah.
He did get me there.
Yeah, he got you. He got you. A matchup that we're super excited for, as always, is Caps versus JoJo. I mean, it's really heated up in the last couple of years because this is a rivalry that wasn't really a rivalry in the beginning, right? Years ago when EG played G2 or whatever, Caps was farming him, let's be honest, but that's not the case anymore.
I mean, it started with Caps just going internationally against JoJo, the wonder child of NA, and just styling on him. You're going to see this Yasuo clip where he just breaks everyone's ankles. But now if we roll forward the tape a little bit, JoJo has developed into this super strong individual laning mid laner, and he's been pushing Caps in a lot of these series. Sure, he got solo killed that one game when they played in game 1, but still, if you get solo killed against Caps, any other mid laner in our league just kind of froze the game and Caps takes over. Caps did not take over the game despite solo killing JoJo. He still held on and ended that game with a way better stat line than Caps, and Caps just kind of looked useless.
Yeah, I feel like it's much more even, no?
It's definitely much more even, but it's for sure in Caps' favor. And I kind of want to bring up a clip from Caps that I feel like really points to the intangibles that he brings to the team that I think someone like JoJo doesn't, because very few mid laners does this. Now, I kind of struggle with how I wanted to describe this play, because it's not a good play. It's a bad play, but the reason why it is a good play is because Casey also think it's a bad play. That's the thing. If you think from Casey's POV, they really want to base, and they don't really want to fight anymore because they've already stayed on the map for a long time, but they just see Caps is kind of inting. He's off on the side, the team is not there, so they really want to go in on him. And if you can tell me any other mid laner that jumps back in here when all of Casey is around, you see how far all of G2 is, right? It just looks bad. It looks really bad. But still, Caps jumps back in and he gets stunned, but what this allows is now suddenly you have a team fight. It doesn't actually matter how Caps mechanically plays it. He just needs the fight to start because he knows that the fight is winning for G2. And that's the type of decision-making that we singularly see from Caps in Europe.
I mean, I honestly agree. When I saw this fight, I thought it was the craziest play in the world to just W back in there. Like, I think this team fight, Caps did 3 abilities. He W'd in, W'd back, W'd in, W'd back. He just jumped around, trying to create like some visual chaos for KC, and they took the bait.
It's the best play ever. The Reddit thread is being written as we speak with all these Caps glazing, guys. But I do agree. I mean, you gotta put respect on his name if he's gonna keep winning in Europe, if he's gonna rack up those titles, those MVPs in games, if he's gonna do so well internationally, what can you do? But I do feel that you have to start giving more credit to JoJo. Just his arc alone, the way he has developed in Europe, the way he takes on these matchups, the way he can play the entire map has actually been awe-inspiring to me.
Yeah, I mean, I actually fully agree with you, and I would like to go and check in with JoJo a little bit, because I think we have him standing right by here, and we can check with the man himself in the mid lane for KCM. Hello, JoJo Joseph Pune. Hello, sir.
Hello, hello.
So, with me today with me knocking MSI, right? Are you excited to play against real international competition, or are you going to miss it here in Europe?
I mean, playing international competition, of course, is going to be nice, so yeah, we're going to win today.
We're going to win today. Easy. Now, a lot of people think that Cap should have gotten the all-pro first team mid laner. Is this a sentiment that you share, or do you disagree?
I mean, just like yesterday, how we were honored, especially Miri, to verse the prodigy, Nak Nako. I agree. I mean, I'm honored today to verse the most legendary mid, Cap, so I agree.
So you're going to bring the all-pro mid laner home just like Miriam brought the MVP trophy home?
We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. We're now going to send it right into the game where MKOI takes on G2 Esports for the MSI spots.
A man of very few words. Good on you, Finn. Thank you for the interview, as JoJo has given us a lot to think about here in our upper bracket semis, let's call it, that leads to MSI, that leads to the grand final, that gives a nice little break for the winner before they have to fight it out in another best of 5 to finish the season.
And we're 1 day short to the year where it was in round 3 in this same position that it was G2 versus MKOI, where G2 were able to take down MKOI 3-1 until MKOI brought it back in that finals to win the title away from G2. History, we'll have to see if it repeats today or whether MKOI can now start to rewrite it.
I mean,
I wasn't on the broadcast yesterday, but
thank God.
I felt like, hey,
Sorry, for the games, right? Not by him. Sorry, I thought that was just trash
I was going to say, like, Vitality definitely did not show up for me, but Koi, this has been the potential I feel that we've been talking about for so long with this roster. The reality is that we know how good Koi can be, but their inconsistencies have been the biggest thing that has held them back. But if they can demonstrate this level throughout the entirety of playoffs, I mean, they just look by far and away the favorites. They looked so clean with their wins yesterday.
And when we were watching this same series in Madrid, like, MKOI played better almost every single mid-game. I watched all those games, and apart from game 2, where there was that mistake where MKOI overextended, ended up getting caught, like, they were outperforming G2 consistently in that mid-game position. Now, that was a lot due to Alvaro bringing in these melee supports. We've now seen Lebrov starting to swap back over into matching those melee supports. I think it may have rewritten some of the meta that we're seeing in the LEC at the moment, so I expect that to be the focus coming in today.
As we go into draft, Cap's already taking the LeBlanc ban here from MKOI. Yesterday, the Glazed MKOI so duly noted, but remember again, KC got blown out of the water. A lot of people saying that series could have been a 4-0 from G2 versus KC, but they threw away that game 1 and then proceeded to roll through the rest.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest question coming into today, right? G2 have demonstrated multiple times that they can build leads in the early game. That's going to be their clearest advantage in today's series, that early game prowess. But can they convert that early game lead into consistent victories? We're getting now into the first pick with LeBlanc, Bard, Xin already taken off the board. Orianna, Ashe, Rumble taken away. The Anivia has been a priority pick. We saw it from G2, we saw it from Koi, and it's going to be the first pick once again from Koi. Now, the Cassio becomes the next big question for me. Does G2 want to take that away? Because we know that Koi does like to play it in the mid lane.
And that's exactly where my thoughts were going. I actually thought MKOI might prioritize something like the Ezreal in that bottom lane instead, and then try and take the Cassio for themselves. Jojo was very comfortable in the Cassiopeia in the past. It was a little bit of a pocket pick for him. So the fact that they're opting in towards the Anivia, it has been comfort, but also crucially a flex. Miran has played the Anivia top, so that is still open. And we've also seen the Cassiopeia flex from G2, so still options there on the other side.
Outside of that as well, top picks, I'm thinking Varus has made it through the ban as well. Still there as an option to be flexed both in top and in the bottom lane. But I do like that Ezreal came up first. This for Hans Sama still feels like one of his best picks in the current meta, when especially Ezreal Karma lanes are so oppressive. On the other side, MKOI, we keep hovering over the Nasus, which I'm going to get to that in a second. It has been some solo queue shenanigans here, coming out of someone like Skumond. But let's see where it really goes. With Anivia, pairing's important. Maybe an engaged support here. Something that can pair up and hold fast in the lane versus Ezreal. They go for the dive.
Ooh,
interesting. And there's the engage, right?
So this is actually the bot lane that we saw them play against G2 last time as well. Very, very strong. And Alvaro in that game 3 was clutch with some of these engages on the Nautilus. So we're going to have to see if he can have a similar performance now up against G2 once more. But it's something that is very strong in setting up for point-and-click CC on the Ezreal, looking for that dive on those mid waves when we get into the mid game as well.
Oh. Will they go for the... there is the Cassio.
That's got a Karma, 2 free.
Okay, I mean, Cassio has just become such a staple now on the current version of the patch. They're looking to flex it, as you guys already mentioned earlier on. We've already seen it come through from Broken Blade. That was that game 1 that they ended up losing against KC. But let's see how things transpire here in game 1 of this series. We move into the bans. Now, supports have to be what we expect Koi to target. Meanwhile, for G2, the jungle role is likely going to be hitting the ban table. Vi already removed from the pool. Things like Pantheon could be a possibility. Nocturne is an option as well. Kiana, always something you've got to consider for Elyoya.
And you know, before they're hovering the Nasus as well, and solo queue, Elyoya's pulling out a bit of Nasus jungle at the moment. So I think they're spitballing some ideas. Obviously, that goes a bit too far with what is an experimental jungler, but as you're ranting them off, Eddie,
well,
I think it's to be thrown in.
I know we've already seen it over in North America to great effect.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if it's great into Kai'Sa or Ezreal. Oh, okay, so both mid laners earning those respect bans with the Kali and LeBlanc taken off the board. Surprised they've left so many junglers open. I mean, like Elyoya could really go anywhere he wants with this.
I'm thinking of Pantheon is still very, very strong. I mean, you've got already the setup in the Nautilus. You've got ways to try and set around if you end up putting this Anivia mid as well. I think Pantheon could be very, very strong.
Into Cassio, though, it's a little bit scary.
True.
Because, like, you are playing melee range. Once you throw that stun in, you're very committed, and the Cassio can really punish you for it. Braum. Ooh, I like Braum ban. I think that's a great ban. A lot of all-in right now coming through from Koi. You did highlight that with Nautilus plus Kai'Sa, the threat of a dive is very there, especially if they commit to something like a Nocturne. Braum would have been an excellent answer.
Then they also have flexibility for maybe Mirwin to think about a tank initiate top lane.
No.
Well, they wouldn't do it here.
No, this would
That's
be a
me for
terrible spot for
teasing
the
me, though,
blitz,
G2.
yeah.
I've been asking for a blitz or split. I was thinking about the Nico. I think that it's just a great engage. Synergizes nicely with the Jarvan. Oh, making a pivot, though.
Oh, some boosted flavor. Bit of range on the engage with the Jarvan to...
Okay, we're getting a melee support bot lane in game 1, gentlemen.
Sick. I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about, right? Like, this is where we got to see that shift away from it at the moment. And now as well, you also get to keep that counter pick for Broken Blade, who last time got to bring out the Vayne as an answer into some of the things we saw from Mirwin. So now we're going to have to wait and see exactly what is going to happen, because Nocturne Galio going to be the call here.
I was sitting here thinking about the potential of Ornn to match some of that range. Galio flies in as well. Guys were thinking, you know, it could be Galio. I mean, Galio mid, top, it doesn't know. We don't know right now because it depends where that Cassio goes.
Yeah, it ultimately,
well, right?
it's very likely just looking to match the Cassio. Ooh, Yone. That can also be flexed. The question is where are they going to throw it? Ideally, they want to match that into the Galio, don't they?
I think ideally, yeah. So, I mean, you can always swap the Cassio top right, and I think that's why you're seeing both MKOI still swapping about here at the moment. But yeah, Yone very strong into the Galio, and then you got the good Cassio matchup as well. Wouldn't be surprised if that's what you're trying to fish for.
What if they did some crazy shenanigans where, I don't know how it works in the tournament realm, but like, do they choose their role quests when they're in the game, like you do in practice?
Sure, yeah, because I know in regular tool, regular
once you're top, you're top.
Yeah.
Oh, but you're saying they might actually change it.
That's what I'm saying. There's a world where they could go into the game, and then Broken Blade chooses the mid quest, Caps uses the top quest. I mean, I think that's very
what can you do with that?
I mean,
you can't do anything.
It's massively overcooking, I will admit.
No,
but I mean, we'll wait and see. Like the old school days of swapping roles is obviously not so much a thing anymore because of the role quests. But to kind of summarize, Koi going for more of a dive-orientated draft. They've got a lot of backline threat. Hans is playing the Ezreal that will have a decent amount of self-peel, but melee support on melee support means that we're expecting some, I mean, hopefully very exciting team fights. Not a lot of poke, a lot of engage.
I hope it's fun because this best of 5 should deliver our round number 3, our last step in the upper bracket before the grand finals. Winner of this goes to MSI, guaranteed, and another shot at a championship at the LEC. A title rather as G2. If they win this series, they would be back-to-back 11 in a row at a grand finals appearance in the LEC. But let's not forget, last year, spring, MKOI got locked down to the lower bracket in this exact matchup and then went on to beat G2 in the grand finals as we're in a game with Elyoya, starting with a small invade.
Well, I mean, the craziest thing is a lot of people questioned the roster changes that G2 did make, but this version of G2 has not missed a final. They have only gone through the upper bracket. Winter, spring, summer, versus every single split, this team has gone through to the finals through the upper bracket, and they're looking to do the same thing here against Koi.
And I think it's been kind of G2 now living up to a little bit of the hope that was there, right? I think this bot lane in particular, Hansam and Labrov, have been absolutely clutch. Last time they did a great job of getting wins in the 2v2, and I think they've only gone from strength to strength, especially after the performance that they had against KC.
Yeah, that was the KC stats alone as well. And a lot of people in this big argument right now between Hans Summer and Kalis, but Hans Summer had a fantastic regular season throughout, even when G2 was struggling, to get to now where he's locked in Ezreal for game number 1. A lot of confidence on that pick, as standing in the shield of Durant, Caps doesn't really care. He stands it out, and Jojo, obviously, with a range disadvantage, is getting bullied out.
It's also interesting to see he went for the Deathfire Touch instead of the Storm Raiders. A lot of the times I've seen on Galio, like, your combo gets you the Storm Raiders and you go for short, quick burst trades and then run away. But instead, opting to hope that the Winds of War can kind of get enough damage off of the Deathfire Touch. Elyoya already mid here, though.
Looking for an unspeakable horror onto Caps, low on the mana bar. He's stepping up, Justice Punch shielded around again. Caps won't be able to flash away until about now, but he's not going to use it. He stands the 1v1. Jojo takes him down with him. Okay, best case scenario, 1-for-1.
The damage from the dot is enough to take down Jojo. And already you can see MKOI want to try and focus down Caps because he punished JoJo consistently in their last series, but can't quite make it happen this time.
I think Elyoya does a great job of just enabling JoJo during the early laning phases. A bit of an engage. Nice hook interrupt there from Alvaro to mitigate Labrov locking down Super. He's going to hold on to his cleanse. But we look back at it, and again, this early gank from Elyoya, it's just to alleviate pressure. Even if they just get the flash out from Caps, that's great, but they realize Caps is not flashing away, so let's commit. Caps realizes, hang on, if I get just enough damage down, I think I can trade 1 for 1. He calculates it perfectly, and he ends up getting a kill for himself.
Caps is going to stay in control in this lane. I mean, we talk about not using the flash. What that means is he's not really that easily gankable. JoJo gets hit pretty hard, and consistently, and Caps is going to maintain this lane dominance. While Yoya's top side of the map, here's Skumon looking bot.
Coming back to lane with the tier, with the mana crystal as well. I mean, Caps feels extremely happy right now. Mana is one of Cassio's biggest weaknesses in the early game, so compensating for that sets you up for success. As Elyoya looking to steal away those Raptors, Skumon spots it out, will deny that away from Elyoya, and he's going to get his own Raptors as Elyoya scurries back into his own jungle.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought from Elyoya, because usually at this stage you do reset for the first time and then try and pick up, you know, your longsword Ruby Crystal. But instead, Elyoya was like, okay, if you're going to go for the reset, you're going to only be coming back onto the map now. I could probably steal them away, but Skumon with a good read to say, no, I know that there's something to miss here. I'm just going to cover my own Raptors, take Krugs, then reset, and be back out onto the map for my bot timers.
Just in the mid lane is just very different right now. There's a difference in center plate connect, Shield Daybreak as well. Super gets hit with it. Essence Flux. Alvaro steps up for the passive auto, but Han Summer's in full lethal tempo. I think this is dangerous for MKOI. Shield Daybreak again. This bottom lane 2v2 going awry. Alvaro has to flash out to just survive. Super's going to stand his ground, and even though Han Summer gets low, G2 a big 2v2 win.
Massive win from the bot lane of G2. We've been seeing them continue to level up here in playoffs, and we see another example of that. Very well played. They find a small advantage. Not going to result in a huge CS lead for now.
Noxious Blast lands. The movement speed's going to come through with Twin Fang as well. Caps, remember, still has flash. Just looking at that Justice Punch, I see that's back up and available. JoJo getting low while Skumon is nearby. Might enable Skumon to go for the invade.
Love the presence from both junglers. Hovering around mid, realizing how volatile this lane is.
Yoink.
Skumon steals away a Raptor, and the Jarvan with a CS lead, not a significant one, but a CS lead nonetheless against Nocturne after going for that early gank in the mid lane.
That's a 6.
Yes, he does.
So great early game from G2, right? Like, you end up turning around the play in mid, you've now got coverage there as well, so I think now MKOI should be able to back away before Skumon gets here.
Blade. Hang on, Alvaro tries to get out with a stretch line. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the flag and drag from Skumon entering. This is a 3 versus 1 for the support, and Alvaro knows he's not getting out. It's a kill over to Han Summer's Ezreal, and it's easily timed gank here from Skumon.
Nice timing there from Skumon. So MKOI bot lane trying to crash the wave, knew they needed to, but unfortunately, end up overextending that a little bit too far and trying to do so. It was a sizable wave. Like, maybe there was an argument where Hansam and Labrov couldn't have frozen it, but still, now Super and Alvaro punished on the flashless Nautilus.
Yeah, you summarized it beautifully. I think that Super and Alvaro just kind of had to abandon the wave, is the truth. They just had to accept, okay, if that Leon is going to freeze, then Leon is going to freeze, and it is what it is, but they end up getting punished for it. And Skumon making his presence known here in the early game. Of course, a little bit behind in gold, thanks to that first blood that Elyoya did grab. Level 6 on the horizon for Elyoya. No camps for him to clear just yet. He did get that top crab, so he does have that slight XP. He's just going to steal the XP from mid lane.
Yep.
Thank you, JoJo. Now he's got level 6. Let's see what he can do with it, because the Galio Nocturne combo is online, and normally around this point, you want to be threatening bots. Bot lane dives. You want to be attacking those side lanes, and you want to be looking for picks where you can. Labrov, for example, this could be a good catch.
Stretch line, remember Elyoya can turn the lights off now. It's the unspeakable horror to get the route, the flee, rather the follow-up. Labrov in his own jungle, but he doesn't feel safe. Zenith played to go back in, but he's dead. Over to Super, and Eddie Carey's getting some money here in the early game.
Mistake from Labrov, getting caught out in River there. It means that you get the kill, but also should be able to get the Dragon, because I was about to say, I think G2 could have kept pressure on mid, so JoJo can't really help out on any sort of play with that Nocturne. But instead now, with Labrov dead, it's an easy take here for him.
Oh, true shot barrage. Flash stretch line, though. It's a hex flash, rather. There's a hero's entrance flash away from Skumon. As JoJo flies into the river. Dragon goes down to MKOI. Well, now the paranoia used and abused. Han Summer has to flash back to his own bottom turret as well. And MKOI get a lot.
That hook from Alvaro actually interrupted Skumon on the flag and drag, which meant that he had to try and flash away. And now the flash on bot lane. MKOI coming alive now.
A single pick onto Labrov converts into a nice dragon, almost get another kill off the back of it, but they'll take 2 flashes. Skumon now has to go on the offensive as he looks to seal away enemy jungle camps, get what he can as Koi is looking to play here in the early game. No significant gold lead either way anywhere on the map.
That ward pays dividends. Zenith's play going to interrupt in mid-blast, going then to flag and drag as well. Elyoya has the flash, but will he use it? The shield is up. Cataclysm comes in after the fact. The timing must have been perfect for Elyoya.
The mind game there, he connected the fear onto Skumon. He starts pathing down towards the wall. Skumon then paths up to try and get out of range of the fear, and then he wants to time his ultimate so that it lands at the timing that the fear connects. But within that window, Elyoya realizes if you cast it now, there's no way you can use it onto me. I flash over the wall, and if you're feared, you can't ult me. But if you do ult, I'm going to dodge your ult. Just perfect timing from Elyoya.
And the spell shield timing as well, meaning that Cataclysm couldn't be used earlier, right? So overall, just really well played by Elyoya to escape. Now immediately moving up towards the Void Grubs, the classic MKOI swap coming through here for the early stages. I mean, this is kind of what we got to see last time, right? G2 got off to some nice plays early in the last series. MKOI kind of fell behind slightly. This game hasn't fallen really behind so much, but it's definitely been in the mid game where MKOI got the better of G2. And it was a lot of this Elyoya and Alvaro plays working together. And we'll have to see if MKOI can now kick up the pace again and see if they can find that same success.
I do like the discussion of Elyoya, especially since yesterday, the Capitan versus Vitality, rather, was one of the lead charges. Got MVP of the series if you missed out on that. Even despite the fact that, you know, Alvaro had a pretty good performance. Jojo had an insane performance. It was Jojo or Elyoya? It was Elyoya yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to correct myself because both of them played insane as Hansam's going to Arcane Shift away. A good burst damage here from Mirwin, who's been quiet all game, versus Broken Blade up in the top lane, but the Inhibi's just scaling.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be probably the biggest wildcard factor. We literally, that's the first time we've looked top lane, I think, all game, and a bot laner was there. So the Yone versus Anivia is going to be an interesting one. Yone has effectively had a free lane to scale up, and he's going to be a big late game side lane threat, but he is prone to getting collapsed on through this Nocturne Galio combo. But of course, in the 1v1, there's not really anyone on Koi that can challenge him. Maybe Elyoya can if he gets fed enough, but this Yone is going to be a late game insurance option for G2. And so far, Broken Blade has done a good job of keeping the difference dead even. There's a 2 goal difference in the top lane matchup. So we'll see how top lane impacts the rest of the game as things continue. For now, we return back to the farm. And it's really mid lane for G2 where that lead is starting to shine. Caps with a near 30 CS lane advantage. Of course, normally we expected that type of lead to be built, but regardless, still impressive to see from the GOAT himself.
Minute 40 till Drake. The second one here for MKOI if they can secure. If we're talking about that mid lane lead, we should expect that an item comes with it as well. You see Skumon's picked up his, but Cap's Rod of Ages should be the purchase before this second Drake spawns. And as you see, as Jojo steps up, it's trouble. Justice Punch interrupted as well. Cap still has Petrifying Gaze. Jojo's getting whittled down. It's every Noxious Blast that connects puts Jojo in trouble. Paranoid to save. Noxious Blast not helping with the Petrifying Gaze. He flashes away. Meanwhile, Elyoya had to ulti into the mid lane. Caps gets the kill. Saved by Skumon and counter ganks. MKOI bring up the bottom lane to try and find a response play. Dredgeline onto LeBron. They get the root down, but it's not going to be enough here. And Elyoya was thwarted by Skumon's engage.
That was a crazy setup from Caps. He was baiting in the Nocturne because Elyoya was actually on vision. There was a ward just beside Raptors and Nocturne was showing. So Caps went aggressive, knowing that that was probably going to be the play that MKOI were looking for with the Nocturne ult. And he has the backup there. Watch on the bottoms of your screen. Nocturne ends up walking across vision just here in a second. So Caps basically plays up knowing he's got Skumon and LeBron behind him. So when the darkness comes through, that's why he ults. He's expecting that there's going to be some turnaround from Jojo to come through. He's able to flash away from the Nocturne and having the boys behind him, G2 turn the play.
That all makes sense. In my mind, Cap says, I'm sending it. You guys help me or I die. And I loved also the LeBron flashing and being like, oh, okay, I got to get in there. Nice flash comes through from LeBron. Great play from G2. They amass a small gold lead with Caps nearing 1,000 individual gold advantage. Rod of Ages beginning to stack up with the tier right alongside it. He is kind of the superstar right now for G2 in this early game, but Koi definitely not down and out. Super in a great position, takes over to 9, Hook connects, but not going to convert into much.
Super also connects a bit of damage as well with the Killer Instinct up and available. G2 are the ones that started this strike. They look to find it successfully and do so. Grounding Jojo with the miasma's nice. Jojo just as punches back in because Paranoia is up and available. They're looking for caps. A two-man shielded around and Dredgeline perfectly layered as well. With the Galio Heroes entrance, G2 are thwarted before the fight can even begin. The Killer Instinct launched here by Super in a 1 versus 3. He takes those odds. He flashes in for a double with the rest of MKOI behind him. Why not? As Dredgeline gets a little bit close, MKOI have won the fight handedly.
Koi can't contest the Dragon because Nocturne's ultimate is not off cooldown. But the moment that it is, that is their go signal. They know that Caps has no flash. They know that if they take out that initial target, a lot of the gold lead disappears. They force the play, and it works beautifully.
And also the CC is great here. Actually, BB hops over the wall immediately into Jojo, which then sets up for the follow-up CC from Alvaro and from Mirwin. So G2 immediately are already on the back foot as both solo laners are in trouble.
The positioning of the bot lane was also very awkward for G2. I think Koi recognized that if they attack quickly enough, they can basically get ahead of the play before all of G2 can regroup, allowing them to punish the positioning, find themselves 2 kills, and most importantly, those kills going to Super. Right now, the Kai'Sa 3-0-0, a 1.6k individual gold lead. He is snowballing, and this Kai'Sa is going to be a problem for G2 to deal with.
Kai'Sa's a follow-up for all this dive we talked about in draft with Galio Nocturne being able to pair up with what seems to be Alvaro setting up the engages so far. So MKOI's all coming together, and this is the second day in a row where their early game has looked spectacular. Like, yeah, outside of maybe some of the scrappiness that's been there, today feels similar to yesterday, where this impatience we talked about coming into playoffs doesn't seem so apparent. And MKOI have the building blocks here in this first game opening the series to move towards this next Herald in a bit of an advantageous position with 2 items, as you said, almost on Super with Elyoya hovering top now.
But you're starting to see the things that Vetty was talking about earlier, right? Where once you have this like control over mid and Nocturne and Nautilus are starting to roam around the map, how do you really get value from your side lanes, right? Like Yone has to play incredibly far back there the second Nocturne and Nautilus disappear. And this is going to be a constant problem now for G2, where trying to get action in these side lanes that's positive for you isn't really going to happen as long as Nocturne has ult.
I think Koi should feel confident forcing the Herald spawning in 20 seconds, just because I think G2 is not in a position yet that they're ready to fight. They want a few more resources to be completed, as G2 is instead looking for a cross map. They set their sights onto Jojo.
Little Daybreak first, Justice punch away, but no, G2 are going to back away. Alvaro spotted on that ward deep into the lane, and Super started walking down. G2 hover those pings over the minimap and say no go. And Elyoya,
the cross map though, TP.
They
They're going for the TP. Galio going to come through. You got Nocturne in position as well. Broken Blade might be in trouble here. He's going to try and run for it.
Justice punch, Paranoia, Fate sealed. He gets on out, he jumps back, and he says, I'm going to be a soul unbound, but that waits for a shielded Duran. There's a man there just pressing W. Jojo enables Elyoya to get the kill on the deep Broken Blade.
A very clean play from Koi. Once they see 3 members of G2 on the bot side of the map, they know that a gank top lane should go uncontested. Broken Blade wasn't even that overextended. He read the play very quickly. He tried his best to get out of the situation, but the lockdown from Koi was simply too much. The chase potential was very real. The bad news for Koi is that they've now used their resources to get a pick and a tower. But actually, I say that, I thought they wouldn't be able to convert the Herald, but they will. With the control they have over the top side, they're going to quickly send Elyoya to start that objective off. The rest of G2 are not really here to contest. Koi get control of the mid wave as well. So very nice play from Koi overall.
Flag and drag, Mirwin in a bit of trouble. Cataclysm being held onto until now. Mirwin does flash out eventually away from that Jarvan ulti. Meanwhile, G2 are making a play on top side of the map as well. Zetaplay going to connect, and Broken Blade looking for some revenge for that previous die. Mirwin's trying to get on out. Soul there a little bit too late. Jojo escapes with a hero's entrance.
Both solo laners looking to escape there. MKOI sticking around that a little bit too long in the side lanes, but nice escape from Jojo. LeBron just a little late on the stun.
Man, I'm so impressed with how Koi are playing right now. Like, we talked about at the beginning of the series, inconsistency has been the biggest criticism that we've had of Koi all year.
Yep.
Like, this roster, the ceiling is so high, but that level of play has not been consistently seen from the team every time they make their way onto the Rift here in the LEC stage. But to this playoffs, they are showing up. Here in this early game, they are looking fantastic. They've got a great early game lead. They're setting up for the Dragon. Ultis are coming off cooldown, and they're ready to fight.
But that's the thing. There's 2 cooldowns that aren't available now. Mirren's Flash and Jojo's Ultimate for this next Dragon. So
True.
I'm curious now with how aggressive MKOI actually want to try and position around this. You still have the Herald. There is always an option to just forego this next Dragon and look instead to try and use Herald to take towers. But with the TP coming in from Mirren, looks like MKOI want to try and fight us.
Note that Super is 2 items though, so I wonder Maybe a little bit more confident than that. Dredgeline starts onto Hansama, easy with an arcane shift away. Mid-pro is given to MKOI first as Flash Rush shots upon the Mike. Paranoia used onto Caps as he ridges off to the fight. He flashes away as the depth charge also burnt. MKOI now have only 2 ultis available, and one of them perma off cooldown with the Anivia, while Super is the only one who can launch in, despite G2 having all 5 up and ready.
This is now a little dangerous for MKOI. They're still fishing, but
go in.
G2.
Solar Flare flashed away from Fate Sealed, a big whip. Broken Blade still in the midst of it though. Double knockup, triple knockup. Everyone in the Cataclysm. It should be G2's, right? But look, Super untouched, lethal temporing in the backside, while Skumon finds a mark on the bird of prey. It's Caps who got the free fire. It's G2 who used the ult advantage, and it's Jojo who'll be last to fall as the Dragon is surrounded.
G2 find their moment to fight back against MKOI. The spells weren't there, and G2's ability to fight back comes up trumps.
I thought that the Broken Blade ulti was such a massive misplay.
Yeah.
The whip, but it was a distraction. Look at the 5-man ulti from Skumon. He gets a 3-man knockup with the EQ, and Hansama and Caps are completely untouched. The reality is that these ults you were talking about, Dagda, they just weren't there. The dive combo, the backline threat, that wombo combo that Koi want to create is unavailable. The Nocturne ultimate was used to try and find a pick on the Caps. He flashed away.
Insane Javan ult.
And, I mean, he summarized it nicely. The resources were gone for Koi. G2 quite literally pounced on that opportunity, and they win a huge fight. They kept themselves the 3rd dragon of the game.
It's so crazy to me that, again, yeah, all those ultis, that there were a few ultis that whipped. But G2, Caps feels like a Kaiser in essence, doesn't he? The only one with the gold lead on G2, but he got the free fire and the damage shown in the fight. Game 1, pretty close. Paranoia going to be used. Broken Blade is either one caught out. Alvaro gives vision, but Elyo doesn't want to take it.
Yeah, I mean, they will get the bot tower as a result of that play, but Nocturne Ultimate going to be unavailable. No real objective outside of this to play for. G2 entirely on the bot side of the map means that there's no cross-map opportunity for them. Instead, they're committing to keeping this tower alive, but they're not going to be able to.
Jojo going to just punch away. Turret eventually goes down. He took a little bit of turret damage. Solar Flare is going to find Mewin without egg as well. He gets knocked up, Fate Sealed, everything used. Galio ult out of there. Jojo escapes the bottom side play, but G2 get 1 off the turret push.
Yeah, there's no real pressure elsewhere on the map from MKOI right now, so even though they do end up getting that tower, they end up sticking around long enough, and enough members of MKOI crucially had backed away that G2 see another moment to just kind of find a pick. So it's MKOI, though, still with a decent advantage when it comes to the map, right? Like, they're the ones that are having the tempo advantage, they're the ones that are making the plays, but at least G2 are finding decent answers back after some of these plays happen.
I think Koi just overstayed in the bot side, to be honest. Like, they saw the Yone, they thought that Yone alone wouldn't be able to contest them, but they should have recognized that a cross-map wasn't happening from G2, which meant that the logical conclusion is that G2 is on the bot side of the map. So they overstayed, they end up getting caught. The good news for Koi is that not much is traded elsewhere on the map. Decent vision was set up on the top side from Koi in that window. Kai'Sa also had a nice base and is able to push out both top and mid. Now they're keeping the Kai'Sa in the mid lane. They're moving Mewin towards top. G2 is looking to contest this top side river. Ultimately, though, we're in a neutral state where G2's main priority is to try and open up these outer towers, but they've largely abandoned top, which does surprise me because I feel like that's the easiest objective for G2 to play for right now.
One interaction, back to the unburdened self. Alvaro, these hooks have been pretty on point so far, though. 4 out of 6 KP.
Okay. Yes. So it just clicked with me because I'm looking at the minimap, and if you look, you'll observe if you can pan over to Yone right now, he's just actually walking with the Jarvan through the jungle. And viewers at home might be like, why is he doing this? And it comes back to a point that Dagda made earlier, which is that how do you as G2 really go to side lanes? It is very scary. With all of your outer towers gone, you really can't afford to overextend. So G2 is quite deliberately overgrouping. If we look top, you see 2 people working together. Bot side, 2 people working together. The only time that they will contest the wave is when that wave is well into their territory. Same can be said for Caps. Look at Caps' positioning right now. He's staying very much on his side of the map, and the moment Anivia shows, he backs up. They are incredibly paranoid of the paranoia, as they should be.
Good one.
And so G2 just showing a ton of respect as they slow the game down, look to continue to scale up and wait for their main itemization. Meanwhile, Koi will take advantage of this, control the map, set up nice vision, and get ready for the dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 10 seconds.
It's not like G2 are super pressured to take this dragon 2 apiece, and the game will still go longer regardless. So right now the cautious is great as Skumon maybe throws caution to the wind. He's hit down by Super. Cataclysm as he flashes out, but Skumon whip as the Fate Seal doesn't hit. It's on with Hans Summer going into the dirt. Flash forward from Mirwin onto Labrov. The fear about to connect a triple. And we talked about G2 being cautious, but they said hell to that.
Super played that excellently, using the Kai'Sa ultimate to reposition away from the CC, pick up the triple kill, and MKOI get the Baron.
I have to question what the game plan is from G2. I guess they're just trying to clear out vision, but Skewmon is doing it alone. We had a buddy system. Hans Summer is not the buddy that you think he is, because Super's just going to turn around and beat both buddies into the ground. Nice cleanse, commits the ultimate onto Hans Summer, quickly gets himself a double, converts that into a triple, and now with the Baron buff, this game is firmly in the hands of MKOI.
And I think a lot of it was, oh, Broken Blade is coming mid, we can play with them, but they just went that little bit too quickly, and MKOI sees their opportunity. Beautifully done. And now, they just get to continue pull vision down, look for this dragon that's about to spawn, and it's kind of taking away the opportunities that G2 want to play for, like these team fights where they can group up, but they can't be exposed in these side lanes.
Second dragon, bit of extra stats, but the claw towards.
No way!
Oh dear. Hans Summer gonna yoink that one away.
That's kind of big. That's kind of big. Sole point for G2, by the way.
Okay, well, I mean, a potential win condition for G2 if they can stall out this Baron. The good news for G2 is the siege from Koi isn't the strongest. They are relatively short-ranged in contrast to what they're going up against. The Cassio Leona is a scary combo to overextend versus when trying to siege a tower.
It's just very hard for G2 to manage both lanes though, right? Because as soon as Nocturne is gone, he can also play in towards Hans Summer, who's left alone.
Killer Instinct as well, the 1v1 begins. Paranoia going to be used, but not into the base, I don't think. Nah, vision
no,
lost
that's
there.
it. I mean, that was my point, right? Like, who do you leave to defend? Because everyone is vulnerable to these multi-directional plays from MKOI.
Maybe G2 can make a counterplay here. Paranoia was used and to no avail. But they're so far away from MKOI, they're just sprinting it, getting out of there while Mirwin hits bot.
Yeah, so look at the minimap here. This is fantastic from Koi, just because they're doing all the right things. While that play was happening in mid, all of G2... Oh, hang on a second.
Depth chart's going to be used. Skewmon trying to go past him to ignore the dredge line. Now, Alvaro is caught out here, but no objectives are up. Maybe a bit of damage on the mid lane turret, but remember, Baron for another minute might stall the minion wave a little bit longer.
So... that was a blunder from Koi, because they were doing everything so perfectly. The thing that I wanted to try and break down was the fact that they generated pressure bot, they quickly rotated over to mid, the rest of G2 then come to defend, but while that's happening, Jojo makes a beeline towards top lane, pushes this wave in, you've got in the bot lane, Mirwin pushing in bot, and MKOI is just trying their best to push as much as they can, get as much pressure down, so that even if G2 do get a counter play, they then immediately have to go and respond to waves. So just a good little map movement from Koi, but then they mess up because the Alvaro ends up getting caught.
But even with Alvaro getting caught, like, it's still a massive win, right?
Oh,
like, bot lane tower goes down, you've already lost a bunch of the CS in that bot lane and top side. Mid lane turret is about to fall as well on that next push as well, so it's a big injection of gold.
The wall. You gotta hate that wall. The most broken thing about Anivir is how large it is.
So I want to bring your attention to the minimap once again, just to showcase the differences. G2 is very clumped up, in contrast to Koi, who are playing this 1-4, even 1-3-1 style.
Yep.
They recognize they have the power of these semi-globals. Jojo is consistently pushing in the side lane to just create this extra point of pressure and also give Koi options. Then they have, oh, we've got a wave here, we've got a wave there, we've got a wave here, we've got a wave there, maybe we can play through this. And it's also very annoying for G2 to deal with. Ironically, G2 is the type of team that normally does this to teams, but because of the comps, Koi is the one with all of this overall map pressure that G2 really struggles to deal with. Instead, they really want to fight.
It does get a little bit more difficult, though, to try and break inhibitor turrets with this strategy, right? Because inherently, there is less space between the inhibitor turrets. It is much more difficult for MKOI to try and play off of multiple lanes with all these semi-globals and even this Kai'Sa ultimate as soon as you get into the base. So as soon as MKOI kind of shift gear now into taking down this top turret, they will still be reliant on the Baron buff to try and crack open, because as Veddy was saying earlier, their actual like range and their CC isn't fantastic. Like Anivia is great, but apart from that, it's a little bit more difficult.
Where there's long range engage on G2 as well, they can send it, whether it's Solar Flare, whether it's something like the Yone ulti as well. It's not like a Zerath, but you know the point. MKOI now moving towards the bottom side of the map. Focus in, because this is sole point for G2 after Hans Summer stole Dragon number 4 of the game. 5k gold lead though for MKOI, they're still in charge. Alvaro looking for a dredge line as the over the wall Broken Blade can take this to the Soul Unbound. He's in no immediate danger.
I will also emphasize for the viewers at home that even though KOI looks like they're in a great spot, a single fight from G2 can swing this whole game.
Yep.
It's actually a very tense game. There's still ways for G2 to come back into it. And like the gold is not really representative of the true strength of the drafts, because a lot of this is going to come down to team fight execution. A single Yone ult could be enough to set up for Caps to find a multi-man ulti. Like if the Nocturne catches the Ezreal who doesn't have flash, only for a few more seconds, but like there are all these little things that'll come down to the individuals, and the execution is going to be key for both sides.
And that's why I think it's crucial. Caps having the gold lead gives him enough to get Zhonya's. Now he's significantly safer in the fight. Also having that flash up and available. 3 items on a Cassiopeia makes her significantly more threatening, as he's just crested over to level 17 as well. So there are definitely things here for G2 that can work in a team fight.
Yep.
So MKOI still have to be careful.
I was just about to say, both junglers on a race to get that GA, but then Elyoya completes his. This is a huge win for the Nocturne, because now he's going to feel a lot more comfortable diving into the enemy team, knowing that he gets that free resurrection, and there is that TP. Here we go.
Maybe G2 back away. Let's see.
Deep TP that's going to be spotted by Jojo by Broken Blade.
Okay, I was going to say they're back away. They're definitely not going to be. MKOI, a Broken Blade at the heel of G2. 5 members in River for both teams. Well, Jojo would be if he decides to join in with the ulti. Lebrov's angle pretty good, but he will be spotted out by that ward. MKOI no. The poke out from Hansama, crucial flash depth charge. Paranoia turns the lights off. Jojo's there, shielded Durand as well. It's great because Hansama's first to die. G2 have lost their AD carry, and now the fight truly begins with MKOI spearing off the inhibitor through a choker. Super's also dead, by the way, to Broken Blade, but it won't matter because Mirwin has sat in a choke and dealt with 3 of G2, along with Alvaro, the CC layering. Perfect from MKOI, and the position of power large in game 1 as they retake the reins of control.
It all was going to come down to execution, and MKOI execute perfectly. Hansama was the target from the start. Alvaro connects the ultimate, Elyoya follows it up, and then Jojo with the flank. The coordination to lock down this AD carry and prevent him from playing was spectacular.
Yeah, that's the focus here. Jojo with the flash in, the follow-up is there. Super ulting into the backline to set it up as well. Everything perfectly executed. Even Jojo having the ultimate to try and buy space for Super. But the execution, as you say, Betty, was perfect. And I'm surprised because Jojo was spotted clearing the bot wave. G2 knew that that's where Jojo was positioned, but still, the coordination from MKOI in that fight was too much for G2 to match.
I will also say Broken Blade completely whiffing his ultimate. He does end up getting that kill onto Super, but like the impact of this Yone has not really been felt in this game. And G2, like, I feel like with a comp like this, you kind of have to be the team to force that fight. And KOI have just been quicker on the engage, and they've done a really good job of attacking G2's backline. The gold, so much so in their favor. They are so strong. Elyoya didn't even have to pop the GA. They still have this mid-tier 1, and Jojo's still sitting in a side lane.
Been a bit of a stinker from Broken Blade. This feels like regular season BB rather than what we saw against KC, which felt revitalized. G2 moving to the blind part of the map, which happens to be barren. MKOI have to move on in. Note the fact they all have their ultis though, so MKOI can pounce. They don't have to be grouped up. Threadline starts up onto Lebrov. Another fight. Paranoia onto Caps with a knockup as well. Hero's entrance going to go golden is Caps while Alvaro gets low, but Super hasn't been touched. He dodges the fate seal again. Broken Blade can't get the right target. Solar Flare will take no one's life, and with a triple over to Super, Hans is tagged. Killer Instinct. He got the free flow through the fight. It's a full house of kills with an ace to MKOI. And game 1 in the bag.
MKOI refused to go down. Elyoya lived forever in that fight. And with him, MKOI are going to take game 1.
We hate scripts in the LEC. We want them done with. And MKOI are willing to start that train of thought off. It's only 1 game, but it's a big one here as they're 1 step closer to MSI.
10-1-3 for Super with an incredible Kai'Sa performance. Elyoya's impact cannot be ignored once again. MKOI came to play versus G2. Let's hear from the man himself.
What a scoreline, what a game 1 out of Super. The fans already chanting your name. It couldn't start any better. How good did that game feel?
And I think it was kind of boring, no?
Oh! Really? Is the opposition not what you expected?
I'm expecting G2 bowling to wake up.
Okay. Nice, I let you go to your team. Fighting words from Super, he crushed it.
Thank you very much, Shox. I mean, what an absolute stellar game from Supa, and it definitely hurts my
prediction.
Yeah, I was thinking it's going to be a 3-0 for G2, and that G2 bot lane was going to stomp, but yeah, that didn't happen today.
I mean, Supa said he would beat G2 bot lane with his brain, but to me, he just beat him with his hands as well. He completely popped off that game on Kai's side. Just like every single fight, it's either sidestepping a Yon ult, it's just moving around smoothly like a smooth criminal. He was on fire this game.
Yeah, I mean, and Supa, well-deserved. Got our Euronics play of the day. Supa gets a triple kill that secures the Baron for MKOI. I mean, let's see it again, the man in action.
Please.
I mean, it's just, it starts off with a really good hook from Alvaro, and then Skewmon wants to try to lock down Supa, but he dodges BB's ultimate. He's dodging absolutely everything.
And now, for the swag, he wants to go start the Baron, but he realizes, oh, there's one more kill, gonna start the Baron, secures the triple kill with the Void Seeker.
And we get to see the Pro View as well. His clicks, really, really nice, really good kiting. Just the awareness, dodges BB's ult really nicely. I mean, overall, you can't really expect anything more from your ADC, and in general, Supa's best ADC is his Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And we got to see it on full display this game. The confidence that he had, we even have a full screen of his stats this game because it was phenomenal. I think the way he just took over every single team fight. I mean, those are...
I mean, in general, once Supa plays Kai'Sa, he pops off a lot. I think there's a lot of like bad memories of him like diving around top tier 2 just throwing games on Kai'Sa as well. But you see how aggressive he is when he plays his champion. Every single time you see a plasma mark on the enemy champion, he thinks, can I go in right now? And if the answer is yes, he usually does so and always finds a lot of plays. But this game was very back and forth. There was a lot of really cool team fights that I really want to look a little bit further on.
Yeah,
we have our new demo station here that we would like to break down 2 of the team fights from this game on.
Let's do
that. We know MKOI won, but we actually want to start with a fight that G2 did really, really, really well. And it kind of starts with an MKOI aggression onto Caps. Now, Caps steps up here and just really gets caught out of position because he doesn't really have flash.
Yeah.
And they just send everything on Caps. He flashes backwards, but look now as we check all the ultimate abilities that are up and available for, if you toggle the teamfight HUD for me.
Yes.
Look. There's no Nocturne ult, there's no Galli ult, and there's no Nautilus ult. Now, if we look over to the G2 sides, they're going to have all their ultimates up and available for
They do still have no
fight.
position, though, so I do like what MKOI tried to go for with the Nocturne ult. And now G2 needs to try to fight back to get that position of their own.
Yeah, so if I pause the clip here, BrokenLid is going to go for an ult here that completely whips everything here. But he also creates a really nice wall that just lines all of them together for Skewmon to find a fantastic 5-man Jarvan ult, and then with Caps follow-up, with Hansama just being completely untouched, it's just an absolute steamroll from G2.
Yeah, and it's rare that you get a 5-man Jarvan ult and then lose the game, Finn. So let's go to the next fight here.
Absolutely.
From
there is
G2
one
or
more
MKOI.
little fight, and I think it was this one, right?
Yeah, it was this one. As
so, spoiler. Let's look at this, okay. So, let's go from the red side vision. They don't really know where Jojo is.
Yep.
So G2 is looking at MKOI. They have first position on this dragon, and it really feels like they're just trying to poke and prod there with Ezreal Qs. Labrov might consider to walk around here.
Yeah.
He might consider to just go from the front and just ult here. And BrokenLid as well would love to stack up his Qs somehow and just really find a nice ult. Can you clear the lines for me as I can roll out this clip? So I want you guys to pay attention to the moment that Jojo shows here, because you're gonna see all of MKOI just completely commit the moment he shows on this ward here. And the man I really want you to look at is Alvaro, because he finds the most crucial engage in favor of G2 here. So he flash ults onto Hansama, forcing the Arcane shift backwards here, allowing Jojo to just walk up here, have a taunt, the Nocturne ult is flying, Supa will also fly in, and they will just one-shot him.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do as Nocturne, right? You want to send it all at the same time, all at once.
Yeah.
So I think this is really, really nice. We can.
But the cherry on top is not just the flash Nautilus ult. I also want you to look at how Alvaro threads the needle with his hook and now finds Caps. Alvaro has single-handedly CC'd both the Ezreal and the Casio in the same engage window, completely nullifying the damage dealers for G2. Sure, the Yon is untouched, but he misses the ult and doesn't really find a lot of damage this fight. So when both your carries are CC'd, you see how easy the fight becomes from MKOI. It also really highlights why we love to see Alvaro on Engage Champions.
Yep.
Like, he could not do this on Karma. He could not do this on Nami. This is a Nautilus-specific Engage that I think Alvaro is so good at finding. And I love to see MKOI finally going back to the roots, to the really volatile fights. Now, we are going to toss to a break in just a wee bit, but we're coming back with the game 2 with MKOI versus G2.
Okay, leg it. I TP mid. I can ult in 3 seconds. I can ult in 2.
I will look ulti, okay?
I'm a Leona. I ult now, super. I ult.
Go Leona. And we're gonna share, okay?
I like it. I reach E3.
Yeah, go.
Boom.
Flash, okay?
No flash now.
Nice, we end.
Super. Bro, Super Kaisa, man.
Super Kaisa.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got $1 off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been given this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it.
It's time for G2 to wake up. That's what Supa said. Their bot lane wasn't performing. None of them were performing. I mean, I'm not saying things he didn't say, but obviously MKOI did win that first game and Supa went absolutely nuclear. We didn't show you the predictions before the series, but we did have them. They were made before the series, and you will see the proof will be in the pudding, because Jack Spectra did say 3-0 for G2.
And the pudding is lovely.
The pudding
is
so
fantastic
good.
right now, Jack
And Finn
Spectra.
said 3-2 for MKOI. So yeah, first reactions to your boys.
Supa Kai'Sa, I don't know, like, that's my one cope going into game number 2.
Yeah.
That Supa will not play Kai'Sa again, so bot lane should be winning for G2, because I think Supa is just, he's a very good Kai'Sa player. It's very nice to watch as a fellow ADC. I'm not saying he's a one-trick, but he is better on Kai'Sa than on other picks, and it also synergizes great with Alvaro, who loves playing Engage. Now that that's out, G2, 3-1.
I also want to highlight something that I don't think we talked a lot about before. I think Elyoya's Nocturne is fantastic.
Yeah.
And MKOI is the only team that really can play with Nocturne well. Because so many times we see teams lock in Nocturne, pops the paranoia, goes in, and there's no one there. There's no one there with him. He goes in completely alone, and it doesn't really find any impact in his team fight. But when MKOI plays, when Nocturne goes in, there's at least 3 more people going in with him at that same time. So I love to see how they play with Elyoya. I think Elyoya had a fantastic game 1, and I'm really excited how they now draft into game 2. Because as you say, those heavy dive comps are getting a little bit pinched with the Kai'Sa being taken out, with Nocturne being taken out. We'll have to see if they go back to something like they did yesterday, where they played a little bit of the more long-range comps with like a Caitlyn or not.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, you know, the whole team was on the same page, because mid lane didn't go so well, but it didn't really matter because everybody knew exactly what to do when it came to those key moments in the games. And as you said, played off that Nocturne ult phenomenally. Not something we see that often in Europe, let's be honest, as we get into this draft for the second game.
Yeah, I think the draft was really, really good for MKOI because it also suits their strengths very well. Going into this game number 2, due to the fact that Nautilus is out, I would be very surprised if we're not going to see double Enchanter spot, which I think should favor G2's bot lane a lot.
We're getting a Caitlyn first pick here for sure, by MKOI, because they did the exact same thing yesterday in game 2. They banned the Jhin to set up Supa for another lane-dominant champion pick. So against Carsey, he cannot really go for that Jhin. That is the best answer into Caitlyn, and I think they're doing the exact same thing here today. So we'll have to see if G2 actually
I think they're thinking about it. I think they're thinking about banning it.
And do you actually want to ban the Caitlyn here? Because what happens then? Then suddenly something else is open. But for sure, the Caitlyn is the high prior pick here for MKOI.
And we can't see their ban.
Did they miss it?
Oh, the
what
tension.
happened?
The tension.
Did they miss the ban, guys?
I don't think they missed the ban.
It's Karma ban.
Okay, so taking away power from the Caitlyn by banning the Karma. We'll have to see what MKOI can pair it up with. Probably Yunara Lulu for G2 here.
But I don't really know if you want to ban the Karma from Alvaro, because yesterday he's played Nico with Caitlyn, which is a fantastic Caitlyn combination. It's one of his best champions. Alvaro, when playing that engage, having the Nico engage factor, I think it's just better than the Karma. So that's what I assume will be locked in here by Alvaro.
This is
a mid or a jungle pick.
Very hard lane for G2. Really tough for Yunara Lulu. They need to try to fight a little bit level 1 to make sure that they're not constantly getting pushed in, because once Caitlyn starts to get wave control, it's really hard to reclaim it back, since you won't be able to try to find any sort of all-in unless Skumon is able to get some creative gank angle.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume we're gonna see some kind of Bruiser. It would be the Nami actually lock in, which I guess is a little bit more lane oppressive than the Nico.
No, I think Nico is just way better. I don't know why they picked Nami.
So I think it's gonna be the Vi or Wukong here locked in by Elyoya, because having that Nami wave while they're engaging behind you, when you play a Vi, you play a Wukong, I think makes it so much easier, because Nico follow-up is kind of reliant on being on a flank, having the flash. Meanwhile, Nami is a little bit more non-committal follow-up engage. So.
I think scaling-wise, it makes the Caitlyn a lot stronger because you can play a slower type of comp with this rather than going deep. You also now have the Rice move every single wave that he pushes in to pressure bot lane. So it's really shaping up to be a game here where Supa and Alvaro want to continue their domination from game number 1 and just push G2 bot lane in.
Yeah, really heavy emphasis on laning phase power so far from MKOI. Rice is one of the best early pushing mid laners. Kate and Nami, of course, will have a lot of push in that mid lane, but it will be the Caps Talia, which I think makes sense because...
Is matching that push.
Yes, because now Caps, no matter where Jojo goes, Caps will be able to trail that with the weaving wall and just kind of fly across the map and be there at the same time. So it looks like really G2 doesn't want to give MKOI full reign of the map, really wants to match them wherever they're taking that fight.
Yeah, they felt it in game 1 for sure.
And both junglers just kind of want to look for a standard bruiser. So I think Xin Zhao getting banned wouldn't be too surprising.
Already banned, but
it's already banned first. Yeah, you're right.
Pantheon, Wukong, Bai, I think are the main candidates right now sticking out to me. Rumble was played yesterday by Mirun as well. It's a great follow-up.
Skewmon Lee Sin, very bad Lee Sin game, I'd say, because he has no CC
Doesn't
to set
matter,
up
it was a good Lee Sin game yesterday. No, the other day. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Could be an Elyoya Lee Sin, though. He had a fantastic showing on it yesterday.
I mean, Rice Lee Sin is a pretty good combo. He sets you up with the root.
So already banning the Vi, which I guess makes sense, makes the Talia combo super easy to land, great follow-up with the Vi. But you're also kind of hurting yourself with the Vi ban, because it's a champion that for sure is in your champion pool.
I think we're going to see probably a Skewmon Wukong. That's the pick that I would think he tries to go for with all the bans forthcoming. There's of course the Pantheon as well. I think if you can get the Pantheon Talia is just a great combo. You have so much mobility across the map. You set up for the Talia W really well, but I think MKOI will probably look to ban it last now. I'm also curious, Finn, what do you think about the top lane picks? Because there's Rumble Olaf banned.
Yeah.
What does the Olaf signify for you?
I think the Olaf is a jungle ban, if I have to be completely honest, because I think they wanted to take the Pantheon on 4 there, together with the Talia for the both semi-global stun combo.
Sounds good.
But Olaf then will be super unchained, because you can't really lock down the Olaf in the same way you can with any other jungle pick.
Finn, 31-13, what is that referring to?
31-13? I have no idea.
Caps on Talia.
Caps on Talia, that is very convincing.
Okay, so some front line for the Yunar Lulu. We've seen Skewmon with pretty good success on the Skarner. And I think it is giving a lot of front line that they desperately needed. I thought he would prefer going for the Wukong, but he doesn't have much follow-up, so it makes sense that he kind of decides to go for this solo engage of his own, and we'll see what Elyoya decides to match into it.
I mean, Wukong is the standard pick that I would look for Elyoya. I don't know how the Skarner matchup is. There is also the little bit more skirmish-heavy champions like a Lee Sin Nafiri or a Trundle that he has decided to lock in. Trundle obviously can shut down the really big tankiness of a Skarner. But for top lane blind there, you're really left wondering. There's Varus that he played yesterday if you really want that oppressive top lane style. And there we go. But Yasuo is up and available. Was not picked yesterday by Nako, which is the best counter into Varus in a pure 1v1. So I love to see this. Doesn't have that many knockouts except for the Lulu Wild Growth or the Talia Shove, so we'll really have to get creative in those team fights.
I really like the MKOI draft, I'm not gonna lie. Like the Trundle value has such good pillar into Lulu, Talia. They always need to flash if there's follow-up from it. Can really neutralize this Skarner as well. And I think the Yasuo, without having much knock-up availability, is gonna really struggle later on in this game. And I really like how strong all of MKOI's lanes are. So I'm liking their draft a lot more.
Is this a 2-0 for MKOI, Jack?
Might be a 2-0 for MKOI, I'm not gonna lie.
He's a flip-flopper. I mean, I think MKOI takes this game. I really like their draft.
Wow, what did the casters think?
I think Finn was always biased against MKOI anyway. But I also think...
For MKOI.
Sorry, what did I say? Against. Well, no, 4 for sure. What was your point?
I'm gonna say it. I agree with the desk.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
The BB Yone did not fill me with confidence to then go, I'm going to pick his brother,
Yeah.
you know?
Let's try again.
So I'm hoping he has a little bit of a better time, but I do think MKOI just kind of have an easier way to play the game, right? The Nami, Caitlyn, exceptionally strong in that 2v2. You've got the Trundle that outperforms the Skarner in the early stages. Like, I think you've got multiple ways for MKOI to try and play it this early game.
Let's see, MKOI game 1. Amazing success in the early game. G2 kind of got shut out, and I mean, there was one mistake around mid from Skewmon that followed up in a domino effect, and G2 just lost the plot. This game, scaling for Hans Sama, one of the stars of the team this split, as Caps looks for the level 1 roam. What does he start? He's only started threaded volley, but he wants to get some damage down. He'll use the movement speed and go back mid, though, because he cannot miss the spawn as junglers opposite side of the rift right now.
Basically, Caps was there to ensure that you could get the third push here for G2's bot lane, because actually in this matchup, it's incredibly important. Basically, the way Nami wants to try and work it is she wants to try and trade it really hard, level 1, while she has the W up. You hyper aggressive, you try and use this push presence, and then you back away when the W's on cooldown. But now that it's been used,
and his heal's going to be straight up here. G2 again finding a bit of lane presence like they did last game. Super got little tempo, but that's going to run out in a second. Good Glitterlands here from Lebrov, where he played this against Busio only 2 days ago now. It was the start of playoffs, and got a solo kill on it, by the way. As MKOI, they've lost the level 2 trade as this minion wave will be pushed in. And Jojo hits 2 first as Caps kind of matches. Now, half HP though is the trade for mid.
Alvaro also didn't quite get in range for the W there as well, so not getting as much damage back means Lebrov gets to stay healthy, and this is why you saw Caps there. Basically, you want to guarantee that third bush, means that Alvaro can't play as aggressive from the bush, using that ebb and flow to try and trade, and it means that Lebrov now can poke effectively before Alvaro can actually really get these good trades off. This is a little aggressive from Lebrov though.
Yeah. But he's getting the passive down.
Alvaro should have his W back up in a moment.
Let's get the Airy down, but for now, it is still a G2 winning lane. When again, they've found success in their lanes as Beyblade goes out. Super takes a full trade of it as well. LeBron's going to use his pots. Just to do go towards mid. Drive by here for Skewon. Doesn't find the wall though. Jojo. Ghost is going to be used. That's not Storm Raiders because he went DFT. So Jojo does get out here, but a summoner has to be burned to avoid Skewon.
Interesting pathing there from Skewon. I actually thought based on the path that he was taking, he was just going to go straight towards top and look for another gank. Ooh, Super getting a little bit low, but great trading for both guys.
No, Glitterlands comes through and match flash on Summer. Will take down Super. Look, there's an ignite with the damage that was ticking from Lebrov. God damn.
That was a great flash slow from Lebrov. He connects the E, the knockback now into mid. I don't think you have the mana to get a kill here, Caps.
No, Jojo just leveled up as well. It's actually going to turn on him. Jojo solo kills Caps instead. Started with a flick, ends with a pick.
Jojo getting some revenge for what happened in Madrid. Caps solo kills him twice in the arena, but here in the LEC studio, Jojo gets his revenge, a solo kill onto Caps, a huge lead now being built. Let's look back at this bot lane play.
Yeah, I mean, looking for the reset here, but Super tries to step up, you get the slow, but then the net onto the minion means that there isn't as much damage. And Sama then immediately flashing forward, really well executed by Lebrov. Like getting that picks onto the Caitlyn means that you essentially guarantee the slow thanks to the Glitterlands.
Yeah, the flash E was great because now Super's incredibly stressed. And so then once he flashes away, there's nowhere for him to go. Nice chase down from Hans. He's going to get a bit of a gold lead for himself, but a bit of an opposite story compared to what we saw before. Now Skewon showing up top lane, but
Elyoy is insane. Just wait for it. Mirwin's going to be exhausted. He flashes away. The pillar comes out. But unfortunately, the pillar doesn't place Skewon on the wrong side of it, so Elyoy just chases him away and stops the gank after the exhaust from Broken Blade.
Still get the flash, though, down from Mirwin, so that's going to be a nice win, especially as Broken Blade, once he starts to tick over to level 6, can easily set up in this top side. So Elyoy going to help to just push in this wave so Mirwin can get the reset and not be stuck overextended.
Broken Blade doing a good job so far in this lane matchup. It can be very difficult to lane 1v1, especially against a Varus, with how much lane presence he has. Nice stuff there from Mirwin, getting it underneath the tower, forcing Broken Face to lose as much farm as possible. But still 30-32, an 8 gold difference between the two top laners. Very even game state. Dragon now going to be alive at 35 seconds, and we'll see which team looks to prioritize it. Skewon Skana has been a menace so far this split, as he looks for more early game action to happen.
Also a different look from Skewon. Traditionally, we've kind of seen Skewon as, hey, I'm going to be very effective in my jungle pathing, get a lot of CS, try and steal away camps, and play for myself. This game has been very much about him interacting with the lanes. We see the initial transitional gank after clearing out his bottom 3 camps. We then get the gank top. Now he's also forgoing those early camps as well on that bottom side to try and put pressure onto the bottom lane. They've been doing a huge amount just to make sure that Skewon can get into these lanes in the early stages.
Jojo gets away, pushed in mid. And a bit of a CS lead through. And of course, Jojo getting the kill earlier means that he is ahead in this game. We had a lot of talkings about Jojo yesterday. Remember, he is leading for solo kills in the split. Only yesterday, 2 more solo kills at the start of his playoff journey. It led to 20. He has 20 solo kills through Spring and the very first start of Spring playoffs.
21.
Well, yeah, he got one in last game, so 21.
Wait, no, he got one just now.
Oh, true, he did actually. He got one last game as well, didn't he?
No, not the Galio.
He played Galio.
Yeah. No.
I feel like he gets one every game.
Well, guess who's back in the top lane? No flash available for Mirwin.
No, indeed not. Last breath going to be used. The pints are out. Mirwin, he's still on the wrong side of dodge without a flash. Tries to get Broken Blade, and Skumon's going to help do the damage down. Sweeping Blade will not get the kill. Skumon burned him with red, and Mirwin will drop.
Still great response from Skumon, right? They burnt that flash in the first go, just rinse and repeat on the second attempt, and there's very little that Mirwin can do. And this is kind of can continue now as well. That ultimate for Broken Blade is on a very short cooldown, so Mirwin still has to be careful.
I really like the approach from Skumon, put more resources into ganking top than bot. I think bot lane is a very hard lane to gank, whereas top against an AD carry, you have a ton of options available to you. So repeat that process, put as much pressure down, get your Yasuo ahead if you can. I do think it was a bit of a mistake for Skumon to take the kill, but Broken Blade still finds himself with a healthy lead, pushing in that top wave. I think he doesn't quite get a plate, but the cross-map response from Koi is good nonetheless. Elyoya securing that dragon, sealing that one away, sets up Koi for success later on into the game. But in terms of options, it's hard for Elyoya to find the same sort of impact that Skumon can. I think mid lane is really only the lane that I think he can gank in the early game. But aside from that, unless the Varus has ulti, I think it's a tough one for him to be super proactive in the early game.
Yeah, I think you need to bring Jojo with you if you're going to try and make that play with the Realm Warp, but also with the Realm Warp on cooldown, that does become a little bit more difficult. Plus, you've got Caps who can look to follow. Hasn't leveled the ultimate, as you don't until he is in the early stages, until you actually 100% need to use it. So you can use it as an escape tool, but that is available for Caps when he wants to try and use it.
Now he's roaming down.
Yeah, this movement into the Fog of War is super valuable on roaming champions. Both Ryze and Talia should do the same thing. And it's just that threat immediately. They have to ping, hey, my mid lane is missing. And then someone on the map has to go, oh, okay, I'll back off. He could be heading towards my lane. So just kind of that phantom pressure being put down onto the map. And that's also why that river control is extremely important, because it really gives you a good sense of where people are on the map. And that ward doing exactly what we were talking about, Jojo, moving into that Fog of War. He will be spotted out on that vision. So the bot lane, they don't have to be too worried. They know exactly where he is and what he's trying to do.
Perhaps turns back to mid. Small CS lead for G2 really here, and talking about that top lane and bot as well.
Interesting situation here, though, because you can see both bot lanes actually are already swapping. So we've talked about MKOI pretty extensively going for these swaps as of late, and Sam and LeBron basically reading it, making sure that they're going to be in a position to try and match as Void Grove starts to come up, and Skumon going to start them up. But it does mean you kind of have these two AD carries both in the top side of the map, and there's no TP for Mirwin right now. So Supa kind of wants to try and take the fight.
Now we're going to start it off. Back with prison dodge forward by Lebrov. Heal gets him out of range. Elyoya looking for the chase. Pillar now up on the enemy Lulu. A wild growth as well, but he's just dead. He won't be able to get out of this one. Doesn't flash over the wall in the end. Super takes the kill on Lebrov. That opens up MKOI to start the grubs in the end.
Skumon starts the objective, but they don't have any pressure in top lane. They hadn't actually secured the mid lane prior, and now Hans Summit is completely alone with no support available. You cannot afford to stay here, Hans. You have to back away.
Might have to transcend, might have to flash. Let's see which one. Super starts the damage train off. Aqua Prison is good. Ace in the hole. Barrier now used. And someone going to return back to the turret while Broken Blade is getting bot, but MKOI have already taken a summoner and they've denied a lot of CS from Hans Summer.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a very similar swap to what we've seen in the past from MKOI when Mirwin, he was on Nar. I cannot remember what the game he was, or who he's against, but basically he hid in the bush in topside and they overloaded this top end and went for a dive. I want to say it was against Kana in Madrid, but still, you end up with getting the grubs, you get the kill, you push the Yunara away, so she ends up losing out on some of the gold. It does mean Broken Blade ends up with a pretty big advantage for himself, but you can see MKOI basically trying to overload one side of the map and completely blow the game open through that area.
Broken Blade's really pulled up much yet outside of the plating. Mirwin's going to match that now. Mid has just been a stalemate, and now the grubs are gone from the top side of the map. Dragon's the next port of call, which MKOI will be approaching soon as well. Super's going to handle this wave, and I mean, Super should be close towards his first item as well. Now, this early game, while G2 do have a lead, I mean, I want to bring it back to what the AD was talking about, where there was a lot of concern about the laning phase, at least from MKOI's side, saying that, you know, we're looking at 2 out of 3 lanes being successful. So far, I think G2 have mitigated a lot of the early game pressure that MKOI could have brought with this draft.
I think so. I think a lot of it is thanks to Jojo and the advantage he's been able to find in mid. Oh, speaking of Jojo.
Yeah, he's going to be polymorph. Skumon's going to drive in as well. There's a Weaver's Wall from Caps. Layers off with the wild growth. Impale as well, massive. Jojo getting down low as he flashes away. Skewmon matches his flash. Tidal Wave brings in the Black Pearl. It launches Caps into the air. Needs to be a pirate for a little bit longer. Elyoya pulls out the Frozen Domain, but nothing else happens here. A lot whiffed, a lot sent, but no one dies.
Yeah, it felt like G2 just wasn't doing any damage.
Yeah.
Jojo just sprinted out. The early Merc Treads providing a huge amount of value. As he's able to get away from that, he does have to commit both his summoner spells to survive. But yeah, G2 really just ran out of steam as the gang continued.
And now you get MKOI keeping Caitlyn in the top side. Obviously, you've got an AD carry on the opposite end, so Mirren going to be more than happy to just farm it out against this Yunara, whereas Supa and Alvaro basically getting to overload this top side and make sure that they're getting significantly more value. So now with LeBron here, can Broken Blade make something happen?
Once that last breath flashed away from by Alvaro, otherwise he'd be sent sky high. Remember, Lebrov doesn't have wild growth, but he does have a lot of follow-up here. So as he matches that top lane, gets Broken Blade in, we pan camera towards mid. We watch Jojo get that push out, but remember, with that commitment to top, Dragon's up in 3 seconds. Guess what, Jojo? He was just burning the midnight oil before in the previous fight. Do they have enough damage now? Something Chubb dodged away from. Jojo kites it all out with a threaded volley. The pillar's up. Jojo will die this time, but it took a while from G2.
Jojo ends up falling. Did take a little bit of time, and I thought the fancy feet from Jojo might have saved them. Able to sidestep the flick back from Caps, but it's not enough. And G2 get the kill.
They're trying to start the Dragon, but Lebrov is very far away. They will have numbers when he eventually gets here. Elyoya is looking to contest. Let's see whose positioning is better. I think MKOI make the right read. With the arrival of Lebrov, they really can't contest this. They now don't have the people. They're trying to punish Hans Summer, but he's not going to fall prey to the trap. And it will equalize the Dragons onto 1.
But they've also left Supa from that top side of the map as well, which now opens up Broken Blade again to get more of this CS for himself and more of these turf plates as well. So even though we've kind of seen MKOI shifting around the map, like the bot lane, even, which for Supa is great because he was behind thanks to that early kill, but it does mean that they just transition that gold onto Broken Blade in the top end. So I think Mirren going to be in a lot of trouble when we get to this mid game in trying to contest this Yasuo.
Buffer in the 90 caliber net there. Cap's going to get Storm Raider Surge. Look for Supa on the retreat path here with threaded volley. Does good damage here. Alvaro going to heal up so he gets in position. Aqua Prison dodged away from. Supa's getting low. Tidal Wave flashed as well. Ace in the hole. Elyoya not in range to do anything about a subjugation. But Supa's ulti now down. Cap's getting low. He needs backup.
Caps fancied a fight, but he ended up biting off more than he could chew, and now the threat of a dive is there. Elyoya looking for it.
Lightning Shove, there's the pillar. Here comes Skewmon, but flashes in. Caps greedy! And interrupted with an Aqua Prism means Skewmon can't get the chase up. Elyoya will live. A rock thrown at his face and a smite as well. Another drive-by would seal the deal on the enemy jungler. Elyoya getting battered down by the Scorpion King. Skewmon will go on a killing spree, but Caps is the one disappointing us right now.
They'll collapse on mid. Supa might be in trouble. Lebrov trying to see if he can get the intro. Polymorph.
Whoa! He's healing.
Whoa, for Yasuo!
Lebrov, what are you doing?
Yasuo was in the wings. He thought he could get the wall growth.
He was still so far out,
and he just killed himself.
He was mega far. We need an action replay observers because that one was wild. That was wicked.
If we could get, I mean, maybe it's an analyst's thing, but you ideally want Broken Blade's POV to see how far away he was from the knockout.
He was still. I thought he was still in river.
Yeah,
he was. Yeah.
Dagda had a good read though. That's 100% what he was trying to do to set up for that play. But even then, the tower had ramped up to 3 shots already. I think if the dive had happened, Supa might have gone a double kill off the back of that. Ends up being a, what, 1-for-1 at the end of the day?
You think that was one of the things where, you know, top laner comms and says, I'm coming, but they're like all the way at the top of river. They're about 10 seconds away.
Bro, I got so, like, I had a flashback of Hilly right there. That was just, those who know, they know. Though if you know, you know.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go to production. Let's have a look.
Oh, we do get his POV.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's hovering his ult. Nah, he's not.
Just out of range, I think,
Yeah, okay. It was a bit closer than I kind of made it out, but yeah, he was like maybe a second or two.
He was quite out of range of his ult, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Nice idea from Lebrov. Unfortunately, it fell apart. So, 4-4 on kills.
Yeah, what do you really lose out of that play?
Pride, mainly.
No, I think
like 300 gold goes over, you know?
Yeah, Weaver's wall, super almost dead. Arc lights him to death. Looks like he's playing Halo 2, the plasma gun OP.
Hans Summer. Wow, okay. He's woken up here in game 2, and he is feeling himself 2-0-0. Now, the scoreline for him, he was hunting for a kill. He had the support of his team, and he finds it.
Alvaro face checking, Skumon waiting for him as well. And Impale, a drive into the wall. Here we go. And with the help of the 80 carry, Alvaro's just going to die. Hansama getting hand-fed kills. 2 will bite the dust in his favor, and G2 maintain a gold lead.
Nice timing by G2. Alvaro's flash still wasn't up from that initial play in the mid lane, so finding that moment with the Nami, perfect timing. Elyoya now moving top, spots Caps on his own.
Going to be used. Waiting for the threaded volley to try and poke him out, but I don't think he can get on out. You're right, with no ulti. Caps trying to buy the time. The flick dodged away by Jojo. They know they need to be quick. MKOI, but Skumon's already driven in. Pillar up. Caps running to his team. He's alive. He threads the volley, threads the needle. The earth is working in his favor. He gets flicked back for a kill. Caps as low as Mirwin looks to auto him down. Kill the mid laner, they say. But MKOI committed everything. LeBron's going to flash on out. A wall now used. Flash away from Chain's corruption by Skumon. Jojo is one shot. He dies too. Hansama gets exhausted, but it's Mirwin versus 3 in this top lane. He's kiting out so well. Alvaro. He's got Alvaro behind his back. Skumon is one target with Blight. Hansama gets poked by range. Hail of Arrows dodge. The drive out. G2 alive. LeBron alive. He kited everything. It's a G2 win. It's a G2 survival masterclass.
Okay, Mirwin ultimately saves the play, but my goodness, what a brawl in the top side. G2 end up finding 2 kills. MKOI only find 1, but they will get the... oh, no, they don't actually secure the tower. TP from Caps ends up protecting it. The mid tower falls, but now the mid lane...
Super. Can he get out of this one? Broken Blade, wind wall up, and now he sweeps through on a trap. No, the final breath. It lasts a lifetime for Super as Broken Blade takes him down solo.
And that's the real winner of the play. Broken Blade got the bot lane turret completely solo off the back of that. And with the kill, with more plates, he's a 1,500 gold lead over Mirwin.
He got 3 plates on the bot tier 2.
Holy.
He was just free farming that entire time, and Mirwin only got 1 kill in exchange on the top side. G2 now with a very healthy gold lead, and while Caps is definitely struggling, the rest of G2 are showing up.
I understand the psychological dance. If one win brother doesn't work, use the other one. Everyone can take this into solo queue. If you go and int on Yone or Yasuo, just swap it around and you can do what Broken Blade's doing here in this game. A big 0 next to his name because, as my analyst described, he was in the side lane gathering gold, gathering that 1,600 gold lead. And G2 now, with a 4,500 gold discrepancy over MKOI, have made some very risky plays, but a lot of them have paid off.
I mean, the idea to gank Caps I don't think was bad. It just took him a while to kill him. It took so long that both Skumon and Lebrov could arrive, and even then the fight was looking pretty favorable.
You can't see it. Look at that over there. 1,080 in plating.
Yeah.
He has picked up a decent amount of side lane gold, that's for sure.
That guy held on to all his bottles.
The biggest difference between this game and game 1 is that a lot of the Koi plays just haven't transpired into any leads. Meanwhile, G2 is getting so much on the map. Skumon Skarner just continues to be insanely strong. This year, it feels like that he is an unstoppable force on the champion. Hansama in a bit of danger.
Away from the Aqua he has to transcend, but turn it onto Elyoya under the mid turret. He doesn't feel too safe. Skumon is going to catch him by the toe. A 2-man impale and a last breath. There's the combination from G2. Hansama will clean it up like the janitor of this game, while G2 escalate the troubles of MKOI.
G2 are collapsing on the mid lane and making MKOI pay for it. The impale was perfect from Skumon, and MKOI fall as a result.
Again, every play that Koi tries to make just falls apart. The minion wave arises just the right
he's got
time.
the minion wave, which means he can sweeping blade through it, but Jojo, very smart, walks away from it, doesn't give that gap close to the Yasuo. Meanwhile, Skumon is still winning out the play as he gets Herald top.
But you're still winning out the map as G2 because they're able to collapse on the top side. But here we get to see the play. So they try to go on towards Hansama, but able to use that hop away. Skumon's waiting in the wings, and the polymorphs have been very good from from LeBron to set things up, but the impale from Skumon, the collapse from Caps with the Weaver's Wall. Like, this is where this threat of this 1-3-1 from G2 really starts to shine.
And this might sound like out of context, but like this game did start with the bot 2v2 doing really well. And it feels like, again, this is the reason why Hansama, a lot of people are like, yo, why was this guy not on the All-Pro first team when he had such a good split? These are Hansama's laning stats from the KC series. This is Hansama and what he did a lot of the season long as well. On a Yunara Lulu, well, it's not a Caitlyn Bard or a Caitlyn like any Caitlyn aggressive lane like the Nico, it was a very successful 2v2 for G2 to start the game off.
Just
with jungle attention.
I think we all agree that Hans was just, in our opinion, the best performer.
I mean, I think all the talents voted for Hans.
It's one of those things where, like, I think, to me, I feel like Hans has just continued to do what he's been doing all split long.
Yeah.
I think that Hans is having a great split. He continues to perform. In game one, he definitely got outperformed by Super, but this time around, that bot lane definitely got the better of Super and Alvaro, who have been exceptionally quiet and have made quite a few mistakes here in game two. G2 really leading the charge here in game two. It feels like that they're continuing to gain more map control. Yasuo, in the side lane, continuing to put pressure down. MKOI having their resources stretched thin.
G2 still trying to establish vision on this top side and make it a little bit more tough for MKOI here. But again, I think the map play has been superior from G2 this game. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head, Fetty, where in previous series, MKOI have gone for this like 4-man play on the top side at the 8 to 10 minute mark and hope for that would be enough to swing the game in their favor. But it didn't this game. Broken Blade became massive off of all the plates that it took. And now you've got Skewmon is huge. Everyone is starting to come through.
Oh, I didn't see that.
He can't see from this angle.
I thought that was a visual. Yeah, nice spot there, nice spot.
I only just saw it because of the filth that comes from the jungle skin.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you're right. Nice play there from Elio, yeah?
Yeah, slows down whatever play could have happened top. But still, 6,000 gold. Dragon number 3 could be G2's in about a minute. But now the Baron threat there. Skewmon drives him into the wall. He gets wild growth and he catches Jojo Pure. But he flashes in right into Hans Summer's face and it's shut down. There's Jojo surviving as well. Flash from LeBron. G2 lose their jungler. And now the Broken Blade's in. Can he save the play? He's exhausted up. Damage minimized. And Mirwin is free-firing a last breath on him. He gets exhausted in response. But Super, he uses his range to his advantage. LeBron came in, but against the Caitlyn. Run, son. Run. Super taking charge of the fight. 3 for 2 right now in favor of MKOI with the Weaver's Wall, trying to bring it to equal standing with the flash from Super. The net, LeBron gets out. The Q not connecting. Super's on a charge.
Ace in the hole.
Ace in the hole going to be used. LeBron is going to get a shield up. There's the realm walk. Jojo's back alive. Actually, I don't even think he died. He just reset. He comes back in and ends up being 4 dead for G2 in the long run.
But how good is Jojo, bro? That was insane. His logic was, if I'm going down, I'm bringing Hans with me. And he flashes into the face of Hans Summer, trades his whole... Super started this objective and he's going to... Okay, he has not died yet. Good TP there from Caps. Okay, I don't have much time to break down that fight because we're straight back into the action as G2 is starting off this dragon. They don't have the resources to contest it from Koi. But again, look at Jojo here. Chain CC, lockdown, looks like he's going to die. Then he flashes into the face. Elyoya follows right behind him and Hans Summer's gone.
Also, look at the way MKOI played this as soon as BB comes into the fight. They see Yasuo, split, split, split. Nobody wants to be able to get caught in this multi-man ultimate as well. MKOI playing really well around the Yasuo intervention, and that's why Super is still in position because you could only commit to one player as Broken Blade.
So Jojo's hero antics once again setting up for MKOI. Gold lead shrunk.
But the play was so long that Skewmon ends up reviving, coming back after a TP from Caps. Super never resets, which means that they end up losing the Dragons. A sole point now for G2. They did lose a big fight. MKOI showing that they can go toe-to-toe in the 5v5. Hans Summer gonna have to be careful. His flash available, barrier off cooldown soon, but a lot of summoners were used in that little fight.
A lot of them as well, especially MKOI. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all flashes down. A couple available on G2 despite them matching with a couple too. Mid lane, the focus now. Broken Blade moves in, Caps ready to weave his wall. He's going back to sides, but MKOI have decided they need to be 5 mid, as Baron is the only threat on the map.
I just realized Caps went dead cap second.
He did indeed. He's had it for quite a bit now.
Yeah, he has. He's just
angle
throwing out damage. He is by far and away so far ahead in gold against Jojo. He's done a good job of bouncing back after what was a rough early game for him. Really, only gold lead sitting on Elyoya. So the fact that that fight was even close with the gold advantage that G2 have is impressive stuff from Koi. Let's see if they can find another fight like that. Right now they're setting up for control over the mid wave. Baron is the threat being posed by G2. They haven't, of course, started the objective off just yet.
Caps angle, though, with the Weaver's Wall. He could line down the middle of the lane, separate MKOI. Hans Summer willing to step on up, MKOI backing away. Jojo just got his Rod of Ages and leveled up to 15 for what it's worth to watch. As Mirwin, he starts rolling in, but right now, the threat of Caps is looming.
And that's the big one. Caps base sitting off the side because all those flashes were burned.
From what?
They're basically faking this. G2 don't take the bait though. They're going to just continue here.
Unsomeone willing to step up to the forefront of Elyoy. Mirwin found out seismic shove. Connects into pick at the last breath. Mirwin at half HP going down. Lauren Broken Blade will take him down. He's got a minion way to sweep through. A Q to connect. And Jojo, even though he survives that, a Weaver's Wall. A seismic shove again. It's the legend of mid. It's the legend of EU. Caps will take 2. And when things start going questionable for G2, you always have him.
G2 play beautifully around the summoner spells that were down, taunting and baiting MKOI into the Baron area, knowing that the second they did, Caps was waiting in the wings to catch them out. And with 2 members down, Baron will be for G2.
Yeah, just great patience from Caps. They knew that he was around that topside jungle. They did not get confirmation on his position. And then Mirwin just steps a little bit too far, resulting in his demise and a quick snowball for G2. Baron now secured. Another tower goes their way. And just like that, after a fight that looked like KOI had found their way back into the game, G2 reclaims control.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, MKOI tried everything, trying to see if they could bait with the ground warp as well. But Mirwin takes a step too far forward, and Caps was waiting perfectly in the wings. And at this stage, it's just G2 trying to collapse again. Caps with the Weaver's Wall as soon as they see MKOI split as well. Really nicely played by the G2 mid laner.
I thought that this was a little bit too deep, personally, but
yeah, it was
especially the wall.
Look at him here, look at him, look. I'll go Varus, He's no flash. Varus that.
That's one-time speed, by the way. Caps is, I mean, he's locked in. Yeah, there you go. And it is a rabbit on second, but it is also the play that brings G2 back into favor, that sets them up for this 4th dragon of theirs. Let's see. Caps on 3 items now with the Proto Belt. He's also got 10 stacks on a Dark Seal. It's also given time for Hans Sama to get closer and closer towards this 4th item, this pen. Back going to be taken by Jojo, I believe that was. As when we picture-in-picture, a few observers to him in the top lane. Still getting pushed on this inner turret, so there is a bit of pressure here on G2. As Mirwin, he does have TP in his reserve, excuse me. He will take turrets pretty decently. And he's just left top. G2 are like, no, forget him. So they're going to trade inner turret in the bottom lane instead.
Okay, tower for tower. I'm kind of surprised the Broken Blade didn't base earlier, but KOI now have position on the mid wave, giving them access to River. This does mean now that they're, at the very least, in a position to contest the Dragon Soul being set up by G2. Caps finally going to respond to that top tower. He'll clear out the wave, and a quick TP comes through from Mirwin.
Waiting in the wing. Skumon found out by throwing a rock. Elyoya face checking. He gets polymulti, makes a big mistake. The Captain has to flash away while Jojo gets slowed down. Cap repositions, flashes. Jojo is going to match him. MVP material shown right there. Wild growth on the Hans Summer, who's exhausted. And now MKOI ready to strike with Jojo taking the Realm Warp in. Both mid laners went 2 ham, but Super's here to clean up. That's all that matters, is that MKOI have their AD carry prime locked and loaded, impaled into what? Skumon defies his death no longer, and MKOI seal another fight.
MKOI found what they needed. Jojo was not letting Caps get away with that mistake.
They're going to try and end.
They're going to end,
They're going to try and end.
20 seconds on mid.
I think this is a mistake. I really think this is a mistake, but they're going to try.
23 on Hans Summer, 25 on BB. The mid wave is going to crash open.
This is a mistake. This is a mistake. This has to be a
10
mistake.
10 seconds on Caps. Top lane is up in 15 as well. Betty calls it a mistake. It's just going to be the inhibitor. They're backing off after this.
They have to get Drake, though. That's the problem. Like, they have to take it off the map. I think they'll probably have time. But this start to the fight looked fantastic for G2. The enemy jungler just flashes out. You think it's a free kill, but Caps goes too deep. The response from Jojo, spectacular. Isolating Caps, following the flash over the wall, and then Hans takes too much damage from both Mirwin and Super, who, by the way, was untouched in the entirety of the fight. G2 just got too overconfident. They went way too deep after what was a very promising start. They rushed, and MKOI punished.
Curious about what happened live. Inhibitor did go down, I believe, in the end of the last tick. They took Dragon.
Just make it simple, okay? We're making a much out of ourselves.
True. The simplicity has been. Caps finds a pick, Wild Growth finds a pick, and then Broken Blade ultis in. So far, that has been a recipe for success, but as you mentioned, Dagda, Dragon goes down in the replay, so No soul for G2. MKOI didn't overshoot their guns by going mid and then losing a bit of tempo to rotate to that objective.
The thing is, though, you now got Jojo with Actualizer, which is an insane breakpoint for the Rise. Level 17 from he's such a strong component of MKOI right now. And you're starting to get Soup into position where he is crashing over into these 4, 5, 6 items, which just makes him such a threat in these fights. The points where G2 were really able to punish kind of now starting to disappear, and MKOI can fight toe-to-toe against them.
4 items on Handsome. 4 on Super. He's got a BF sword as well. Might be a GA coming last. We'll see. Or at least last item before this feels like the game's going to be sealed. A minute 30 to the next Baron. Weaver's all going to be used by Caps. He's going to pick off Jojo Pure.
Jojo wins
but Jojo, yeah, Actualizer, as you said. How easy is that? Caps thought, yeah, I'll stop him. But Caps only stopped himself.
Yeah, third item Proto Belt does not equal third item Actualizer. I'm just gonna say it.
I mean, I don't even think the items matter, bro. You ran into melee range of this Rise. Like, Jojo, did you really not write anything in all chat? He wrote nothing.
Oh.
He wrote.
Old man, hold.
Wow, wow.
Yeah,
That is a little bit surprising. The respect's being shown by Jojo.
Jojo's all-pro team, so it'd be like kicking down, you know?
True.
Man, I mean, what a blunder from Caps. Like,
and this game has been full of, he's had that insane pick on Mirwin through mid, and then following up on Alvaro as well. But then through lane and through the game.
I mean, he's had highs and lows this game,
He's
absolutely.
had a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, and now, I mean, that gold lead that G2 had amassed, thrown away, but like ultimately, this comes back to an issue that they already demonstrated versus KC, which was that I would say their late game, their ability to convert that kind of mid-game state into actually closing out the game has shown problems. And I think it's just their over-eagerness to fight. It's now a consistent trend that we've seen enough times that I think that it is a clear issue that G2's dealing with. And KOI, while they did falter in the early game, their late-game decision-making is good.
Caps scored again, almost one shot. There's the realm of Caps is dead again. Just watch this. Jojo will put him in an internal prison of mid lane while G2 are a man down. Jojo ready to run it into Broken Blade, who doesn't have any summoners to get on out of this play. Super might be exhausted, but he's got so much more energy in him. Impaled to do nothing as Hunsummer tries to carry by himself. But MKOI found the mid lane goat and said, go to bed. MKOI are moving a match point, and it looks like they want an early night.
An ace, just like that. No big team fight, no big play. MKOI just kill Caps, they kill the team, and they're looking to go to match point.
It's one big blunder that cost G2 in this game, and it may just cost them the series as MKOI goes up 2-0.
I am shocked. G2 with a massive throw. Like, that was, I can't believe.
We're on. I mean, who does he think he is? The Yasuo is a counter pick, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think he learned from me when I fisted him on that Yasuo into Akali in the finals, but you know, you cannot be like me sometimes. I'm expecting a Casante or a Sion for Broken Blade next game. Yeah, you drop the Yasuo and Yone, yeah.
Drop that Prio. It's probably, how tilted do you think they are?
I don't know. I think G2 is like, actually, one thing they're really good at is coming back, so respect for them.
Yeah. Respect. We got to be careful. Go ahead and think about that game 3, because maybe they make it because, oh my God, Finn and Jack.
Well. I came in today and people were saying, I can't believe Jojopyun got first All-Pro team. Last time Caps played against Jojopyun, he made a fool out of him. But now, 2 solo kills this game, complete domination on the Rise. Jack Spectre, you predicted G2 to win 3-0, but how can you say that with a straight face after you saw this domination by Jojo?
I mean, as a G2 fan since Saturday, I am deeply disappointed in them. I don't know what's happening with Caps. He's getting destroyed. Like, okay, Rise is broken. We can agree Rise is broken in this play. Like, that was crazy, the damage from Rise. But, like, suddenly G2 just cannot, for the life of them, close out a game when they get a lead. And you even hear the voice comms. They're like, BB's like, just like, guys, come on. Please.
Like we're making it so hard for
play
ourselves.
good.
I will say we had a discussion about this in Ready Check, and I dared to counter you and say I don't think it was all that clean versus KC. I do not trust a team like that to represent us well if they're going to throw every single lead that comes their way. This is an issue.
This looks like G2 at an international, and MKOI is the Korean team right now, because they are the LPL team right now, because they are just like, even if they fall behind early, they just out-team fight them. They play better. Like, I thought Skumon on this corner and Sama and Yunara surely would have this game in the bag, but it was sloppy play after sloppy play into catch by MKOI that slowly crawled them back together, and when they get those items, they just team fight far better than G2 does.
And MKOI never say die. They never do, right? Regardless of the position that they're in, they got enough practice when their early game wasn't going well in positions like this, because I do think you really have to commend their ability, Finn, to turn these games around. And I'm sure it was in the comms, right? There's going to be a moment where we can turn this.
I mean, absolutely. And I actually think we have the perfect team fight to describe that comeback, because there was this moment around top side in the jungle where MKOI finally came back into the game. It looked like G2 was actually going to find another fantastic pick onto MKOI, but I would love to show you guys how he turns it. Now look at Georgian here. He's getting CC locked, but he's flashing forward onto Ansama, blows him up, and then just runs away with 1 HP. And suddenly the entire formation of G2 has now broken up. Their carry that's 2k gold up gets one-shot by the Rise, and they just fall apart.
Jojo's just styling on them, man. It's so frustrating to watch. And even after this, G2 still get the Dragon. They still have a 4,000 gold lead. It's like, yeah, they threw a little bit. And then we have another fight, the 28-minute Dragon fight, where it's just like, I don't know, the game is pretty much won for G2.
Yeah.
If we can pull that fight up, please, thank you. It's like they get a huge chunk on Teljoya. And if nothing happens now, the game is GG for G2. They get the Ocean Soul, but Caps goes over the wall. He gets one shot, and then suddenly a fight that was so free for them is now losing, and they just get ran down one by one, and then they lose the Dragon, they lose the Soul Win Con, and they lose the whole game.
And Jake had the audacity on cast to call me biased towards MKOI.
Yeah.
Now I think I'm just showing better analysis right now.
Bro, you're so biased to MKOI.
Is just doing so many things well. Their fundamentals, their team fighting, and their bravado in these fights just always stick together. No matter how bad the fight looks in the beginning, they see it through as a 5-man. And to me, that is what G2 is lacking right now. It feels like G2 are making too many solo plays, while MKOI, no matter what fight is happening, they are a 5-man unit.
Juntos, yes. I heard that fans are calling you a bigger MKOI fan than Ibai.
Okay, well,
That's
I'm honored. I'm
You're
honored.
honored. But the thing is, you call it like you see it, right? And like hindsight is 20/20, because their regular season wasn't that good. Like,
yes, but they did ramp up.
But
they did ramp up,
and
especially in Madrid.
To be honest, to MKOI, they always do. The thing is, I just didn't expect them to do it today in this matter, like this whole
G2
weekend.
does the same thing, right?
Yeah,
we
G2
always
the same
think
thing.
that G2 is going to be the team that ramps up, and MKOI has kind of done the same thing, but G2 always does it to a higher level.
let
I
me
thought
ask
G2
you.
would come in today, they would show their dominance, which they kind of did in this game too, but now I'm starting to think that no matter what type of gold lead you give to G2, one player is going to go do some terrible play, and then everybody's going to kind of, like, Mirwin said they don't get tilted, but they still looked pretty tilted in that game to me.
Let me ask you, because you've both been pro players at varying levels of success, and when it comes to, sometimes you see teams that on paper are supposed to be better, right?
Yeah.
But it's a whole off day. It happens. We've seen it happen. Some argue it happened at first stand. I'm not one of those people. We clearly beat Genji, or I could beat them tomorrow. But is that something that's a factor, right? That you think that you yourself become a little bit hopeless?
I mean, that's the beauty of League of Legends. It's a game of small variables right now, and it just takes a few little missteps here and there to kind of shift that momentum that you need. And to me right now, the fact that MKOI is dealing with that pressure that G2 is throwing at them way better than the opposite direction is just why they're winning these games so handedly. It looks like so many things are going poorly for MKOI. They're falling behind early game in a matchup they should be winning in, but they bounced back. And to me, that is what their strength is right now.
Yeah, they look poised to go to MSI.
It's super hard for me to continue believing in G2, but I still have to, right? I started the day out believing in G2. I will not give up on them, even if they look like they may be giving up on themselves, because I still think they have the firepower that's needed.
They're out of Wind Brothers right now. There's no more Yon or
That's
Yasuo
true.
to pick up.
That's a big one.
Unless there's a third Wind Brother that, like, maybe
BB
is
had a very good Yasuo game, so we can't even blame him, like, blame it on him. It was just, we got craps, now we're gonna get claps 3 games in a row, and he's gonna gap Jojo to the moon and back.
Or we're going to get Alvaro Nico and it's GG.
No.
No, maybe not. We'll see. We'll be right back with maybe the last game if MKOI wanted to make it to MSI right here, right now, or if we see the start of a reverse sweep.
He'll collapse out mid. Super might be in trouble. LeBron trying to see if he can get the intro polymer.
Whoa! One for Yasuo! LeBron, what are you doing?
Yasuo was in the wings!
I think
like 300
goals
goes over, you know?
Weaver's wall, Super almost dead. Arc lights him to death!
I'm taking it. Go.
No flash, nada. Yo soy.
Okay, you know 1 HP, no flash.
Pillar one, okay?
The throwers!
Nice, bro.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm the crushing. My body wanna talk. What was that?
Whoops.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day, boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Natana shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, Sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
Power to Spain. They're getting absolutely everything done here in this best of 5. And G2 haven't really said much of a word. Well, in the early game, yeah. But I'm a little bit disappointed.
Let's just say it how it is. Game 2 was bad. Okay? Game 2 was bad. Like, okay, it was a game that G2 should have won that they threw away. We even heard the comms from Koi at the end being like, they're throwers. And that's just the reality. And I will say that here in playoffs, that's not the level I want to see. I want to be seeing the same sort of performance that we saw in Game 1, where when the team gets the lead, they leverage that lead and they drive it forward. And it's disappointing to see from G2. Normally, the narrative has been for this roster that they show up in playoffs. They've been to every final through the upper bracket. They don't do it through the lower bracket, they do it through the upper bracket. They're at 10 in a row.
They've set the record for 10 in a row. If G2 don't make this finals, they break the longest streak of making finals in a row that we've seen.
Yeah, so they need to show up right now. Their backs are against the wall. A reverse sweep is the only way they're going to make it to the finals through the upper bracket. They will still have another opportunity, but right now, Koi is in the driver's seat. Great Game 1 from them. Let's see what the show is here in Game 3. The Small are going to be the ban, very much directed towards Hans Summer. The Shen targeted towards Broken Blade, maybe even Skumon in the jungle. Olaf as well thrown towards top. And yeah, I think Vi makes a ton of sense for Oljoy. He's a great Vi player. It makes a huge amount of sense in the context of what's available.
Oh, really?
But this is a good response.
It is.
Xayah Rakan, a common answer into the dive. Xayah has a ton of self-peel thanks to her ultimate.
And it does mean that now MKOI, if you kind of hard commit to this dive, you're in a bit of an awkward spot. But we have to see exactly what the game plan is. As we start to try and progress forward, a lot of mid lane pool kind of taken away, especially when you look towards like Yone and Nivea that have also been flexing the top lane. Does make it a little pinched for them.
Nico Zeri. Zeri, really?
Oh, Zeri.
This is a flex.
What season?
Mirwin, remember, has been spamming this not only in solo queue, but we saw this in Madrid as well, right?
True.
So this is still technically a flex, although it didn't look amazing in Madrid. We're just going to wait and see where this one eventually settles. As on the other side, Xin Zhao's actually been left up this time and is the natural takeaway. And Pantheon, I think. That'd be a good start.
I mean, we've already got
five
there.
I was going to say, yeah.
I'm used to watching fights.
Yeah, I think you'd probably put more of a pinch from MKOI in the mid lane. Because like, if you can force cops onto something like Victor, that gives you a very clear target then for a lot of these engagements. So if you could start taking things like the Akali away, maybe something like the Silas as well would be great. The LeBlanc as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think MKOI should for sure ban LeBlanc. I think it makes a ton of sense. They Oh, did I disappear for a second there?
Yeah. It was Vayne ban. People didn't really like the Vayne ban. Maybe Gnar angle here for MKOI is the thought. Again, that Zeri could be a flex, but when I see Vayne ban, I think tank, I think Gnar topside. Rumble now gone as well. Interesting, okay.
Yeah, I do think like Renekton and are probably going to be the focus for a lot of this. Especially start to see the bans coming through. There's the LeBlanc as the last one. So, I think with the Akali and LeBlanc on, I think a lot of these more mobile picks in the mid lane definitely kind of taken away. So,
you take Ari here before you give it to Vi combo. Ooh.
The thing is, though, if you take the Ari, I think Jojo could potentially go for the LeBlanc, the Lissandra.
Oh, yeah.
And then put, wow. Because I think Victor actually plays into the hands of MKOI here. I don't think he would have wanted to go for the Victor because it gives them a potential dive.
Well, I think Gravity Field is so good into Vi. Like, I feel that any target that she tries to go onto, you just immediately drop the Gravity Field onto it, and then you're feeling pretty happy. Jojo Syndra, I mean, that has to just be a hover, right? Like, I feel like, I mean, he has played it once this split.
What if I told you he's going to lock it in? He's not going to lock it in. I'm just in the future. He's a Scion. But what if now? You think Azir is better? Is that why you think not Syndra?
No, when I think of Jojo as a player, I feel like I've got a pretty good understanding of his style, and I just think that Syndra doesn't fit into that style. Yep. I feel like he needs something that just kind of has a lot of buttons to press. It's kind of how I think of Jojo.
He needs difficulty in his kit.
He needs his kit to have like a bunch of like options, I suppose.
He's smiling.
They are taking their time thinking about it. Like, Syndra to me really didn't feel like Ahri would. Yeah, so Ahri just makes more sense in my mind. Yeah. It gives him a way more agency, a lot more playmaking. Kled is broken blades. It's his usual answer into the Scion that we've seen a bunch of times. I can see, well, I can't see Finn, but I mean,
do you think, he normally...
He's getting the notepad out right now.
He normally wants to run up if it's a GP or a Kled, so... Let's see if this ends up being a podcast.
We're going to ban him from running up. Don't you deal with it.
Okay.
We've heard enough about Kled, okay? It's not fun anymore. Okay?
That's actually true. And versus a Scion, even though it's, good matchup, it's like...
What's he going to say? So Kled farms and he hits Scion.
He does good damage with his
matchup. W was up, so he hit him a couple of times.
Yeah. Okay,
We're really ragging on Finn now.
Do you know he, never even thought MKOI was good at any point in time?
He did. Shout out. Finn did believe, though.
Well, Koi at match point, I honestly think G2 drafted pretty well into what Koi have gone for. Again, a lot of dive on the side of Koi.
Yeah.
They've got solid front to back with both the Ahri and the Zeri as their main damage threats. Kled, I think, is the big wild card in this draft in terms of its backline threat, who can lock down, the amount of pressure it can potentially put down onto the Zeri, and also Alvaro's support. Like, when we say he plays engaged supports, Nico is in that wheelhouse. His ability to find great engages, pair up with Elyoya, is something that we're used to seeing from him. Let's see what engages he can find in this Game 3.
Well, I am going to alarm you that BB is on a 6-win streak with this Kled, 13-5 career-wise. So, stats don't really lie. Unless he loses, then stats are complete lie. But G2 losing 3-0 against MKOI, that would be the biggest shock of all. Ignore the Kled and look at the teams. As MKOI are on match point to lock in MSI. They would be our first team to do so here in the LEC, and G2 would have to make a lower bracket run to get to that finals for a grudge match. But so far, MKOI have just been the better team. I mean, Elyoya's back here as he's going to face check, though. Skumon kind of trying to prove that differently as he moves to half HP, but he's in the jungle, and he'll just smite something down and he'll heal up. Don't worry about it. Let's begin.
I think his biggest worry was Skumon trying to go for a repeat invade, and that's why he stuck in the early ward just to spot out if this Inzet was going to try and invade, because you do, with the W start, go very low as Elyoya on the initial level 1, because you don't have a very fast clear with the W, so... but he should be offline here.
Good down, Jojo with a good trade here, possibly popped H as well.
So great for the observers to putting it on this mid matchup, because you can see how, so both these mid laners are incredibly famous for their laning, especially here in EU.
Yep.
And basically, Jojo, he's playing a little bit more passive in the lane, but basically what he's doing is he's spacing in a way that forces Caps to overextend in the lane, which just gives Jojo the opportunity to kind of rely on the minions to thin out the wave. He can then get a core level up, and then he trades back using Electrocute super well, as you're seeing, and he's relying a lot on his W when Caps doesn't have his shield up to then answer back. So they're both very low, both trade a bunch of HP, both have gone through both pots, and junglers then have to be alarmed, but they're like, oh god, my mid lane is full trading again. They're now both at about 30% HP, both junglers. I'm keeping my eyes on them because this is prime real estate for an early gank.
We haven't had much of this mid lane matchup, but it is something that, again, we want to see a lot more of. So far, being competitive within the lane, and here you can see it again. Caps trying to utilize that 4-second window as Jojo stepping up. Here we go, laser down, charm.
Tower shot.
But the turret shot, I mean, bone plating was down. Maybe Jojo could have done more damage individually, but it gets close there with Caps walking into range.
Both of them just going to back away, though. The reset's going to come through to make sure they're going to be fine, but already very explosive matchup in the mid lane. Jungler's just clearing down towards the bottom side, though, so no real effect coming through. Super, though.
Sorry.
Maybe some good push on bot lane.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. Just a very small thing. So Jojo's wave is in an awful spot. So he actually just stays in the fog of war, waits. I think he counted 8 seconds. He then waits for Caps to go back, quickly rushes back into the lane, pushes the wave out so that he can then get a nicer base, and it gives him a bit of extra gold, but also the wave is now not in a horrible spot because, well, it's still in a pretty bad spot. But but at least he, at least it wasn't slow pushing as aggressively as it was before.
That's not going to press W until now. Jojo just gets right down as you can see Skumon crossing behind him. He's going up towards this Raptor camp, or at least towards Scuttle. One of the monsters we have in Summoner's Rift is Elyoya's looking for a dive. He's spotted out on a ward. Alvaro's pretty low and low on mana. I don't know how this dive's going to go.
It's not.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's the analysis I came here for. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they had no way.
Oh, hang on. There's Finn when you need him. Mew in a bit of trouble. There's the pullback as well, almost. Turret gets him off the bike.
It's a lot of wasted time, though, by Elyoya. Like, could have gone for the reset, could have tried to do a bit more. So now Skumon going to be positioned on this top half of the map after clearing the crab. And we'll just look for the reset. So Elyoya still will have the faster reset, but with Skumon being able to transition up to the top side and get the scuttle and now clear his top end, kind of gives Skumon a little bit of a better reset on this next attempt.
All right, well, very intense laning across the board.
Yeah,
so bot lane built advantages.
Flash, with the charm.
Jojo.
Caps down, puts down the gravity field. Jojo's going to get out of it. Electrocute back for the trade, but yeah, Jojo tried to...
He tried to predict.
Tried to shoot a shot.
He thought the Caps would sidestep to the left, so he tried to read it with the charm. Of course, Caps just stands his ground. So it does look really bad for Jojo, but the intent was very much, I think Caps will do this.
Yep.
But Caps, he stays
It's also
fast.
relatively low risk, right? Because Jojo is going to hit level 6 on this next wave, and then we'll have access to the ultimate. So even if you try and go for some sort of play around mid, it's Victor Zinzao. Like, it's not insane to try lockdown to try and set up on towards an Ahri, so he should be fine to be able to escape on the next play. But if you got anything out of Caps like a flash, or you got the kill, suddenly that becomes a much easier time to try and gank this Victor, especially as the Vi hits level 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? If the charm hits, he gets a kill, and we're like, oh my goodness, Jojo, the greatest mid ever, right? So it's you miss every shot you don't take. Right now, though, Alvaro looking for a good flank here.
He does have a great angle of that, waiting for the Tangle Barbs onto Labrov, onto Hunsummer. He flashes for the angle. He pulls out the Blooming Burst. It's good damage, but now Alvaro's on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. Elyoya has to save the day. The route down, though, Hunsummer has Alvaro's number, almost getting the kill. Yes, he does. It ticks over for first blood. Meanwhile, Labrov dies.
Labrov gave his life to make sure that that play didn't go worse. Labrov positioned himself right beside the wall so that then Elyoya couldn't flash over him to get the punch over the wall to hit onto Hans Sama. Really nicely done by Labrov. It actually saved Hans Sama and potentially it from being a double kill.
I also just love that in this series, both AD carries, when faced with a threat, just stand their ground and hit whoever's in front of them. Super is full HP here, and just watch how Hansama doesn't care, just hits Super. He's not hitting anyone else, he's just hitting Super, Super, Super. He knows that Super is the threat, forces Super out, and now here comes the play that you were talking about.
Yeah, but watch where Labrov positions, right beside the wall, which denies the flash Q over the wall, and it means that then Hansama can get a kill back and then transition away. And as you said in the live, ultimate from Caps down to mid forces Jojo to use the ultimate himself, and now with G2 having control over mid, we'll get Dragon.
Hansama just flashed away, by the way. He's going to get flashed on, almost died. Feathers out on Super! Hans solo kill! And this is what we're talking about with Hans Mama this split.
The timing there for Hans. He last hit a minion, it gave him level 6. Super realizes way too late that he's overcommitted a level down, and then he ends up losing his life. G2 go 2-1 up on the scoreline.
That 2-0 start for Hans Sama. Will it be enough? 670 gold here as the Labrov gets the plating after the push in bot. BF sword as well as the slingshot in the inventory. Look at the comparison. Super has boots, longsword, and his starting item with a cull. So obviously the power right now is going to go towards Isaiah. Skumon looking for an entrance in the mid lane. He might actually find it. Alvaro going to dodge away. Gravity field on Jojo though. The all-in, the Labrov roam. It's great with the 3 talent strike, finding Jojo before he can escape.
Wow, what a fantastic gank from G2. Caps positions himself very far forward in the lane to put the gravity field in front of Jojo. That means he guarantees get rooted up. This sets up for both Skumon and Labrov to chain CC him, and they get a kill and they hand it over to Caps. Ideal outcome, perfect setup. G2 get another kill.
And Elyoya spotted here by Skumon and co, but the reinforcements for MKOI here is, I don't know how aggressive Elyoya can try and stick around here.
Remember, charge brings Broken Blade in pretty quick, so Elyoya has to be quick. He has to get out after taking it. I will say though, Skumon has already retreated back into his own jungle on the bot side, so kind of giving up the fact that this red buff is no longer his. Might be a cross invade with the red buff of Elyoya, now spawning down the bottom side.
Yeah, the ping's already coming down. You can see them on your minimap right now. Hansama was also pinging out Jojo earlier, very much expecting the rotation down from Jojo. That's the Labrov TP coming towards bot lane. This should also be the grub secured for Koi. Seems that G2's pretty indifferent about trying to contest this, which I think is a sensible choice.
Jojo knowing he's weak side of the map right now, puts the ward down. Super's going to crash down though into Caps. Gravity Field put down. There's a Chaos Storm in response as well. Caps just going to force him out and on for ult trade.
Alvaro moving down into this bottom side to try and deny the G2 dive on towards Jojo. We'll spot out the Skumon is here, so very split map. But Jojo sitting under tower, really like to try and clear this farm as quickly as possible.
Poked up with a feather pullback. Labrov now thinking about what he can do in the dive. Skumon hovers after Krugs. Super's coming down. Now, Super doesn't have that ulti, does have a pickaxe for extra damage. Skumon not even thinking about the dive anymore, however. He's going to start these Raptors off with Elyoya, who came from the reset.
Got support though, so I think Elyoya is, unless he can get a smite.
Yeah,
nicely done.
Walks in, Skumon can't do anything, didn't have smite up.
So, G2 hold on to a small lead for now. A lot of it sitting on both Caps and Hansama. But G2's early game hasn't really been in question this playoffs. They've been able to find good early games, especially against KC. It very much comes to that mid game, so let's see how much of a lead G2 can build off the back of the early advantage they've already been able to accrue. Meanwhile for Koi, if they're going to make any plays, they largely have to be driven by both Jojo and Elyoya. This Ari plus Vi combo is lethal at finding picks, specifically because of the chain CC. Alvaro going to get knocked up.
It's Labrov on a turret though. Pop wasn't going to be used, but doesn't find anyone. The feathers are out once again. Hansama looking for a route back onto Alvaro. He won't find it, but it turns into a dive. Skumon pulling out the Crescent Guard. Super is the turret and the target. Rather, it is going to be 1-for-1 trade. Well, Alvaro out of mana, out of options, out of HP. He tries the shadow going as to someone else, but Hansama's going to clear the wave. And dive number 2 is coming up as Alvaro holds it from the turret for now.
Alvaro, I think, is just trying to run for the turret. It means that then it has to be Labrov who takes the kill, rather than giving it to Hansama.
Solo kill again. How long has it been? He did this versus Busio. Alvaro's going to run into the turret. It is another solo kill for Labrov. That's his third of Spring.
That is not a solo kill.
It is. There was nothing on the board, Betty, as you are wrong.
Okay. Statistically, it might count. Statistically, it might count, but he did like that.
But do you remember when earlier today I said we should look at Labrov's solo kill? This is why.
Still though, nicely played by G2, right? Hansama ends up being able to ult away. Skumon in the perfect position to follow up on this as well. Does go down, and then it's just G2 basically playing with their food. They're waiting for the reset on the tower aggro, waiting for the next wave as Hansama starts to pull it. And I think it's a good call from Alvaro. You know that if this wave hits the tower, you are going to die to Hansama. So instead, he walks towards the enemy turret knowing he's going to die, but gives the kill to Labrov instead of the Hansama.
Gives the kill to Labrov. I agree, Dagda.
But if you look at
it's still a solo kill.
It's just like Busio the other day. He got low on the Nami, and Labrov waited like 10 or something seconds, stopped the back, and got another solo kill. So he's now beating Fleshy. His Broken Blade's going to remount, but this means nothing. I guess that's why we don't have Finn up here, because Meerwood right now is just holding his own. It's whatever as MKOI start the Dragon on the bottom side. Skumon looks busy, wanting to get involved in this.
Hunt has no ult. Labrov does, though. I think that that's enough for them to start a fight. Let's see how things transpire. Elyoya alone in the pit.
Turning, Elyoya goes over, but it's right into the waiting hands of Labrov. An easy kill for Hansama's Pop Blossom is to negate the play, but MKOI have to get out of there. Spirit Rush already used by Jojo Pyun while we look at the left side of the play, and it's Alvaro getting whomped by a stick and a bat. Broken Blade is roamed on down, the charge already used, but he's cutting off the escape path as Bear Trap on a rope falls short, but G2 took an easy fight around that Drake.
Nice setup from G2. Immediate TP in from Broken Blade at the start before things really kicked off. And Labrov using the ultimate, the charm, to stop Alvaro being able to follow up at the Pop Blossom. Really nicely played by G2.
I mean, I was surprised to see the arrival of Broken Blade, but it seemed that both teams were committed to contesting this objective. The TP flank comes in from him. But again, I think the positioning from Koi is a bit of a mess here. They've got Jojo creating a flank, but Vi gets caught out before the fight really starts off, sitting alone on the Dragon already, starting to lose your HP. I think the target focus was clear, very easy, and the Rakan-Xin combo worked beautifully as G2 get themselves more kills. They get a tower, they get Dragon. This game is turning into a snowball for G2.
But we've had a snowball already in this series. It's about closing it out. I mean, it's a 4K gold lead, it's 2 Dragons, but this feels like deja vu to what, last game? Where we saw good early game from G2?
Absolutely.
So it is a confidence builder, but is it going to be enough? Knock up here onto Elyoya. Vault Breaker trying to be interrupted by Skumon and Labrov. He's going to flash instead, so he gets out, but now his blue buff is forfeit.
Labrov just saw Alvaro reset, so they were more than happy to hard force that play in the top side. Now they will get presence and the top tower, looks like, as good flash from Caps.
Yeah, Caps does respond well. As Jojo once again sends out that charm.
So nice so far by G2, right? Finding moments where they can try and punish and play off the fact they have this 4K gold lead. They're just waiting on that next wave to come in until they get that top tower as well, which has already been worked through. TP now from Caps to try and help out on this bottom side, but I don't actually think he can reconnect with this tower right now.
Yeah, I think his main goal was to catch the wave.
He could have walked for that though.
Right? That's true. He could have. Tempo this, tempo that, something.
Still going though. Hang on.
In.
They're up on the rope.
I don't think he's in danger.
I don't know. Decimating Smash. Maybe Broken Blade's the one in danger. Vault Breaker right into his face. And Broken Blade opted in for this. 3 members are going to send it in with a root down. Pop Blossom. Broken Blade flashes over after getting off the bike. Minwin flash ulties, but he's about to remount. Broken Blade with the shotgun. There he is. Back on the tricycle. Now for Broken Blade, can he find a re-engage? The answer is no. But MKOI wanted to send it for that little Kled.
Broken Blade just barely getting that reset, and if Finn was here, he would be talking about that was basically the change to Kled, is that he can get remounted faster, coming in clutch there, because not only did he get out, he ended up losing a wave for MKOI in that top side, plus he got the push out and the wave collected by Caps on the bottom lane as a result.
Alvaro in trouble. Quickness going to say absolutely yes. Gravity Field as well. Alvaro's going to flash away, but to no avail. Chaos Storm down to execute Alvaro. And Caps is back on top. Egregious game 2, much better in game 3.
Yeah, pick after pick. G2 are finding more opportunities. I will say that while Broken Blade did escape, that was a problem of his own making.
It was indeed.
Chasing after Minwin in the enemy jungle, recognizing the Koi was on the bottom side of the map. 15 minutes in though, it's G2 with a 4K gold lead, my apologies. They're going to start the Herald off. I don't think Koi can contest this because Jojo was getting collapsed on a top lane. He was forced to use his TP to get out of that situation. And the map is quickly falling apart for Koi.
It was a charge used by Broken Blade. Wasn't going to hit anyway, but it was just the threat that Broken Blade was incoming. As Alvaro scouts this out, Smite gets the Herald down. G2 now going to be found out that's Skumon, and he's going to get popped. Yeah, Super takes the kill before Crescent Guard comes out. And while the objective goes down, Super does get a much-needed kill.
They'll take what they can get from this situation, but still a big win for G2. They can now use this Herald to break open that mid-tier 1, which will just open up the map a lot more, and they can really start to play through side lanes and get control over the enemy jungle. Let's see how G2 transition this advantage, because Koi are quickly running out of opportunities. They're very reliant now at this point in the game on Super's late game insurance. Maybe if the Zeri can get to like 3 items and they can find a good fight, that's a way in which MKOI can come back into this game. Sion is progressively going to get harder and harder to kill. Xayah not traditionally considered one of the best tank killing AD carries. On top of that, Koi do have a lot of pick potential with both the Vi and the Ahri. They have ways to try and catch G2 off, whether that be in side lanes or in river or in the setup. Ultimately though, Broken Blade, I still think he's that wild card. How can he change the dynamic of the fights? Right now he doesn't have to be one because of the lead that G2 hold on to, but he's always going to be that threat, ready to charge at a moment's notice.
You ever have in primary school, you know, kids fight with sticks or whatever, and there was always that kid who had the biggest stick? Is that a thing you had? No. We have a lot of sticks in Australia.
I absolutely used to fight with sticks.
Kids are just hitting each other with sticks?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
used to imaginary sword fights. Wouldn't Kled fights where you'd be riding a mount, I will
some
admit.
kid would always come in with the biggest stick, and that feels like Broken Blade in this game, I think. Yeah, important to note. 4K gold lead, 15 seconds till Drake. That'll be number 3 for G2. And MKOI, it does feel like walking into this brush is a danger on its own right. Zone control that comes from Hans Summer and from Caps this game have been exceptional. As Broken Blade adds pressure in the top lane, even if Dragon is forfeited somehow, G2 are still finding pressure.
Robin a good flank though. Just trying to see if he can poke his head in behind them. MKOI needs to be careful. Jojo also in a similar position though.
They're not going to back away yet. MKOI. That's it. Dragon's gone. Soul point. from Chemtech Soul, not the best, but now Jojo, as you said, his position wary is Han Summer's going to be found out. Instead, Skewmont as well. He's going to be rooted up. Crescent Guard down. This is a 3 versus 2. Skewmont avoiding the damage, but as he gets the knockup, wait, Han Summer's willing to take those odds. The root comes in. El Yoya's alive, but here he comes. Charge down the line. It won't be blocked. El Yoya flashes over, but jousting from Broken Blade as in comes the rest of the cavalry. Cut off the position. The quickness on top of Super's head. And G2 used Broken Blade like the great bicycle he is.
I think he's looking for more. Alvaro, is he really going to threaten a dive? Skewmont also going between towers.
Yes, indeed he is. The dive will continue. Broken Blade will dismount, but G2 are going to find their outer turret eventually anyway. Caps also gets inner thanks to the Herald. And this time it feels very personal from G2.
It feels like this game is locked and loaded for G2. We look back at the replay, and this is a 2 versus 3.
Yeah.
They force an engage, they try to catch out Skewmont. He is not falling thanks to his ultimate. Soup is then forced to overcommit, allowing for Han Summer to just free hit. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the rift, there's no way for Jojo to get involved because his flank is being completely shut down. And then with the arrival of Broken Blade, they can chase down Koi. They get a kill. Super then thinks with the root, maybe he can get something back, but it's too little too late. And it's a double kill over to Han Summer.
It's a good route from Han Summer at the start of that fight as well. It denies Alvaro getting in range with that ultimate. And that's something we've seen pretty consistently in this game, is that Alvaro's ultimate hasn't been able to connect. The Brawl with Charms is interrupted, the roots from Han Summer. There's been a lot of tools that have just kept him out. And especially when we were looking towards Alvaro as kind of the big difference maker for MKOI in this new era, it feels like, of Spring. He just hasn't been able to find that same level of success. And now, though, with the Hextech protocol completed and the Flash, we'll have to see if things can start to change.
Also, on Alvaro's pick, I mean, this Nico, he's been synonymous with it in the LEC for the past couple of years, of him being one of the craziest engaged supports. Even we saw versus Vitality yesterday, his predictions were wild. But this game, he's been really shut down, and it is, again, the ode of Labrov being on engage himself once again. We're 1-1 and 8. He's been great. Pop Blossom shuts me up, though. It's a 2-man. He will die for it. Those Han Summers want to predict with a Feather Storm that cuts them deep. MKOI run away. G2 on the chase. Labrov again looks for the run up as he dodges away from the charm. His quickness gives him movement speed to find Super. And that 80 carry ain't out of dodge yet. We look towards Broken Blade up on the top side of Mirwin. They're just fighting it out. Look, stuck on the blast cone. Kled is going to run away, but Scarl, he'll come back eventually as Mirwin looks to run, but Baron's up, and eventually Mirwin will die.
Well, that's so funny. He just stood on the blast. Oh, well, now, can Alioya even get close to the Baron? I'm going to say no on that one.
I think he might be dead. Close to blast cone going to be used. There's the shock down as well. Mirwin re-engages on a Han Summer. He's dead. Super gets the space out of the fight, and now Skewmont's gone as well. Super cuts it back with Broken Blade, silences him with caps. MKOI have 4. They stop the potential Baron, and Mirwin turn getting caught out into finding an exceptional angle.
Mirwin and Super with the hero play for MKOI there. It felt like G2 were about to set up for the Baron with little counterplay. But Mirwin on the flank and Super playing that perfectly to get the kill onto Han Summer.
Yeah, really love that flank from Mirwin. I couldn't help myself from laughing because that interaction just looked so awkward. Mirwin had nowhere to go.
Yep.
And then, yeah, he turns that into a play. Locking down Han Summer, getting his flash out as well is so valuable, especially with the Dragon spawning in about a minute's time. Hans' ult is going to be up, but that threat of a backline dive is now there for Koi. We look back at this, and I mean, it starts off with Han Summer just reacting perfectly. Great ultimate. Instantly one-shots Alvaro, turns it into a chase, but LeBron commits his ultimate here as well. They don't even convert it, the exhaust used. Of course, he does have the Summoner's spell book. But then, when they come towards the Baron, this flank from Mirwin is just perfect.
Oh. Yeah, and it's Super as well. Immediate crash down into just unloading onto Han Summer. There's nothing that this Aya could do, didn't have anywhere to try and run away from. And although Broken Blade does end up finishing off Super, he'd already done his job. And it means that MKOI are able to turn that back a little bit.
The game's not done, and this is the fear for the G2 fans, is it history repeating from game 2?
Well, it might just be, because G2 are looking at this Chemtech, so seeing if they can set it up. It's just about to spawn, and already G2 are in position. You got MKOI trying to move Jojo down, but it all comes down to this. Can MKOI try and hold?
Han Summer has the push in mid lane. Elyoya is going to be spotted out on the ward. Chemtech Dragon up in 5. Hansama now moves in with the rest of the team while Broken Blade is looking to pressure mid in this inner turret. If G2 don't get this Dragon, it's not the end of the world, but they sure as hell want that buff.
Dragon going to be aggroed. Elyoya on the flank. Jojo on the other. G2 being threatened from multiple sides, but here comes Broken Blade.
Where does he charge? Jojo's going to be found out. Elyoya spotted out over the wall. Quickness popped out by Lebrovsky. One in the backline. Pop Blossom negated. Hansama spaced it so well, and Cup's got the Chaos Storm down. It feels like a G2 win before it's even begun. And Mirwin's still in the middle, but the rest of the team has fled. All it took was Hans to get space, and they'll give it with ease, and Super's going to be followed over the wall. I've never seen that interaction at all. It looked like hacking from Broken Blade, but he charges Super down, and damned be terrain in this game.
Skumond, his target focus was simply fantastic. Keep your eyes on the G2 jungler, as before this fight really kicks off, he just dives straight onto Super, an early ult from the Brov. He's zoning the Ahri away, working with Broken Blade to keep Jojo out of the fight completely. Then G2 play the front to back, eliminate Alvaro right off the bat. And MKOI, they can't regroup. Their coordination gets broken apart by great aggression. Broken Blade follows Super to the ends of the earth, and it ends up being another kill for Hansama.
And we come back to live, it might be even more. Elyoya is right in the thick of two people right now, blocked by Lebrov. Easy as that, Decimating Smash can do a bit of work, but Lebrov still stays standing with the Gleaming Quill. He'll sustain. Broken Blade just can't really be maimed at this point by these two. And G2 got the Baron. They're going to get inner turret top. It is going to move to 10,000 gold. And surely this time, G2 can see it through and give us the series.
Skumond moving across the mid lane just to make sure you got two lanes to play off as G2. MKOI trying to stand in front of the top lane inhibitor with no jungler. The charm though!
Well, it's not too bad. Pop Blossom as well on his way, but Hansama sends out the Featherstorm. He's being targeted, doesn't get a root down. Free firing as much as he can. He finds Jojo. Hans will live. As good as it looks, you have to take down Hansama if you want to get through to the rest of G2. As Chaos erupts with the storm, and Ace goes down, and Super wanted this bot lane to woke up. I think he got his wish.
Incredible performance by G2's bot lane. Hansama 12, 1, and 4 as G2 are on to the Nexus.
I think Kalish should be fearing that vote. Maybe Hansama wants a recount at this point as G2 move us to game 4.
25 minutes was all it took for G2 to dominate in this game. They bounced back strong. Looks like Aoife's looking for an interview.
Maybe she's excited to see a
she's got
series.
Broken Blade.
Yeah, Broken Blade. One game, they kind of stomped you. The other, you had full advantage and you threw it. What's the summary of this game?
This time we didn't throw our lead. It's a plan for next game as well.
Let's go, let's go. Mirwin, you probably didn't hear it. He had some choice words from you. He said he used words that I can't even repeat on broadcast. It was that bad. He even said you should just play Sion or Cassante. So what do you have to say about that now that you won on Kled and styled on him?
I mean, we saw who ended up on Sion, so...
That says enough. Thank you. Go ahead, Broken Blade, because, yeah, it's not over yet, Finn, but that Kled was really spicy.
I mean, it is, as BB said, we saw who ended up on Sion, and it is once again a Kled masterclass by Broken Blade into the Sion. We've seen it so many times now, and I kind of want to break down a little bit of the play pattern of this Kled into Sion matchup, because he always manages to generate these massive leads on the Kled, and I kind of want to show what the play pattern is on Kled against Sion so you can repeat it in your solo queue. You might not be Broken Blade, and you might not be crazy like he is, but you can still play this matchup because it's so simple. All you really have to do is fight. Every single time you see him connect his Q, he's just going to walk up and out-attack the Sion. And what you will continue to do here is you're going to keep generating a big wave that you stack in to the enemy tower, and now what do? You stack this massive wave, and the miracle thing on Kled into Sion is the Demolish proc. Now I'm gonna press Kled there, and I'm gonna show you guys the Demolish. It scales with your maximum health. Now Kled has the highest maximum health in the entire game. So what you do is you keep pushing, and you keep getting these big waves in, and you proc this demolish. And I'm gonna speed this matchup up because you're gonna see him do the exact same thing. Big wave into demolish. Big wave into demolish. And over time, you just start accumulating these massive leads in this matchup. And this is what allows Broken Blade to then roam around the map, because he constantly has that side pressure. You see, big wave into demolish. Fight, 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 fight. Big wave into demolish. Anyone can do this. My Nan could do this if she wanted to. She can play Kled against Sion because it's so simple. And you might not have the mechanics of Broken Blade, but you can generate leads just like him. Just remember this simple trick. Push big wave into demolish. I'm now gonna walk over to my analysts and talk about why G2 might be winning now, Jack Spectre.
Can I ask you a question, though?
Yes.
Because Mirwin was talking big talk, right? Yes. He said, you should play Cassante or Sion. He capitulated, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Embarrassing.
Are you, I mean, you're disappointed in your boy.
Embarrassing? I mean, it is a bit embarrassing to talk that much trash and then just lock in the Sion and kind of go down.
Nice.
But it is
trash talking after sucks. Trash talking before is
you have
much
to
nicer.
do it before. Like, I would like to see Mirwin play his funny champions, you know. But in the end, like, he had to play tank this game. It's honestly the coach's fault. Like, it's his fault.
Right.
Yeah, he probably forced him.
I just feel like, I mean, we're saying that Mirwin should play the funny champs, but BB has now played Yasuo, Yone, Kled.
He's a comedian, isn't he?
Yeah, that's hilarious. I was wrong. I said Alvaro's going to lock in Nico and he's going to go to MSI. Yikes.
He did look in Nico.
He might still go to MSI. Hey,
yes,
it might still be true.
True. But you said he saw the montage plays in his head.
I feel like he was always trying to make a montage. Like, he kept trying to go for these kind of over-ambitious plays, but Hansama was not having it. I think, like, we could go through every single play, every single team fight in this game, and it just feels like a Hansama montage. I want to get that Hansama just... Can we watch some of those plays?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We also have that one where he gets level 6.
The one where he gets level 6, every single time he ulted, like, Alvaro's flash ultimate. Like, he just played so well this game. And it's now 2 out of 3 games where I think Hansama's really had Supa's number. And it feels like Hansama has really stepped up after Supa said they need to wake up.
Yep.
Hansama is fully...
Oh, he knew!
Yeah.
He's baiting it. He has to line out, and then the moment he flashes in, it's such an easy play. Well played by Hansama.
You level up.
Yeah.
Oh, he did!
Wifi, bro.
Oh, I love that. Called it and everything.
I mean, I feel like this is one of Hansama's best champions of all time. I remember back in his Misfits days, he kind of made a name for himself on the Saya, still delivering these performances now after all these years. It's so impressive to see 13-1-4 on Saya.
Yeah. Also, quietly, Lebrov having a good series again. We're not going to talk about that Lulu ult the other game. That wasn't really his fault anyway. Right? But yeah, this bot lane stepping up indeed, and now really seeing a game where G2, I think they had probably a very serious talk in the locker room, right, with their coaching staff, with their performance coach, because obviously the mental hasn't affected them, and they still started the same way they did in game 2. They just didn't throw the lead.
They didn't throw, and I feel like overall, it was just a clean G2 game. You kind of saw that discipline that you normally see. They just played for Dragons, played good team fights. Hansama was consistent. Caps was off doing his own thing, and BB was having fun, but still being very useful. And everybody came together without really any sort of mishap, and it gives me a lot of confidence that the reverse sweep is actually in them, because this is the sort of like make or break point when you've already thrown once. If you then cannot like close out a game like this again, the whole team can start to fall apart.
It's true. G2 has reverse swept twice before, and MKOI has never been reverse swept. So
first time for everything.
Well, I feel quite confident still in my prediction.
You do?
I mean, I did say MKOI 3-2 because
3-2,
I
so
do
the
not
next one
trust
is
MKOI
G2.
to finish the series cleanly, okay? Let's be real. This team, whenever they get ahead and they win like 2 games in a row, they will lose focus. They will get impatient and start disrespecting a little bit. And this is exactly what we saw in this game here. Now, I think we will see a return to form for MKOI in game 4 because I didn't really like the draft. I really liked the draft from G2 this game. I think the Kled was super good. I think the Syrakan into the Vi first pick was super clever and completely nullified this MKOI playset that we have seen. We've seen MKOI commit to engages super well, but when you have the Syrakan to peel back from that and just play backwards, I think it's a super good plan by G2 and executed flawlessly.
They did. They executed it absolutely flawlessly, and that means G2 is back in the race. Will they make this a reverse sweep or not, or will MKOI close the door when we come back?
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna
last. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
guys. No flash, no flash, no flash. Nice. There we go, by the way. Look at it. I will go here. Cover. And you can no flash. Arjun. We can win this, we can win this. I'm very strong. I'm running. Block. I'm running, I'm going on. Brilliant. Nice. Skills. Good hustle, guys. Good job.
But the job's not done. It was a good hustle, but it's not done yet. G2 finally find their first game of this series. But MKOI is still on match point, and an organization that has never been reverse swept here in the LEC, MKOI have got the opportunity to still seal it twice over. But you never underestimate G2. That's probably
KOI's never been reverse swept.
That's what it said on the prompter, and I read everything on the prompter.
Wow.
I'm the Ron Burgundy of the LEC. Anything that goes on there.
That's also just not true. The amount of stuff you missed that's on that prompter is
Yeah, but that's my brain. That's not to do with the, you know, if I actually registered it, it'd be covered out. I mean, last week, what did I say? I said invalid response or something when we had a pause, but I missed the rest of the text.
Yeah, so you didn't read out everything that's in front of you.
I'm not reading that, though. And we're going on a pick and ban. I love our observers, by the way, as we go Annie, Smolder, Oriana. Production's messing with me, but I mean, I'll tell you one thing. This is going to be a good draft. Surely this lifts up my spirits because we don't have a lot available. With Pantheon gone as well, there's the last big jungler, I feel like, out of the way outside of Wukong.
And who else? Let me have a look. Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at the list of junglers both have played, gentlemen,
we're into Lee Sin
territory. I was just about to say, we're getting close to Lee Sin territory.
Oh, and Scumon's so great. I mean, we loved his Lee Sin the other day. And you know the funniest thing was, it was 2 kicks that changed the whole game.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, yo, Scumon's Lee Sin actually was pretty good.
They were 2 kicks enabled by Yahoo.
Yahoo gave him. Yeah. Here you go. Let's see if we come up again. Yeah, Senna's been playing a lot by these guys in solo queue. In fact, some supports as well in the LEC.
Yeah, just the Deathfire Touch Black Cleaver combo. Very strong. But we'll have to see what the game plan is going to be, because I do think Lee Sin, very strong. This is also where we might start to see Oyoya go back into things like the Kiana that we see him oftentimes bring out the deeper we get into a series. But with the Ashe Seraphine still up and available, looks like it's going to be the Seraphine.
Take Ashe away from the pairing.
It's what do you pair it with then, though, is the problem, right?
Yeah, Ashe Lulu's gone. Ashe Nico's gone. Ashe with Engage.
I mean...
Ashe Brom.
Yeah, unless you're like Ashe Karma.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Dagda can cook as well. Makes bread and he cooks us.
Ashe Brom is horrible, I think.
It is. I feel like
it's Seraphine, you're having a bad old time.
Yeah.
Ashe Rel, you could maybe do. Ashe...
Alice?
No.
Even then, yeah.
It's an Ashe Yumi. All right,
Ashe
now
Pike.
that's out of the way.
Do you think Ashe Pike, am I cooking too much?
They might have to be Karma, though. Karma's the only one that hasn't been picked. I think it kind of has to be Karma. Anyway, I'm more interested in junglers. What do they do? What are we cooking here, G2? Oh, Twisted Fate. So that's a flex. Can we play both top and mid? We've been seeing it a bunch AP mid recently, though.
And it is unfortunate because it means that then you're separating the Seraphine Twisted Fate Braum combo as well that Vitality really liked. So.
Just stop it. Oh my god. Never live that down, will they?
Funny, though. That's a throwback. All right, Koi, what do we got cooking here? Ashe is the obvious... Sorry, not the Ashe. What am I saying? Not the Ashe is the obvious pairing. Misfortune. So you can... So for those viewers at home that don't know, the way that Seraphine's E works is that it gets additional effects depending on the status ailments of the opponent or the target that it's hitting. And so the Make It Rain can slow, and then if the E hits again, it'll root them, and then if it hits them again, it'll stun them, right? So that's usually why you see Ashe Seraphine, but MF Seraphine can apply a similar combo. And then when you add on to that the Encore, her ultimate, you have the potential for a wombo combo. With a Rumble to round things out, you start to see the combo that Koi is starting to draft.
I mean, the thing is, though, you can still put this TF into the top lane, or you can just go for the Vayne here for Broken Blade as well. Does mean then you have to leave an awful lot of that like bot lane synergy off the table, which looks like will be the call. Could be the Neferi top.
Yeah, I like this. And even though for Broken Blade right now in his solo queue, he's spamming so much TF top, I like that G2 have thrown this spanner in saying, we can run the Neferi, which It's a good option. Navaris, maybe a good option into Rumble.
No,
you don't like it?
I feel like into Rumble, you just can't play it. I think the reason why they did this was so they could pinch the pool. Because, yeah, I was about to say they're probably going to ban Wukong and they're probably going to ban Qiyana. Would be the two junglers that I would expect. They're really limiting the options. And then Koi doing the same thing. Yeah, they read that the Neferi is going jungle. They're banning out the Ornn. The other usual thing that you would consider is like Aurora, but I don't think Broken Blade is an Aurora player. In a Rumble, what else can you put? Like, you could do Jace.
I think you just put the TF top. I think you're fine, and then you can just go for, like, you could even take the Aurora mid for caps if you really wanted to, right?
Yeah,
so, I think you still have a lot of flexibility. The only thing is then you're heavily reliant on this Ashe to be your engage tool, so you probably still want to try and pair some sort of engage alongside LeBron.
Poppy's a great ban. Poppy's a really good ban. Does mean that this Qiyana pick, we've been talking a lot about it just because Elyoya, he showed it to us last split in the best of 5 semi-final against KC. Oh yeah, we forgot Bard. What's yeah, this is completely fine. But there we are, the Lee Sin. We talked about it. Going to be taken away from Skumond in the hands of Elyoya. He had a good performance on it yesterday if he does choose to lock it in. I will say, not a ton of utility outside of the Seraphine. By locking in the Lee Sin, they're going much more of a skirmish. Like, they're kind of missing that CC to bring the wombo combo together, but I don't know if they have really many other good options, and so they're going to lock in the Lee Sin.
Also, just as a preemptive, Chovy did play Rumble mid the other day.
Yeah.
So potentially, but we'll have to see if that is going to be an answer here.
What the hell is going to be the final pick from MKOI? This is why I feel this is so good, because you just get to this point and you're like, bro, we're toggling through, you know, like...
I mean, last year he played Kassadin.
Oh, we forgot. Wait,
I think that's the other side.
You know, the funny thing is, JoJo's Akali we saw only yesterday, and we saw it in Madrid. How did we forget that he's Akali?
Because I don't think it's that good.
Do you think it's that bad here?
No, sorry, just to be clear, I think JoJo's Akali is good.
But in the context of
but
this.
I think in the context of the draft, I think Twisted Fate does really well. Yeah, and so you just slam the Aurora. Aurora is such a good matchup into lane, into the Aurora. Like, the Akali. The Akali,
yeah.
It's so hard to play lane. It's so hard. Aurora is such a lane bully that TF will struggle, and then Twisted Fate, like, alt reveal, stun card stops you from playing the game. Like, when you look at Ashe, Bard, Neferi, as an Akali player, you're thinking to yourself, wow, they have like no CC to stop me. Maybe if the Ashe arrow hits me, that's fine, but I'll just go Merc Treads and it'll be okay. But against the TF, it becomes mega obnoxious because basically Akali wants to act as a stall zone threat backline sort of tool because of her W. So when you remove the strength of her W, thanks to the Twisted Fate ultimate, then she naturally does become a lot weaker. But again, it is JoJo's Akali. He's had really outstanding performances on the champion this split. Let's see if he can do that. Look to close things out for Koi. I think overall they've got a great team fight comp. Their initiation isn't the easiest or the strongest. But overall, it's going to be an exciting game 4. I think G2 are going to look to leverage the strength of their laning champions, and they're going to try and build leads in the early laning phase and snowball from there, because they do have good laners.
Well, good laners and the players, good laners in the comp. Can G2 move it to Silver Scrapes? Can they build up the tension of a potential reverse sweep, or will it be MKOI with our first team locking in MSI? They've had one hell of a series. Last game was close at parts, but it felt like G2 finally woke up as we return to Summoner's Rift to find out if G2 can bring us to all 5.
Interesting to see that Mirren actually opted in towards the Storm Raider Surge. What we've usually seen is an Arcane Comet into these more ranged matchups so that you can still look for the poke with the Harpoon, but instead looking for maybe a little bit more of the all-in, especially with the Ignite taken here.
Especially even DFT is an option as well, but you're right. Quick burst trades, get out of there. Well, I will say, JoJo, he's taking Electrocute into caps, as you'd expect. So mid lane's going to be a lot of fun to watch here.
Yeah, for anyone that remembers Madrid's, it wasn't this matchup, it was Aurora into Yone.
Yep.
But Caps, I mean, he just bullied. He made fun of Jackie's in that matchup. The Aurora is just a champion, so you're seeing it right now. That's just a taster of what's to come. Akali, her wave clear early on is basically gated by her energy. A level 1 Q costs, if I remember correctly, 130 energy.
Yeah, it's massive, goes down each level.
So you're very reliant on levels, exactly. But it basically means that your wave clear is non-existent. I apologize, it's actually 110 energy at level 1.
It's still enough. I mean, it hurts. Mid lane Super's in a bit of trouble. He's slowed down by the volley. Hansama looking for the flash to get out. There it is, the auto almost dead. Super had to flash though. And the 2v2 again from Hansama and Labrov continues to be a success.
Yeah, and this is something that is going to be very dangerous because Hansama and Labrov in a great matchup where they can continue to punish. The early levels on Hansama is insane.
Wait for the twofold Hex and the Weirding, not going to connect that Q maybe with an auto added into the mix. Jojo still not level 3 and the pass is going to be procced again. He's used all his pots and he's relying on D-Shield to keep him in this lane.
So for Caps as well.
The bot lane 2 versus 2, super impressive from Hans and Labrov. My expectation was that they would actually struggle to get the early prio, but the way they gained control over the brush straight from the start, cleared out the ward that was there, immediately started fighting on the wave. They get the flash out from Super, who is running cleanse, and they're basically saying, because I have barrier heal, we should win out on this skirmish. We just have a raw health advantage. They bully them down, they force them back. Caps is pushing, Broken Blade's pushing, like, winning lanes across the board.
And also because MF is a champion that likes to try and change her target fairly regularly.
Hex auto. Jojo about to die. Labrov comes in and gets first blood. What a roam timer on the bar.
Yeah, again though, like we saw this coming from Draft. Like if you're gonna blind pick Akali, he's just gonna respond with the Aurora. Caps sets that kill up. Beautiful stuff from G2 here in the early game. This laning phase is gonna be a rough one for Koi Elyoya. He's going to have to make some magic happen to bail his laners out of this early game.
It's so tough, though, because I was even going to say, is the Lee Sin in this game, it's a hard one. Like, you're trying to jump into people that have a ton of mobility, or else you're jumping into people that have CC. And, like, the point and click from the TF, an arrow to the face from Hansama, it does get very difficult to try and play, but Jojo...
Between the Veil, yeah, he does a good job. Actually hits the 5-point strike a couple of times this time around. Caps is teleported in, so remember a big chunk actually from either mid laner will put one into position power. As Labrov comes back down to the bottom lane, he's got a magical journey. Disrespect from MKOI. They see him stand on a ward. They're against the wall now as well. It's going to go towards Super as the roam timer. The move from Skumon gets super low again. He survives, but this time he had to burn the cleanse.
And there's no way for Elyoya to respond. He could maybe look for a top gank, but Broken Blade, the wave is in a good state for him. He's playing very defensively right now. G2 just continuing to put pressure on the map here in the early game.
Honestly, I think if Hansama had flashed for that slow, that would have been a kill on Super. Like, they were very, very close to going down, so still, this is not a good spot at all for MKOI to be in, and when it had already started off looking so good for MKOI, G2 fighting back now in game 3 and 4.
The wave is in a horrible spot for Jojo as well. He's calling for reinforcements. That's why the squad has shown up into middle lane. They need to help him push this wave out.
Cosmic Binding almost connecting. Magical Journey going to be taken this time. Labrov's going to be punished. He flashes the wave at the chaser from MKOI as Jojo gets that passive 5-point strike. Enough damage just about, but Elyoya needs a Sonic Wave. He flashes for it, takes it. Cosmic Binding won't save his life as now for Skumon tries to defend his jungle, but Labrov's down and Elyoya is on the board.
Okay, so a good collapse from Koi. They had to commit multiple members to making that play happen, but they do at the very least find a kill. They get it onto Labrov and they hand that kill over to Elyoya. Now they're in good position for the Dragon spawn, perfectly on time. G2 don't have the numbers needed. Nefiri heading towards the top side of the map. Is there really a threat of a dive here? Actually, maybe there is.
Because you can reset tower growth for Skumon as well.
No Hound's Pursuit though, and as you said, Skumon can press that call of the pack and he flashes away, eviscerates on top of Mirwin's head. Destiny to cut off the escape path and Skumon picks up the kill. Top turret is now open here while Dragon was a priority for MKOI.
Response from G2 is to success is Jojo fishing for Caps here.
Yeah, even without ulti, Between Worlds going to be used, but Shuriken Flip doesn't connect. Caps waiting for the ulti, gets healed up anyway, gets a passive down a couple more times while Jojo runs for the hills.
Credit to Jojo finding ways to fight back in this lane after ending up falling early from the kill by Labrov. He's going to lose a decent amount of farm here.
Lost the CS because of that Cosmic Bind.
But hey, Dragon traded for a top tower kill. G2 finding these gold advantages, but Koi with the Dragon, perhaps that could be a win condition for them as now Labrov caught out once again.
He wants that big wall so he can get out. Takes Magical Journey. Elyoya is going to follow anyway, waiting for the Cosmic Biting, but Sonic Wave is already going to connect, and Labrov in his own jungle going to be found out. Roaming twice, and Elyoya is there to catch the dice.
It's kind of becoming the Labrov spot a little bit, getting caught out in river with nobody to protect him. And it's Elyoya, as he's going for the crab, picks up a little cherry on top.
Yeah, and the consequences of all these roams from Labrov and him dying is that now Super actually has a gold advantage. and 2 assists. Remember that at level 2, level 1, he was losing his flash, bullied out of lane, he was down an entire wave of CS. Now he's up 12, he's up 500 gold, and the consequences of Lebrov's roams have eased the bot lane pressure and have put Elyoya in a position to have a lot more impact here in the early game.
Meanwhile, Skumond is focusing on the top side. Elyoya's on the way, but Mirwin's being safe. Look at the wave state. Hound Pursuit about to be used. Gold card there. The dive in and double dark and daggers. Mirwin's dead. Skumond gets a reset. Won't need it yet, but hey, he's got 2 kills on the board. And both junglers are snowballing the early game.
Yeah, Mirwin's not going to get to play the game, it feels like, in this one. We're going to continuously focus him down. But still, MKOI starting to shift around. They really want to bully Caps here.
Do indeed. 2-fold Hex is going to jump across the veil to get out of that one. Alvaro has to keep roaming up, but to be fair, his roams have been giving Jojo so much needed support here in a lane that he's only 10 CS down.
Absolutely. He scored again. He scored again.
Yeah, Sonic Wave's going to be taking Magical Journey. He's kicked midway. It ain't magical anymore, but Elyoya takes it. And wishes he didn't. Now we go call the pack once again. I think so. Arrow as well. Skumond eviscerates and gets the kill. What an arrow. But now Jojo in the right position to get a kill. And his first one of the game. A shutdown. Perfect execution and Shuriken flip gets him away as Caps finds a kill onto Alvaro in the end as well. Caps will get something, but Jojo getting a bit of meat.
Okay, it's game 4. The gloves are off. We're getting scrappy. Hans gets ulted.
Full of time. He's going to barrier. He walks through it. Not enough damage yet from Super.
He's going to be fine. But wow, so both mid laners get a kill. Junglers each get a kill. Lebrov getting caught out once again, but now it's back.
Yeah, Super might be dead. Running out of mana. PTA now activated. Hunsummer trying to bait it in as Lebrov gets the last out of Super's mana as well. Cosmic Binding slows him down. Super in a 1v2 in this bottom lane. Hans has lethal tempo, and with the volley, he's going to give it over to Lebrov.
Jojo's on the way, though.
What does Jojo have? No ulti, but he has flash. Hunsummer going to spot him out. Lebrov's going to magical journey this, and he gets Shuriken flip, but he waits. Jojo takes it. 5-point strike. Lebrov about to die, gets flashed on, and Jojo gets a second kill.
Good roam from Jojo to end up peeking up some kills in the back end of that play. So MKOI still responding. Jojo off of these last couple now. 2 kills and an assist to his name. Suddenly that gold lead and that kind of advantage Caps has started to gain is gone.
I mean, the good news for Caps is that wave was completely uncontested. He pushes it under tower. He gets himself 2 plates in total. So he will definitely get something out of the exchange while Jojo finds a kill towards bot. Did force the use out of his flash to secure that kill onto Lebrov, who now has a very odd scoreline of 2, 4, and 0.
He has died a lot.
Yeah, but it's more about the fact that he has 2 kills as well. So he's still ahead in gold versus Alvaro. Not that that really means anything.
Look at the wave.
Dragon is now in a minute's time. Everyone's still on their components. It's going to be an interesting contest, that's for sure.
I want to point attention towards that top lane. Lebrov was hovering because wave is frozen. Mirwin can't do much as we've already seen in this game. He's been stymied. Thank you very much, observers. Slowly pushing out yet again, but Mirwin always worried about that Lebrov roam where he's been sacrificing everything to either get towards this mid lane or now top lane. Focus on the bottom side, as you said. 40 seconds for the Drake. And MKOI already picked up the first. Elyoya has an Eclipse to fight for the second. Voltaic Cyclosword for Skumond, as he also looks for G2's first in this 4th game.
Lebrov is on his solo adventures in this river, though. And Elyoya and Alvaro are kind of on the hunt for him now, so he does need to be a little bit careful. Sitting in the mid lane will be spotted, but MKOI is still congregating around this bottom.
I want to draw attention as well to the fact that Encore's up, but Tempered Fate is not for Lebrov because of all his roams and his death. He hasn't been able to sap experience like Alvaro has, who will have an ult advantage moving towards this fight. So 5 seconds, G2 have a gold lead, but I wonder how that changes things as MKOI are in river pinging now.
Yeah, I don't feel confident in G2's chances of really contesting this. Maybe they're looking for a pick instead.
The Jojo maybe. Skumond going to press the button onto Jojo, even in the Shroud. Destiny spots him out. You can't hide from the Twisted Fate. Encore used, yes, with bullet time, yes, but Caps and Skumond are out and safe. Jojo is dead. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Mirwin is getting 1v1, flash away, Broken Blade puts him in his place, and Mirwin backs away while Dragon now resumes the story going back the other way.
The ult from Broken Blade pretty clutch there to make sure that they could spot it exactly where the Akali was in the Shroud. So Jojo goes down. Dragon, though, still goes across towards MKOI.
That's right. 2 dragons apiece. Sorry, 2 dragons, only 1 piece. Elyoya picks that up. So at least MKOI get the dragon, but gold is still looking blue here for G2.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it is on Broken Blade, who forces the Rumble out of the lane, forces him to flash. Great coordination here from G2. They throw out the Twisted Fate ultimate the moment that the Shroud goes down. Jojo would have loved to have used that Shroud to buy him time to get out of that situation, but no time was given to him. When Super dropped the ulti, he basically forced G2 to be too low on HP that they no longer had any resources to contest, so KOI do get a Dragon, which is good news for them.
Broken Blade also used the teleport of that ultimate. Oh, Labrov? No, he's
dead. Cosmic Binding.
Broken Blade used the teleport of that ultimate to actually close the gap onto Mirwin to end up blowing his flash, so end up working out doubly well on both the lanes for G2.
Jojo in threat here. Caps is owning the mid lane still. Without his first item is Jojo versus Caps with the Proto Belt and 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Look at G2's position. Waiting. Alvaro is not spotted out on a ward. G2 are expecting him to come around the corner, or someone at least. Tempered Fate is up. Alvaro's just going to back off their blade safe while Caps decides this is a good roam timer.
No flash.
Bully Mirwin a third time. A recipe for success, it seems, by other teams. Yes, and by G2 as well. He's just dead. Broken Blade picked up the kill. Top lane turret is open. And there ain't a trade outside of the mid lane push here from Jojo Pyun.
I mean, I know he's a Twisted Fate, but that's a 2,000 gold lead for Broken Blade.
Oh, yeah.
What started off as a rough day on the Yone for Broken Blade has only improved as the day's gone out.
It's going to be a solid kill though. Double Dark and Daggers. Perfect execution already used. And Jojo's going to get ulti. He has to ulti out. And Flash as well. Used as a response, I believe. That was from Skumon. Meanwhile, Elyoya going to find his target. Sonic Wave going to be taken. Tempered Fate to save his jungler. The arrow as well. Hunsummer gets encored though. There's no Cosmic Binding in range from Labrov as Elyoya runs to his mid lane turret. He's out. He's safe. But man, Skumon almost took Jojo Pyun down in a solo kill.
I expected this game to be scrappy, but not to this extent. Jojo falling behind after climbing his way back into this game after what was a rough laning phase, immediately gets put behind by Skumon of all people. The Cyclo Sword Neferi doing some serious work, and Broken Blade has turned his attention to his next deconstruction project. After securing the top tower, he sets his sights on the bottom one as more plates continue to fall. He continues to grow his gold lead, and G2, as we expected, snowballing here in the early game.
Twin Worlds might have to be used here, but Elyoya is spotted on a ward. Caps pays the respect. And he also has Protobot as well. I don't know how you're going to find him. Meanwhile, G2 in the bottom lane. Think about what they can do here alongside Broken Blade. That's Labrov with the Tempered Fate. Not up and available, but a flash nevertheless. But now we're lulling, just because Herald's up in a minute 10 and Dragon's up in 2. MKOI do have the objectives in this early game, but it's worth noting that the position of power, despite the gold lead, still a bit mixed.
It's also the fact that G2 just kind of have all they need right now. Mirwin way too low to try and contest Broken Blade in the side lane, especially as about to take over to level 12. And Jojo only has that ultimate now open available, which makes him a little bit more of a threat against Caps in the side lane. So G2 kind of got to dictate what was happening, and now they will just push out the waves, reset for the Rift Herald, and then should be looking to try and use that mid just before Dragon to secure tower and try and look for the objective.
Someone's going to scout out, maybe to throw a wrench in. You can see Labrov pinging off the side as well. Super backs off, knowing that all well, Caps is coming down as well. G2 grouping up. And respect given again from MKOI as they back off, while Broken Blade's going to do some serious damage here with the Magical Journey used to make a play on the bottom side. Destiny going to be used. Gold card as well. Tempered Fate on the turret. And as he comes out of stasis, Mirwin is going to find the world a very different place. 0 and 4 as the arrow flashed away from by Alvaro, but G2 want more.
I mean, they're looking for more. I don't think they have the tools to really find it. That bot tower will be enough for now. Herald is alive, but there's no one on G2 on the top side of the Rift to really threaten it. KOI are actually on the bottom side. They're trying to protect it.
Skumon's rooted. Encore as well. The dog charmed up. Sonic Wave. He's going to W flash away. He's out as Elyoya gets a flash kick. Bullet time's good enough, though, to take down Skumon. Meanwhile, G2 running out of dodge. Super gets stunned up against wall caps. Recovering the play, getting Alvaro burst here. He's at full mana, full HP. Public execution from Jojo. Runs through Hunsummer, who gets shut down. Between Worlds was not used by Caps. He now goes in, invulnerable. Between Worlds, onto Elyoya. Bursting down. Gold card in. Jojo found out. And who else but Caps and BB to recover the play. Mirwin looking for the toasty cook up here as he turns to BB. He flashed in as well as Labrov. Also managed to make his way in. It was Super dying alongside Broken Blade as we have 21 kills at the 16-minute mark.
It's bloody, it's scrappy, but at the end of all this, it's a 3-for-3 as G2 get caught with Skumon immediately going down. But this flash kick from Elyoya sends Hunsummer into a position where he can actually flash away from the bullet time. And with Labrov already getting through the journey, he's already out. And as this fight starts to continue then, we end up splitting off in two halves, but
oh
Mirror's
my
gone!
God! You know what? He heard us talking smack in game 1 and game 2. and Caps locked in.
I mean, Caps' Aurora has become beast mode really ever since first stand. His ability to generate lane leads in combination with his impact in team fights just continue to be monstrous. G2 finding fight after fight. They're snowballing this game similar to what we saw in the previous. Their early game is just the best in the league. The arrow.
As well as the gold card. Look at the twofold hex. A tempered fate on the turret. Gold card. Cosmic Binding out of range. That's the only reason. No! I was going to say LEC is going to survive. But Caps hits him with the weirding and moves to 6-0 and 6.
We go again, though.
We do indeed. A Hound's pursuit. Super nowhere to go. Between worlds. Caps diving in a turret with his jungler. And G2 switched on. And they're heading towards this innocuous Game 5.
G2 are just farming MKOI right now. This isn't about macros, this isn't about strategy. It's full send at every opportunity, and it is working beautifully.
It's about making sure that MKOI earn their way to MSI, one game away, but they need one more game against G2, and they are not going to go quietly. The setup here, Supa takes a ton of burst damage from the double electrocutes, and with that ultimate on towards the Lee Sin, I thought the same, Hysteric. The Temper Fate just shy. Might have been enough, but Caps just connecting. And here's Skumond. He knows how much damage he can do, immediately diving underneath the turret, using the W to reset aggro, and then it's following up on the resets on the ultimate.
Let's come to live. Let's watch a 1v1. LEC is going to get in the way. Perfect execution. You sure can flip Caps. About to die. He flushes out. He's alive. The cavalry's here, though. LeBron here to support after JoJo's used everything. Cosmic Binding slows him, doesn't find the wall, but the gold card does. Auto attack from Broken Blade. JoJo just wanted something back, but Caps was a bridge too far.
Ash Arrow is still available if Hans Samo wants to try and get a bit frisky.
Broken Blade needs defense. Dragon's Rage after the safeguard's going to be smarted out. Tempered Fate saves him for a little bit longer as Skumon comes on in. Bullet time lays him down. It's a shutdown. G2 decide to take this fight as LEC won't go that much further forward. MKOI get one back. It's a shutdown. That might slow down the play for now.
Okay, MKOI doing their best to fight back where they can. They end up trading 1-for-1 overall, but it's another objective going the way of G2. Look at the mid wave. It's been pushed in by Caps once more. He's going to get a plate for himself. He rotates over towards his team. Now they have the Herald, and the Ash Arrow is ready to go.
Want to go again, as you said. Arrow onto Alvaro, dodged away. Caps still wants to go in though. Between worlds onto Alvaro. He'll take the spacing. Weirding, no flash on call. Pretty good Cap. Gets out from the protobell, but he's in the mid 3. Slow down, shut down by Mewin. Electro Harpoon dodged away. So is the Sonic Wave. Mewin still looking for the chaser with the Flame Spitter as G2. They keep trying to bite off the head of this dog, but they're getting unsuccessful.
I mean, this is what KOI need to do. G2's aggression is now getting a little unfiltered, and they're going way too aggressive. KOI have to punish where they can. They have to find what picks they can. JoJo in danger.
He's going to be Hounds pursuited. JoJo's going to get on out. He starts up the ulti chain. Ulti might use the space. Yes, it does indeed. MKOI committed to the top turret in the meanwhile. Gold still in G2's favor, but as you said, MKOI getting scrappy with it has saved them a bit of gold in their pocket.
But great plays from MKOI and great micro in that fight. Alvaro flashing to follow the weirding while also repositioning away from the damage means that he gets the encore across Caps, which sets up perfectly then for the rest of MKOI. Really well orchestrated, but you need to keep this up as MKOI, as Vedi was saying. You want to try and keep the ball rolling, stop G2 from getting control over this game again.
Well, I don't know if they can stop it.
You know what I mean? Find more picks. Stop them from getting these pick plays continuing.
Yeah, I mean, I very much agree that they basically just have to be willing to fight him. I think obviously they're very far behind in gold, but a couple items are enough to be able to challenge, and G2 just, they have this tendency to be a little too greedy, which KOI needs to try and capitalize on to bounce back in Game 4.
It's also because the way that G2's composition operates is playing off of picks, like using the fact that they have control of the map to look for moments like this where they have Twisted Fate who can come in, they can use the Ash Shield, the Temporal Fate to try and find picks and consistently keep the pressure on MKOI. But as the wheels start to come off, as small mistakes come through from G2 and MKOI can get control back, they can get the picks.
On the Caps, Mewin goes into melee. Here comes Elyoria as well between worlds, waiting. Gets him out for now, but Super's on the way now. Flash kick for the kill. Bullet time as well. As Skumon gets on out, there's the actual kick. Dark and Daggers gets the trade. And while Skumon might be alive for now, it's 1v1. And we look towards the magical journey taken. 1-for-1 rather was the trade. Caps in the dirt. Elyoria almost found Skumon.
These type of plays from G2 are how KOI will come back into this game. Broken Blade commits to the side lane, says, you know what, while this is happening, I'm going to just keep hitting onto towers. He committed his ultimate to secure that objective. Will he be able to get away with his life, though? The rest of KOI are looking to collapse. He does have the flash available. Look at Jojo in the river on his way. Yeah, he's going to commit the TP.
Super can't stop him. He can just auto him. Yep, no CC. So Broken Blade does get on out. Meanwhile, Lebrov has found out Magical Journey not going to be taken only by one, and that's Lebrov. Jojo still does a hell of a lot of damage, but meanwhile, Skumon is starting and taking this dragon by his lonesome.
Yeah, I mean, macro has very much been sent out the window in this game. It really is just scrap, fight, scrap, skirmish, every which way possible. G2, though, capitalizing during the chaos to find what objectives they can. They get the top tier 2, while MKOI respond. They get themselves the dragon. 2-2 apiece now, as it still feels like this game's got a ways to go.
G2 still trying to see if they can at least get some deep vision down and continue to play off of these sideline plays, though. Hansam has just been silently farming up on mid-wave, and it's opening up Lebrov to shift over into these sides. Caps alone on this top end will have to be responded to, and I feel like that's where we're going to see this shift now towards that bottom side of the map and pressure onto the bot lane tier 2.
I'm curious about this 1v1 if it happens up in the top lane. Interesting to progress and watch through me when Protobelt out of the way. Still the dogs are sent in by Skumon. They get the flash. Tempered Fate only on the turret, but Skumon doesn't have any leaping ability left available. Equalizer used on the way, but the Herald will charge down, take this turret. Regardless, G2 still find the pressure they wanted.
MKOI considered going for the cross map on towards Caps, but he's backed away entirely, so Ioya now trying to regroup with MKOI on this mid wave. Looks like that'll be all for the moment. Lebrov needs to be very careful.
He has not been careful this game. Sonic Wave going to be dodged away from. Lebrov and that word have not been connected, I would say, for game number 4.
Yes, been doing a really good job on these side waves.
Hello, buddies.
Yeah, sorry.
Welcome back.
He just continues to be this point of pressure. He can ulti to have impact in the team fights, but his focus has very much just been attacking the side lanes, leveraging the fact that Mewin can't do much to stop him. And KOI's comp very much wants to group and fight.
Yep.
G2's prefers finding picks, skirmishing, playing through sides, using Ash arrows. Like they want to play a fast-paced game, but none where it's just not one where it is simply running 5 men headfirst into the other 5. Instead, attacking the map. And in the midst of all this chaos, they continue to find advantages. And like, look at this, there's no tier 2 left for KOI. Meanwhile, that mid tier 1 still up the bot tier 1. It is a 6 tower difference to 1. All the while, who actually deals with Broken Blade in the side lane? Like, he is just a monster right now.
Let alone the annoyance of Lebrov tracking your every move. Look at these wards. Elyo, as he comes out of the rush, will be spotted out. Obviously, there's a play trying to be made on Caps. There you go, information given. Caps like, now I've got to get out of there. Can anyone get up and save him? Well, might not even need saving. Elyo's going to take the ward instead, and they know that Caps can buy so much time with Skumon and Lebrov hovering the area.
But now Mayron has to go and respond to Twisted Fate on that bottom side of the map. So G2, they're actually going to start to TP in. Looks like they're going to try and hard force a play in and around that Baron area. Broken Blade about to tick over to 16, which means he should have his ultimate to get to the Baron area if he can.
Baron's going to be started. Baron's going to be started here. MKOI know this. Elyo is coming in with Alvaro, but he's trying to bait in and lure in a pick. Sonic Wave's not going to be taken, but Elyo walks in.
There's nobody responding to BB on that bottom side, and that's what they're trying to do. So G2 pull away. They don't commit.
Jojo, can he solo kill here? Or can he buy enough time? Destiny going to be used. Gold card and out. Sugar Flip going to be taken. Look at him go. He's a helicopter on the Broken Blade, though. He's exhausted. Gold card comes again. Auto attack galore. Jojo gets out. Doesn't get the kill. Elyo misses the Sonic Wave. Meanwhile, Magical Journey for Lebrov to get away from Merlin. Broken Blade dies to the rest of the squad. But at least we got to see the helicopter from Jojo as the pick comes through.
This is a big opportunity for KOI. They have the numbers advantage. The Baron is poised to be taken. If they can catch Skumon, that would be even bigger. I feel like this is a missed opportunity. I mean, the risk of starting a Baron is obviously very high.
How fast do you do it?
But Jojo still has the TP. They can still maybe...
Okay, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. I mean, like, I understand why they don't. But my goodness, Jojo following Broken Blade. He led with the E. He wanted to make sure that once Broken Blade TP'd out, he could at least follow him. And he was able to support KOI in finding that kill. The gold again from G2, like, it hasn't really grown that much more. Obviously, it's very sizable. You can see the itemization advantage coming through for Broken Blade, coming through for Caps. But everywhere else is kind of even. The 80 carries both have 3 items. The supports are pretty much matched. Like, the junglers are the same as well. Like, it's it's a situation where G2 do have a huge gold advantage, but the way they propel this game forward is by finding picks, and if MKOI don't give it to them, then it becomes harder to close this game out.
And the tools to try and make that happen are now starting to dwindle as well, right? Broken Blade,
waiting.
Way more vulnerable on the sideline now that he doesn't have that flash and doesn't have that secondary TP quite available just yet as well. So G2 trying to see if they can swindle their way in towards this bottom side jungle with the third dragon up in just a couple of seconds. MKOI want to force a fight around Baron.
On ward on the pit, scrying ward at that as well. G2 not being lured in just yet. Its capture goes in, weirding, good burst as well. Protobel's out of the way, tries to find these innovative angles while Gold Card at the ready from Broken Blade. Shielding, sustain. Alvaro now has that in spades. And that's going to keep MKOI going while they start the Baron.
They just want to keep this going. MKOI want to try and draw G2 in. Broken Blade going to start Dragon, has that ultimate to close the gap if he needs to.
Okay, Dark and Dagger #1, not doing too much. Half the HP at Baron. Jojo's position. It's a big one if he remains unseen. Destiny going to be used, gives information. Arrow onto Super, equalizer down. Jojo comes in now, the Weeding trying to zone him out. Baron still leashed at 5k. Skewmon needs to steal this if it keeps on going. Tempered Fate onto Jojo. MKOI a bit undecisive. Baron doing some work. Someone gets flashed on. There's the ulti from the server as well. Jojo jumps on in onto Hans. He takes a magical journey though. G2 are peeling off. MKOI dizzy to between worlds. It's 5. Everyone low. And Skewmon goes in, then back out. And Mirwin going to fall if he finds one more Q. The Baron's going to help on out. And Caps does the rest. G2 find one, and MKOI running for their lives.
G2 trying to hold on here. MKOI know that if they give up this position, it could be that Dragon that ends up going over towards G2, but it looks like the health bars are too low. G2 are going to reset.
My goodness, what an intense fight. Mirwin's ultimate doesn't get a lot of value. Hans' ulti doesn't get a lot of value. The LeBron ulti doesn't get a lot of value. A lot of ults are used very early. The flash in for Mirwin though, he overheats. The follow-up from Alvaro is the better play because it forces all of the summoners out from Hans, and that was the go signal for Jojo. But even then, they still can't lock them down. The mobility on the side of G2 is so difficult for KOI to deal with. They don't have the CC necessary, and in the extended fight, G2 leverage their range. They dance around KOI, and they walk away the victors after securing a kill.
Dragon also picked up. Here's Caps again. Consistently hops the Veil, jumps in for a peekaboo, and then tries to burst down a target. Elyoya safeguarded onto this. Skewmon trying to punish, but he won't be able to. Dragon was taken in the replay, I repeat. Soul point here for G2. The advantage climbing, 7,500 gold. Will the game end? Will we go to 5? Caps goes invis. Jojo's going to be found out between worlds, tries to kite it out. The gold card, he's trying to time out. It's still going to hit at max range, but the follow-up from Skewmon sets up for a reset. There's the arrow as well. Onto Elyoya. Hans Sama finds him, but there will be no further follow-up. They've found the pick. And for G2, the question is now bottom side or mid.
It's still hard for G2 to try and siege onto the turret, though. You've got Supa's ultimate to help clear out waves, Mirwin's ultimate to clear out waves, so G2 need Baron before they can.
I mean, this is a bait. LeBron's trying to bait him in, does so. Dark and Daggers onto Alvaro. He's just going to die. He's front lying, no way. Tempered Fate, bullet time already done. To no avail as well, into a choke. Caps will clean up the rest with Broken Blade. Auto after auto. Mirwin just gets one shot. Elyoya takes a magical journey trying to escape, but he too will fall. And MKOI have never been reverse swept, but now we're starting to question the possibility as Elyoya flushes out. But G2 on the home stretch.
Elyoya desperately trying to survive. If he stays alive, there's a world where he can still steal away the Baron. Right now, that is not the focus. He goes back in, he gets the healing.
He does, but Skewmon's behind. Elyoya's going to die. Took his time at the very least. But Elyoya now dead, and his death timer is spaced out.
Broken Blade TP'd in to secure that top inhibitor. G2 looking to move over towards the Baron. It was 2-0 for MKOI, but now G2, can they try and push themselves to that game number 5?
I mean, this game feels like it's done and dusted. They've done a great job of finding pick after pick after pick. KOI have not been able to deal with the sheer mobility and pace of game that G2 have been able to find for themselves. By securing this Baron, they'll have the sieging power necessary to really start to threaten the base of KOI. And with that top inhibitor exposed as well, G2's in prime position to close things out. We look back at this play as it starts off with Alvaro getting caught out.
Yeah, MKOI trying to jump on towards LeBron, but the W from Skewmon immediately meaning that there's nothing left. A great ultimate from LeBron to interrupt the bullet time as well, as Broken Blade and Caps on the flank, able to finish off multiple members there. G2 just collapsing perfectly on MKOI's overextension.
We're going to waste some time, but needless to say, he was last to go. 11,000 gold lead, and the one bit of credit I will give to MKOI is how they've tried to space out this game and delay it. You know, it has been push and pull at a 7k gold lead, which is respectable. As you guys are talking about, the composition harder for G2 to play, or should I use the words, more characteristic of playing the sides. And here we go again onto Mirwin. This 1v1 pretty easy. Broken Blade flashes, takes the kill. And we are most definitely going to 5.
That man shuffles cards regularly.
He does indeed. I'm hearing Kenny Rogers, I'm hearing the Gambler play in the back of my head here for Broken Blade, who's redeemed himself in this series. And in this game number 4, Inhibitors dropping all 3 of them now. MKOI on their last defense before we find out who goes to MSI with one final game. The fans happy it goes to 5, but the fans of each team stressing now as it comes down to a BO1 and Sonic Wave, trying to give Elyoya an angle. One Nexus turret down, the next soon to follow with the Baron Minions, all inclusive. Alvaro tries his ulti, but Cap will pull between worlds onto Jojo. The bullet time, is it enough? No! G2 will take us to 5, and our final destination awaits.
It felt inevitable between these two teams with the performance that they've been putting on that this series will go to 5 games. But I want to hear from Caps to hear what he has to say as we go into it.
Caps, what a crazy game. Talk to me rather about the focus in this one. You were unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a crazy one. I think a lot of 5v5s. I think we were aiming for a lot of it as well. Yeah. But it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun indeed. Now, Movistar KOI has never been reverse swept. Are you gonna have to do it to him?
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say they've never played us before, but that wouldn't be true. So,
no.
But we will restart us from them.
Nice. Go ahead and join your team, Caps. Thank you so much. Wow, holy!
I mean, what a game! I think like Finn, we started off today. I'm Team G2, you're Team MKOI, but now I'm starting to feel, regardless of who wins, we're really both the winners.
Honestly, yeah. This game was so exciting. Like, there was constant fighting. Now, this is what we wanted from these teams. This is what I was expecting yesterday from MKOI Vitality, but I'm getting it now, delayed gratification today against G2, because I don't care really that they lost. Like, my prediction was 3-2, so, you know, I still feel very confident about that. But the fact that we got Caps Aurora, Skuma Nafiri, just constant brawl, this was peak.
It was crazy. I mean, Skumon's early game was insane. Actually, come to think of it, sometimes you forget about it when you watch all the games and the chaos, but he's been good the whole series, right? We think back to every single game he's had impact. It's just that his team didn't always want to play ball, right?
I mean, for me, he's been the best jungler all split long, and he's just so consistent. The fact that he's always able to find a lead for himself, regardless of how the game looks, and he's always showing up in the team fights later on. And you can see how easy the game is to play for G2. When Skumon and Caps both are unleashed, they just kill everybody and make the game look so easy.
I mean, I think Skumon and Caps had a great game, but I also want to give a little shout out to Labrov. I think the fact that
Broken Blade?
No,
I thought you would say Broken Blade.
No, like, I just want to say, like, you said that Caps was running the early game. Labrov won that bot lane 2v2, super hard, good to play level 1, then moved mid, killed Georgian under his own tower.
He did die like 4 times in a row.
Yeah, he did 4 times after that, but
Doesn't
it's fine,
matter,
it's fine.
But yeah, I mean,
nitpicking.
obviously BB as well had a fantastic game. So much pressure in the top lane, constantly sending up dives for G2, and then they ult Destiny Gate to kind of shut down the Shrouds from Akali, and constantly just pushing in the side lane, generating leads. Really
I gotta say, Finn, Mirwin was getting absolutely camped.
I mean,
like,
I can't use the word he used before, but that's kind of what was happening here in the top side.
It was bad.
It was kind of bad for him. I think the Rumble looked quite silly. I didn't really find many good.
Like you're trying to be really nice. The Rumble looked really silly. Mirwin had a pretty bad game. He had a bad showing in this one, and BB clearly showed his superior. I think in the whole series, we can say that BB has kind of had his number. Like in the Yasuo into the Varus, in the Kled into the Sion.
Yeah.
The Yone game was a little bit more iffy.
Silly.
But in general, I feel like BB has shown up huge today.
Yeah, and if we see kind of the graphic of the 5 champions that he will have played in this best of 5 to qualify for MSI, right? We've got the Yasuo, we've got the Kled, we've got the TF that he just played. What did he play in the first game?
As well.
And the Yone, like, come on,
Not a single
dude.
normal champion.
He's playing very funny
He's
champions.
sending a message. He's sending a message.
He's out moving right now.
He is. Let's. I think we have one of the fights that went absolutely crazy. There was also later in the game where Caps hit 5 people in like a moment where maybe MKOI could come back. Ugh.
Let's talk about this fight, because Mirwin just got dove on bot here, and it looks like MKOI really wants to defend their blue buff. So Scuman actually gets caught here, and Elioy finds a super nice kick. But this is where the fight completely deteriorates. There's so many different advantages here, so many different fighting points. Jojo is flashing on Labrov, turning on Sama, but meanwhile Caps is completely untouched, and he's the one that kind of turns this fight around later for them.
Yeah, I mean, Caps has TP'd in, but then Broken Blade has gotten here as well now and finally joins the fight. Caps is able to one-shot Elioya, and then with the stun, they're able to take down Jojo, but then Mirwin TP's in again, but then because Broken Blade has the exhaust, he can buy so much time that they can take down Super, and then LeBron wants to flash Q. Everybody wants to be part of the fight.
This is crazy.
I mean, it really felt like G2 and MKOI were just committing to the bit. Like, no one wanted to back down in a single fight here. MKOI completely breaks their hands. This engage is awful by MKOI. And I think G2 does a really good job kiting it out. And then the Caps turn with the 5-man Aurora ult just seals the deal. And this is kind of where MKOI and G2 were throwing hands, but after this point, it was just all the G2 show.
Oh, what a match.
It's the Caps show. And I mean, that's why I think G2 is going to win this series. I think Caps just shows that he's the GOAT of Europe and that he's better than Jojopian.
I mean, I don't know. I think he got a lot of help this game. The bar drum level 1, the TFO just to be able to kill Jojopian. I want to see what happens in game 5 because we're like, let me paint the picture. We're in game 5 Fearless right now. The draft, we don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
All the like normal champions are kind of out already.
We'll talk about it after.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it after.
We'll talk about it after.
Because first I want to scrape some silver because they're going into game 5, MKOI versus G2 for a spot at MSI. Let's scrape some silver.
Diving in the dark with his jungler, and G2 switched on.
No flash, no flash, no flash, no flash, no flash.
I have him too.
I play it, I play it, I play it.
I have him still.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. TF is
Or can he buy enough time? Destiny going to be used. Gold card and out. Trigger Flick going to be taken. Look at him go with the helicopter on the Broken Blade though.
Kill them, Mike. Looks good, guys. Looks good. Nice one, nice one. Nice, guys. Good job. Nice.
One more game to decide who punches their ticket to MSI first. Movistar Koi on the brink of being reverse swept, or G2 Esports doing the said reverse sweeping. I'm so happy we get a game 5. Honestly, this week hasn't really delivered in terms of like games, right? In terms of series going all the way, but this one has.
I mean, leading up to this week, I was so excited for every single series. And then it was a sweep here and there, sweep there and here. But now finally, as you say, Shox, we're getting the full 5-game Fearless series.
So cool.
I'm so happy to be here with you guys and as well with the crowd. I mean, everybody had their phones out for Silver Scrapes.
It was fun, yeah.
Super cool vibe. Yeah, Clem.
Yeah! I agree. And as the teams are stepping back on stage, I want to highlight just a few stories. We could throw what did they say? Throw something in there and hit a great matchup. But I want to talk about jungle a little bit just because of the storytelling. Because we have Skewmont versus Elyoya in this 5th game and in this series. And in a way, Skewmont has shown these things that Elyoya also consistently wants to show internationally. Because he's been there 8 times already. But Skewmont went to first stand and just made that entire tournament his. And I think Elyoya wants another chance to show that he can do the same.
I mean, Skewmont is one of the best talents we've had in our region for quite some time now. I think the fact that he can translate that into international success as well is so impressive. But then again, I want to highlight, Elyoya has never played with caps, yet has constantly pushed himself so far forward all this time. And I think now with Jojo finally leveling up, I think it's time for him to do it as well.
Wait, but you said Jojo's better than Caps.
I'm not arguing that Jojo is better than Caps historically. I'm saying that Jojo is better than Caps right now.
Okay, because I think
when it matters.
I think we can pivot to mid lane.
Yeah.
Because G2 has the GOAT, and he's the GOAT for a reason. He not only runs our region, he's the most accomplished Western player we have. And if there is one person that is going to stamp that ticket to MSI today, it's gonna be him. You know it's gonna be him. He always shows up in the most decisive moments, and his name is Caps.
His name is Caps, but I think on the other side, Jojo, our first team All-Pro mid laner, has had such a dominant split. I think the fact that he's came from an A and made this region his own, all of MKOI is rallying behind him, together with Elyoya and Alvaro as that mid-jungle support. I think that is where the game is decided, and I think that's where they're gonna take it.
You're not wrong, but you said he was better than Caps today all day.
Yes.
I don't think the day's over yet.
I mean, not only is the day not over, we just saw Caps pretty much demolish him on the Aurora, and I think...
He had a lot of backup again. That was not a fair 1v1, let's be real.
Let's be real indeed. It does mean that we get our game 5 and we're still in Fearless. So we get to see what everybody's going to get or going to cook up rather. We'll get a little graphic to see what is all out of the race. Because Finn, you were chomping at the bit to talk about the draft before the break. What do you want to see?
I mean, it's our first game 5 Fearless, this split. And that is super exciting because the meta is developing really fast. Now we have enchanters, we have engage supports, top lane, God knows what's happening up there.
Who knows?
But I think the fact that there's so many champions, you can kind of take the draft wherever you want to, is so exciting.
I think on bot lane we're looking at Kalista Renata, Lucian Milio. Those are the 2 picks that I really have my eye on. I could see it being a trade between those 2 because both of them provide so much firepower and they play into both teams' strengths. And if we get that bot lane, I think the game is going to be all about bot lane.
Okay, when it comes to the top lane, I mean, is Broken Blade sending a message by all these champions that he's picked? That is he gonna go the same route in game 5?
I mean, Broken Blade has played Yone, Yasuo, Kled, Twisted Fate. I would be very surprised if we see a conventional Cassandra game from game 5. That would really ruin my mood, so I think he's gonna show something funny for us.
Okay, we'll see indeed. Well, do you want to flip-flop? You've said G2's got this
G2's
from the get-go.
For
you
sure.
said MKOI
I'm very
3-2.
confident in my prediction. I knew this was where we were going, and we landed right here.
Let the record show that Finn did say 3-2 for MKOI. Is it going to be G2 Esports and Caps that makes his 16th international tournament over Elyoya going to his 9th? Who makes MSI right now, right here?
Well, either way, in the past 9 years, one of these legends has been in a grand final of the LEC. We know one's going, but which one? Internationals on the line, a Game 5 draft to talk about. Myself, Vedius, and Dagda will walk you through as Lucian Milio was the call from Jack. Also, Callista Renata, one of those combos is now taken away.
Annie was the one that I was looking out for Caps. This has kind of been his fallback in a lot of these series that have gone a little bit later. But we also saw the cheeky Senna ban coming through from MKOI in the last game. So I'm wondering if they know that G2 have been cooking something. We have seen the Senna once from Han Sama already. Be curious to see what the plan is.
Well, there's things like Caps' Zoe. There's also Silas, Lissandra, Syndra, Mel is something worth considering as well. Azir also, with Game 5, and Azir is still available, considered much weaker in the context of Pro, but with Karma now taken off the table, Pantheon makes a ton of sense for G2. A Skumont classic, an early game jungler that scales nicely into the mid game specifically because of his ability to attack the side lanes. His kill threat naturally falls off a lot when you get later into the game, but the amount of value he can provide in the early to mid is exactly where G2 wants to play. Their early game has pretty much been superior to KOI's in games 2, 3, and 4. Game 1 was really the only exception.
And I think as well, like a lot of those early game champions that can kind of match him have already been taken off the board, right? Like the ones that are still left up and available, you think of are like the Wukong, these kind of things. So I think it's a great opportunity for Skumont to try and put more pressure down in the early game with little answer from Elyoya. But there is that Senna, that Death Fire Touch Black Cleaver combo, very potent on this champion.
They could just do Callista Renata.
Should.
I see no issue with slamming that. If they want a little bit more range, they could even consider Tristana. Not a usual Han Summer champ, but also if they want scaling, Sivir is another possibility.
Sivir with what enchanter though, that's the only problem.
Well, they could do Sivir Melio if they really want an enchanter. Oh yeah, sorry.
Karma is the one that is still up and available, but I think it's less than ideal in this scenario.
G2 banned the ball themselves. Oh, Soraka.
Soraka
Fnatic
again.
gave us the what's
Fnatic
the word?
walks, so G2 can run.
Lost with Soraka looked great. Let's find out if LeBron
The
looks nearly
blueprints,
as good.
that's what I was looking for. Yes,
That's
it
the
was
word.
Fnatic that gave us the blueprints of the Soraka bot.
Soraka with Sivir.
I think Sivir could be fine. The
not
problem,
playing Kog'Maw.
I guess Sivir into Alistair isn't great.
Yeah.
You can't really spell shield the combo. They're not going to do Callista if they're doing... Oh, they're just going to match a hyper carry. Okay.
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 I mean,
once.
for those that are like, is Han Summer Jinx player? If you existed in the LEC during the Aphelios Jinx year, yes, you're a Jinx player, and Han Summer definitely played a lot of Jinx in that time.
Like the only pick with Aphelios, yeah.
Yeah, so, and there's that Azir for JoJo.
Okay.
So that makes, so they've got Azir plus Senna. That is hyper scaling.
Yeah.
That is long range poke. They now need a solid front lane. They've already got the Alistair, but this jungle pool for Elyoya, you have to ban Kiana. I think if you're G2.
Kiana and Wukong, I think, are the two, right?
I think so.
G2, you definitely have the early game with the Pantheon and should be trying to play around that, but you don't have a bot lane ready to play around at the moment because Soraka Jinx, not exactly known for its kill threat, you know, in the early stages. So I definitely think G2 are going to be more focused on this Pantheon playing through mid and top side of the map, which at least makes things a little bit simpler for MKOI if they wanted to try and cover those plays.
What the hell does Caps have for this Azir? Like
he could play Zoe.
Sandra? No. Zoe?
He could.
Okay.
Silas, LeBlanc is still there.
LeBlanc just got banned away.
Yeah,
no, but that was a good call.
I think G2 will, I think KOI will ban Silas.
Yeah.
Vayne top. All right, they're still just paranoid about it, which I think is fine. G2 don't know probably yet what they want to pick top. They probably want a little bit more engaged. They've pretty much only got Pantheon right now. Ornn could be a great slam maybe as a backline access. As a backline threat and a long-range engage that G2 could go towards.
They could also go for something like full Juggernaut with Shen if they really want to.
Yeah.
Like, used to be the old school comp that you'd see with Lulu and the Kog'Maw and that kind
It's
of
a good
stuff.
ban. Quay's a good ban for sure. So they've just removed long-range mages, and they've removed Caps' signature champion in the LeBlanc.
I do think the Silas can get a ton of value here for G2 though. Like, you've already got the Alistair ult on the opposite side, you've got Soraka behind you as well. I mean, I've seen it into the Azir where you can play hyper aggressive and trade really effectively. So I like, and with the Pantheon there to support it, I think you can play pretty heavily through early skirmishes as well.
Oh my god. So I've got a note here that Elyoya's been slapping this in solo queue as well. Let's see.
I'm going to wait for the lock-in.
Could technically be a flex, but obviously it feels like it could be jungle if this gets locked in. I'd be curious.
It's definitely a champion that can just kind of skirmish against the Volley Bear, you know. Sorry, against the Pantheon.
Yep.
Oh, they just go straight for the Gnar. They want to save jungle for last.
I mean, they're saying that what, Broken Blade won't play Jace here? Doesn't suit the comp?
I think he could go towards a Shen, though. Like, you can block a lot of the damage, you got decent engage, makes it very difficult for you to try and make any plays elsewhere on the map, and you kind of just play this slow burn in to hope you can have the Jinx come online later on.
Such a pick here. Against Gnar, against Alistar.
Yeah, I think Sylas could go top into Gnar as well. Like, it is a pretty strong answer into it as well.
It broke the draft. Sylas hijacked draft. Oh, wait, cooldown's up.
But like in the past, Sylas was an answer into Azir in the mid lane, and I think that'll be the call here.
No way. Oh my god.
They slammed a Malphite. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just do the Ornn. Like, slamming a Malphite is crazy.
But against a set, like, how do you want to play the game as Senna? Yes. You know, look at all that. Look at all that sending.
So I'm of the opinion that the. Well, hang on. I'll wait. Let's see what the last pick is first.
Yeah. What's in jungle? What do we got? You said Kiana before.
Wukong.
No, Wukong's banned.
Oh, Wukong's banned. Sorry. Yeah.
There's Zahan.
Okay.
All cool.
So,
a lot of scrolling.
I think, like, I don't think Sylas was that good into Senna Azir, but once they saw the Gnar, I think it increased the value a ton. Because then, when you've got the Gnar plus Alistar combo, like, I think that you've got so many ways to actually be in engage that G2 was missing. But then they slammed Malphite, and I was like, well, okay, I guess they just want to go in. They want to have ways to threaten that back line. I think the matchup is quite rough during the laning phase. I can't imagine Malphite's going to have an easy time against the Gnar, but his job is just to press R anyway. That is his sole responsibility, and Malphite can do whatever Alistar can do whatever he wants. Malphite don't care. He is just going to full send it into the backline. His goal is to get on top of the Senna with the Pantheon and the Sylas. And yeah, G2's trying to send it with Hansama being that late game insurance.
So, is it enough here? MKOI, we talked at the start of the draft about the element of scaling here. And it feels like they've got some bridges built in. But G2's ability to send it and go into the mid game is what worries me before the Senna and Azir become as relevant as you'd expect.
I think that KOI is relying on a late game strategy.
Yep.
Will it be enough to get them to MSI? Will it be enough to put them in the Spring LEC Finals? This version of G2 has never lost in the upper bracket.
And especially when LeBron decided to first time Soraka in his career on a Game 5 win. Can they keep the streak going when 11 consecutive finals awaits them? 11 consecutive finals is madness. And yes, we've had a 3-4 split system. But when you think about G2's dominance and the questions we had at the start of this series, it is insane to think that they're in this position once again.
Loser here, though, will just drop down to the lower brackets. Still a little bit more of an opportunity to make it back, but booking a ticket to finals now, booking a ticket to MSI takes a huge amount of weight off you as you can wait and see how the rest of this split starts to pan out. But already you can see G2, the double range, they're going to look to abuse this in the bottom lane.
Yeah, LeBron at full HP, the bop away from the Jinx so that Hansama can't do damage. Straight away, it's always that star call to get sustained for LeBron. If you sit in the queue, if he lands it on you, the sustain for Soraka will continue. Super. That's the case. Barrier going to be pulled up. Hansama taking a bit of damage. Alvaro gets the bop away again. I love that our observers are just stuck on the bottom lane.
The thing is, though, every time Alvaro gets the W, he is upping the passive. So every time you get to 7, either minions killed or abilities used, you get the heal. So you're getting the heal off of Super and you're getting the heal off of Alvaro. So even though it's a very hefty trade, at least you're getting some value there for Alvaro.
Oh, Caps. Sacrificing a lot of farm to try and go for a trade. Doesn't quite find it. Down 2 HP bots, but...
Nice from Mirwin.
Jojo in the same position. Mirwin building a bit of a lead, kind of as we expected, but there is a giant wave for Broken Blade to catch. Starting with the Doran's Ring, not too uncommon. Does give you some extra trading power thanks to the Q. I wonder if Broken Blade actually puts more points in the Q early to just give him that trading power. And remember that Q steals movement speed.
Yep.
It's not like a flat bonus movement speed, so when mini-Gnar and you're speeding up, you hit him with the Q, yoink, that movement speed is now mine.
Yeah.
The mana costs are very high, which is, well, you can see Broken Blade already completely out of mana, so we'll probably be looking for a reset fairly soon, but still,
this is kind of the way you kind of expect these two solo lanes to go, right? Jojo being able to push in, and Caps has to play hyper aggressive in this to look for those Kingslayer trades to make sure that he's able to survive.
Flash from Alvaro, going to pop Hunsummer back into the turret. He's in trouble. He's going to flash away from the trample as well. The root still connects. Alvaro's sapped up though. Wait, Hunsummer has the cow under his wing with range almost. The kill goes over. Super's out of mana as well. Almost falls to his demise. LeBron at full HP, but out of mana too, as everything gets close in the bottom lane.
But you can see Hansama is back to nearly half HP after going incredibly low, and now Skewmont in position as well. So the trade ends up kind of being okay there for G2.
I mean, it sets up for a gank from Elyoya to try and save the bot side of the rift. He will secure that top side crab as he's kind of forced to, but now he's going to path back towards bot.
Ooh, Lebrov. Yeah, this from Lebrov. He's going to put an Eclipse down, make sure that nothing else happens. Equinox, rather. And Alvaro just gets slowed down. Looking for the chase to stop Lebrov from backing.
So a lot of skirmishing happening across the rift. A healthy advantage being built up for Mewin in the top lane 1v1. Mid is relatively even, but bot is where G2 have the advantage. Alvaro is just perma interrupting the base of Lebrov. This is really going to negatively affect Hansama.
He is. He will do it again.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you're worried that you're going to face check into a Pantheon, and that's definitely not what you want to do. That cannon is gone. All right, so -1 there for Hansama.
Yep.
But this is the consequence of losing your support in the sense that your base keeps getting interrupted. So he's now going to make his way back to lane, as we kind of expected in the mid lane matchup. Jojo is just going to keep harassing Caps, but he's doing a very good job of staying relatively even in the farm department. Kind of what we're used to when it comes to Caps' Silas.
Yeah, you usually end up putting 3 points into the chain lash and then start to max the Kingslayer, the W, so you can try and take those trades a little bit more effectively, but also kind of look for that poke. But so much of the damage on the chain lash is linked to that Q2. So if you aren't able to actually get the chains to keep them in check.
All in shifting sands, Caps in trouble. You said the chain lash not going to do any damage. Flash away, but first blood to Jojo on his Azira. Great way to start game 5.
Caps very overextended trying to get that ward, and now Skewmont.
He's face checking this. He thinks I got to go to my Raptors, but using the pressure from mid, here's Elyoya. Drops on in and gets some good damage down. Skewmont gets that W passive up, but even though he's gone back up for another Comet Spear, Elyoya has Alvaro, and this Raptor camp is a very hard task.
Great job from Jojo finding a solo kill on Azir against the Silas is exactly the start that MKOI is looking for. We look back at the play, and Caps has already lost 50% of his HP. He goes to clear out of ward, and Jojo says, "Nuh-uh, you are not allowed to do this."
Yeah.
He takes so many free auto attacks. Nothing but disrespect from Caps. He needed to flash earlier if he was going to do it. He stacks the Conqueror, but he flashes too late. He loses his life. MKOI draw first blood.
Yeah, I don't know if he was looking at Skewmont in behind him and going, okay, I should be fine for this. Skewmont could come across, but Skewmont finishes off the camp, and Caps is just left by himself, so really weird. Coming through from the G2 mid laner, but it met big for MKOI.
See what they can do in the bottom lane, because Skewmont's going to try and recover what happened in mid with something down in the bottom lane. But right now, the wave quite thin. They're calling off the potential dive, and Skewmont instead looking for what he can find, maybe towards the Dragon area.
So for our enthusiastic viewers at home that want to keep track of the center stacks, just look at the champion icon. You can see that little number on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. 18 right now. Obviously very low this early on into the game. But the Crab now the point of contention.
There's a ward here as well. Skewmont has to get on out. Elyoya flashes in, doesn't find. Dreaded return gets him though. Skewmont puts up the shield, but Alvaro in the way has to flash over the top of the trample of the Alistar. MKOI go in as Jojo has his ulti up and available. Elyoya gets stunned up, and now Hansama's excited. The soldiers are out as Caps tries to do the same, but for MKOI, they got collapsed upon quicker.
They tunnel on Skewmont, thinking that G2 won't try to fight back. But the moment that they funnel themselves into that narrow choke point around the red buff, G2 just say, okay, let's full send it. They catch Elyoya out, they convert it into a kill. Caps almost connects the stolen ultimate onto Jojo, converting it into another kill, but they can't quite find it.
Ulti's in instead, nicely done from Broken Blade, gets a move of speed from the Seismic Shard and walks out before Mewin can do any damage.
TP now being invested by the Alistar just to get back into the river.
Yes.
Get a bit of vision down.
Yeah, level 6 still to be hit by both junglers though, so I think that's what Elyoya was hoping for with that flash, that he would tick over to level 6, but just a little shy on the fight. So now G2 in a position where they can look to start making plays with Skewmont, especially down towards this bottom side of the map, but there is still a lot of summoner spells available on both Soup and Alvaro, so maybe Jojo becomes the main tool that they want to try and look for while that flash is still down.
Caps still getting bullied and battered in this mid lane. We look at Hansam, a bit of a swap here as he goes towards the top lane. He got the kill before, and he's the only lane that's ahead right now. Remember, again, he was doing so well in the individual 1v1 as Bax actually stopped here against Mirwin. Note that Super is still down in the bottom lane and hasn't decided to return yet.
Oh, this feels very tense. 8 minutes in, a much slower paced game compared to the previous one.
Yeah, no ulti, but yeah, he can just press W. Look at the damage onto the center.
Malphite. So, I mean...
Wait, that queue's back up.
He's walking back in. Seismic shove. Why did Super do that? Barriers there. E pressed by Broken Blade. If he had an ulti, Super was dead, and that was a bit risky.
Bro, I'm having flashbacks to years ago now, back when Whipper was on Fnatic.
Right.
And I want to say it was Flackheads of Felios. I don't know who it was. But all he did on Malphite was ignore everyone and just tunnel on the Felios. And every time he ulted him, he just emoted on his face. And it's just that's what Malphite does, man. He's just a walking ultimate. All right, well... Caps, Caps.
Emperor's Divide, Caps caught out. Here comes Alvaro as well, waiting for the Scott of Duck. He takes the Unbreakable Wheel to survive with Kingslayer, with Skumon ulting in. Skumon wants to put the shield up, doesn't get a chance to. Presses W instead, and now that E is going to be short-lived. Skumon got baited in thinking that he could do something with Caps, but it turns out to be a whoopsie.
Yeah, Caps had gotten out as well. The fact that he'd stolen that Alvaro ultimate meant that the Unbreakable would keep him topped up. But the overcommit from Skumon, also incredibly low coming in. A little bit of a whoopsie there from G2.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Jake, that I felt like Skumon just kind of thought, can we turn this? Can we turn this?
Yeah.
And they could not. I think that if Labrov was a little bit closer to the play, there was a world with that amount of healing that they could have done something. But hey, Jojo was looking for a kill. He didn't get the one he was looking for, but he will still take a kill. 2-0-0 now on the Azir.
He's looking great here in this early game. He found the first one on his lonesome, and we find the second one with a bit of support. So Jojo on Azir, a fancy start here. But just note, if those plays happen again, there is that extra layer from Labrov as he gets level 6 with the Wish up and available. But Labrov's not there yet, half the way to 6 as Dragon's still focus here. Hasn't been started, hasn't been taken. Grub's also there on the top side of the map. Both junglers have been very responsive to some of these laner plays. We look towards the top side. Mirwin just going to space it out, get away after getting the plate, and Meganar. Broken Blade into the wall.
Ooh, early Frozen Heart, it looks like, from Broken Blade.
Yeah.
So not a lot of HP being built, but the passive attack speed slow. Like,
gets a lot of value this game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's, yeah, I mean, the main reason why people don't love Frozen Heart is because the attack speed slow isn't that impactful, but also it doesn't give any HP. So a lot of tanks really don't love it. They prefer to just get that raw actual tankiness, and HP is a key part of that.
All in. Caps, Scott of Duck only gets to the minion. Empress Divide taken onto Jojo. And here we go, Equinox down, silences him for a little bit. Chainlash, second part doesn't connect. Jojo space this out. He's waiting, gets his own Empress Divide. But there's Skumon to recover the play. Nice try from Jojo, but it's not enough.
Jojo is desperately trying to get into a position to use the E to slide away to safety, but it was not given to him. Now Alvaro's been caught.
He doesn't have ulti either. Labrov looking to slow him down. There's a blast cone, but he won't be taking it just yet until Labrov gives it to him. Dragon might be an afterthought now here for G2, as Caps has mid prior.
That's done by G2 as they start to now move down towards Dragon. TP going to be invested by Jojo just to get back into the mid lane, but this one's going to be gone. And that's kind of where we've seen that focus for G2 before in trying to shut down Jojo in the mid lane. This time around, they make it happen.
Well, G2 have continued to apply pressure in the bot lane 2 versus 2. I mean, I'm going to make an ad-lib request from our stats team. If we can investigate, like, based on centers that have been played this year, if we could get a rough idea of the average timing. I seem to remember like 20 minutes, something like 60 is a decent pace.
Good pace has been told to us that at 20, 60 is,
there you go. Yeah, perfect. Great. Thank you. That was incredibly fast.
That was so fast. Thank you, production.
That was instant.
If anyone who's going to know that molecule is going to have that.
Yeah, true.
So there we go. So he said that 40 stacks is better. So far, Super's about on pace, I would say. 30 at about 12 minutes. A little bit behind, but currently on pace.
He's also been thwarted a bit in lane.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a 20 CS lead, and Hansummer and Labrov kind of had that on lock.
It's also because, like, you kind of want your support to be taking the CS to enable the souls for the Senna, but Alvaro's been roaming so much, and in the 1v1, you just get less of a drop, right?
There's TP coming in. Mirwin's going to have Meganar stolen away by Caps with a hijack. This is a free Meganar. Abscond of Duck taken. Meganar into the wall, flushed away by Mirwin. Chainlash not going to connect in part 2. House thrown at him, and Neowin does get away.
I love that there was this brief moment where everyone was stuck.
Yeah.
Literally everyone was just stood still, looking at each other, and then time unfroze, and then a good flash from Neowin to get him to safety. Well played by him. Our first Dragon of the game was taken very, very late, which means we've got a ways away until this next one. This is good news for Koi. They want to scale, remember. They want to play to the late game. It's G2. They want to try and go for a little bit more of this skirmish approach. Want to see if they can find advantages with the Pantheon, try and attack these side lanes. We'll see what ends up happening as Koi, again, happy to just sit back, scale away. They've got a Zia, Senna, very much late game insurance.
In trouble, Seismic Shard gets him through, flash there from Alvaro, pulverizes him. The Emperor's Divide kind of gets out of the center roll, but Broken Blade will run, but he cannot hide. Elyoya looking for the chase. Ori at Rush, Smite, and an auto as Elyoya picks up the rock.
The Emperor's Divide keeps him away from the tower, so it will eventually fall. G2, we get a response to the tower on top side. But still, gold into Elyoya, going to be very nice for MKOI.
Solid goal for Caps. You are right to mention it. Neowin's coming in with Mega Gnar, but Chain Lash clears the wave and Caps is out. Caps, for the first time, by the way, has a gold lead against JoJo after the earlier 2 kills.
I mean, yeah, that tower is a lot of gold for him. So that'll compensate for the lack of kills. Both mid laners with 1 completed item. Let's see what Caps can secure on his first base. Hextech Alternator picked up for JoJo. Meanwhile, going to be upgraded boots for Caps. Maybe even a component as well alongside it. Oh, yeah, a little needlessly large rod. Nice little component to pick up for sure.
Super. Oh. Trap. Oh. Mega Rocket down. Super about to die. He survives. No, with the zap. I don't know if he leveled up. I think he got the quest.
Han Sama just continues to get the better of Super in this series.
And now in trouble, Seismic Shard flying in, and Skewmon getting the sun after JoJo even flashes away. An ulti's already been used by Broken Blade. Skewmon now in a bad spot, but he has the shield to lean on. Alvaro's coming in, looking to bop him in or out, depending in. He gets stunned up regardless. Unbreakable Will is available soon, but not just yet as Elyoya comes in with an Ori at Rush. Here comes G2 looking to invade or continue it on. MKOI chasing, but no Mega Gnar.
G2 just want to recontest, connect with this mid lane so they can actually look to get some plates for Han Sam in the mid lane. Mirren, though, still here.
Yeah, Caps knows. Okay, well, hop away. Caps almost gets in with the Absconder Duct. Broken Blade hovers him as well. That ulti not too far off. Maybe another 40 seconds as Absconder Duct almost connects again. Mirren gets out.
I think that Caps can't steal Mirren's ult just yet, though. I'm pretty sure that could and will still be down. Still, though, with both solo laners on this bottom side, does open up MKOI to push out top. And as long as Mirren can keep the wave out of the range of the turret, I think MKOI pretty happy to just get some free time for JoJo on the top end.
To bait in, expecting it, yeah. Broken Blade in the brush, his base is stopped, but the Gnar stolen away. Maybe Mirren didn't want to get him out just yet. Looking for the chase. Another Absconder Duct would do it under Mirren, under turret, no. He gets out. Mirren stopped the base and kept time.
That's huge play by Mirren. So didn't have to really invest that much. And now got time for JoJo on this top end. So they get the Herald, they'll get the tower, and it's all off the back of Mirren just keeping G2 there.
And the best thing about all of this, gentlemen, is we finally get some all chats. We finally get some.
What does it say now?
It says, fanboys WTF, I'm playing 1v3 on cooldown, LOL.
Lol. And that is true.
He's doing a good job of weathering the storm. The cross map is going beautifully for Koi. Herald's tower, the gold now equalized.
Well, it does make sense. Mirren is now the unofficial MVP after beating Nako yesterday, so he would get more attention now.
That's how it works. Degrees of separation. I will also say he's up CS. I know it's the matchup, but like Mirren has maintained that extension of CS over Broken Blade despite all the attention they've been trying to give him. So
yeah. Meanwhile, Han Sama. What a game from him. So, I mean, what a series from him so far, but now Broken Blade the one in danger.
He might have to ulti out again. He's been using his ulti to survive each and every time. There's the unstoppable force. He's out, but dreaded return. The flash there from Elyoya. Broken Blade aren't out. The Grim Deliverance down slows him as Alvaro comes in. Everyone on the rock, and JoJo to claim the glory.
I will say, Mirren complained about fanboys from G2. Well, Koi have ganked Broken Blade in the bot lane. They've ganked him again in the top lane, and he's clearly become their target as Super now in danger.
Gets away from the traps, but doesn't get away from the Q. The Star Force slows him down, and almost with the Equinox as well. Super in trouble if the rocket's sent out, but Alvaro's going to block it. Good zap, good sustain. Super's playing very up in this lane, but he hasn't been punished yet.
Well, it's very hard to punish with a Jinx and a Soraka, right? So he kind of just gets to walk back and keep himself in check. Labrov now trying to see if he can interrupt Jojo, but Jojo should be fine to escape away from this. And I think that's kind of become the name of the game here, is MKOI being able to leverage a bit more of those fighting tools like Alvaro on this Alistair to roam around the map and look for plays. Whereas for G2, they kind of end up with Labrov sticking around the mid lane supporting Hans Sama, but not impacting anywhere near as much.
Pterodon was dropping down. Mirwin looking for some gold for himself to extend that little lead. Dragons up in 4 minutes, not a thought here as G2 have picked up the first 2. Game 5 is delivering, and I have to say, this series has gotten better with age. I mean, it does feel like we're drinking a 1970s wine, and there's another bottle we found in the cellar Dagda. And I'm enjoying it right now, but I want to see how it ages even further.
What is it, Cabernet, Côte d'Or?
Oh no, it'd be a Shiraz, I think, full-bodied, right? That's what this has been all about.
As someone that doesn't drink wine, you basically just said a bunch of random words. You've just said blah, blah, blah,
you know what?
blah,
But to be fair, that's wine.
It's like finding the really good poros in Unleashed.
Oh, yeah, true.
That's good. Okay, now I get it. That makes sense. Okay, well, Dragon is a ways away.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
G2 do lead in Dragons. Caps is quite overextended, and I think they're going to try and punish it. You guys can't see the minimap, but Jojo can.
Empress Divide, Caps tries to abscond, he gets dreaded return instead. He knows he's dead. Empress Divide taken, but he dies. Good punish from MKOI, and things are starting to go pretty well for them.
I mean, let's put this into context. In games 2, 3, and 4, G2 just got monstrous early game leads, and Koi was always playing from a deficit.
Yep.
Here in game 5, the game has effectively just slowed down. They've suffocated G2's a lot of early game approaches. Even though G2 have been able to find successful ganks, Koi have been able to find successful ganks of their own, and now they're punishing the overextensions that largely have been shown by both Caps and Broken Blade. 0-2-0 for Broken Blade, 0-2-2 for Caps, and they're just fishing and finding these opportunities, giving them time to scale up.
Okay, Alvaro finding the ball back, and Scumon's just going to chase him. TP going to be burned. Here comes Caps, but a blast cone going to be used. Trying to predict the over the wall. Alvaro still going to get slowed down by the Grand Star Fall. Unbreakable Will comes out. Abscond Abduct. The Emperor's Divide going to be used. A lot here for Alvaro, but it was going to expire anyway, so you say whatever. Caps gets a kill, much needed in the game as Mirwin looked to cover. He's going to be found out, Meganar or not. He hops away, but Caps on the chase. Also, Scumon found out by the W here from Super, but this opens up mid with a deep play from the Alistar.
Yeah, I don't think you defend this as MKOI. They're trying to see if they shift Jojo down to hold on to it, but they will just back away. Pick from G2, mid lane tower, and now they have to go collect that top wave.
I think that was a pretty big mistake from Alvaro. I don't know why he was, I mean, I do know why he was that deep. He was getting vision, but he shouldn't have been that deep, and he shouldn't have done it alone. I think that he trusted a little bit too much in his own ultimate. Even though he did buy time, there wasn't really much of a cross map available for Koi. They were able to push out that top lane very deep. Mirwin, of course, holds on to a very healthy gold lead for himself. But aside from that, Broken Blade just goes top. He catches that wave. He's about a half level behind Mirwin right now. But again, Malphite's whole job in this game is to ulti. He wants to ulti someone. And as long as he connects that R, that's all that matters.
Super just got chain lash. Yoyoya wants to go in. Unbreakable Will stolen away. Caps, if he got the Abscond Abduct, he's right in there. Jojo saving his ulti for if that happens. Caps now has the Alistar ulti and he wants to use it. And it will be around for the next minute.
G2 are just kind of trying to overgroup and hope that they can find someone as that rocket just goes wide, but it's still giving time for MKOI to push out these side lanes. Like Jojo fully pushed out top, G2 have to respond. Now you've got Mirwin who's pushed out bot lane and G2 have to respond. So while they are kind of putting pressure down, they're not really getting much more off the back of it.
So only 1,000 for MKOI. The Dragon play is a big one here. Labrov will be spotted out in this bush. 40 seconds till that spawns. It would lead to 3 for G2. They have a Jinx who's cresting upon Infinity Edge. Hans Sama now with the pickaxe in addition to the BF he already had. Where's he going to siphon the gold from? Can he get Infinity Edge before? I don't think so. But he is still mighty strong. One reset for the Jinx. And he will take over. One Emperor's Divide from Jojo. And he might
yeah, but you've got like an Emperor's Divide from Caps, you've got the ultimate, the Gnarled from Caps, you've got Broken Blade who can send
Alvaro
it.
Flash on in, Summer matches it as well. Unbreakable Will going to be used again. Caps at the front line, Zap is there. MKOI all grouped up here as Labrov is found out. The Soraka has to flash as well. Good opening players. Mirwin's going to find Broken Blade. His ulti not used yet, but he might be found before he can. He flashes away. His ulti, where is it going to land? Alvaro gets hit out. There's the ulti from the Jinx as well. Mirwin goes out of Meganar. Broken Blade to his death, just about, yes. Hits no one for the unstoppable forces. Jojo finds a road onto LeBron. Hits an execution. G2 are thwarted, sent away from the Dragon play before it even begins. Flash from Skumon as Minwin's chasing as the Mini Nada could. Caps has to go in, send it at his final hurrah, but everyone is falling as Han Sama is left alone, not for long as he joins the grave. And MKOI disintegrate G2 in Game 5.
It's a monstrous team fight for MKOI. They pick apart G2, who just cannot get coordinated around the Dragon. Piece by piece, they tear them apart. All 5 members remain alive to ace G2. And with only a single game away from MSI qualification, they'll put themselves in the driver's seat to be the first team from EU to lock that spot.
It was 364 days ago that it was G2 who knocked MKOI down to the lower bracket in spring, but this time around it's MKOI want to do that to G2. The engage here is just so messy for G2. Broken Blade flashes away, and now MKOI call it. They say either Broken Blade goes over the wall or he engages. Elyoya puts the pressure onto Broken Blade, so he whiffs as Jojo with a great proto belt away from the Malphite ultimate and immediately follows up to kill Soraka and follow through with the rest.
Yeah, they lost the flash on Soraka. They lost the flash on Malphite. G2 just needed to cut their losses. They're already up 2 Drakes to 0. Malphite just needs to ult out, and you need to say, okay, we'll try and get them on the next team fight. Instead, they overforce, they get desperate, and Koi was waiting for that moment. Frustration on the face of Skumon. He knows that things are looking dire. And the MKOI staff are happy with how things are going. They've still got to close it out, but Koi in a fantastic position to end the G2 streak. With this roster, with the addition of Skumon and Lebrov, they have only gone through the upper bracket. They have made it to every single finals that they have been together, and this will be the first time in this roster's history that they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket if MKOI can get this win.
The final defense, 5,500. MKOI have the tickets in the bag just about. No game is done though until the Nexus falls. In this series alone, we've already seen leads taken, but taken for granted. Alvaro looking for an angle. Han Sama not going to find him. Gets over the traps before he gets caught out. And G2's defense here with the Baron is going to deem how much they can hold in terms of resources and how their second chance in this game comes about. Elyoya going to face check, but Skumon can't do anything about it. So that inner turret mid's going to drop, and then eventually with a push and pull, it looks like bot will too.
Yeah, it's really difficult for G2 to try and clear out these waves, especially when MKOI can threaten the dive with Alvaro at any point in time. So G2 have to group up and try and hope they can keep these at bay, but it's only Han Sama who can really clear out these cannon minions, and he's not been given the chance to do so.
I mean, I feel like we just have to come back to this point that we originally talked about in draft with just this range difference. Just look at Jojo.
Yeah.
He's just taken like half of their HP. He's completely untouched. He's melting that tower. On the side lane, the Gnar is making fun of the Malphite. We're yet to see the Malphite threaten anyone with his ult. Like, Koi, they're just playing for range, they're playing patiently, and they're picking apart G2.
G2 absolutely dizzy. Broken Blade doesn't have his flash to combo up. We talked about how it was used before. We haven't seen much of it as Caps wants an angle. Jojo's basing him. Skondov Duck going to connect. Emperor survives. Stolen used well, but Jojo sends Skumon back as well. MKOI have numbers advantage for now as Caps goes melee and dies to Elyoya. Jojo still surviving for so long as Broken Blade finally finds an angle. Alvaro there as well, and Han Sama is excited. The Jinx unleashed Grim Deliverance. Now into the backline, but Han Sama gets the space out. Watch the Jinx. This is how MKOI get the finals. They need to kill Han. Gia's going to be pulled out, but Hans dies during, and here's Broken Blade as well. A Gnar into the wall. MKOI will find them all once more.
MKOI find G2 in the base, and they shut them down.
MKOI, you look back at the regular season and they look back at the doubts, but when the trophy and MSI are on the line, Elyoya and MKOI reach an entirely different level. G2 streak is almost ruined as Caps comes up in a second. Their health bars are low, but MKOI looking at what they can finish off with a TP in sight.
They want to keep this going. MKOI are so low though. Caps has the Mega Gnar. Caps could be the one to shut this down, but MKOI back away.
Not going to over risk it. Caps have Skondov Duck out of range. 10,000 gold and everything but. It's gone used. Meganar into the wall. Caps trying onto Jojo. He will find him as Skumon runs in with the ulti. Alvaro caught out against Hansama, and maybe G2 have some life in them after all, as Alvaro donates the kill to Hansama, and it ain't over yet.
It is not over yet. Another kill will go the way of G2. A shutdown gets handed over to Caps.
Nothing's up.
The good news for Koi is, as you say, there is no objective to play for. Skumon sets his sights on the enemy jungler. He wants to steal away whatever camps he can. G2 at the very end are able to get a massive gold swing, but let's look at this fight. In the midst of the recall, Caps connects his ultimate onto Jojo. He's able to flash away to safety. The Silence doing a ton of work. They're healing. Buys a lot of time as Caps is first to fall, but they end up trading it back for Jojo. Then Hansama starts to get excited with the arrival of Mirwin. Things go the way of Koi.
It's also just a very separated fight from G2. Caps goes in and you don't have Hansama there. You don't have Skumon there. And it just felt like at this stage it was already done and dusted. But just barely, G2, the death timers are there. Caps gets the flash. The healing from LeBlanc is clutch alongside that Equinox that's keeping the Silence in check. And G2 were able to chase down the members of MKOI.
Koi were on the cusp of closing out this series, of going to MSI, but they overstayed their welcome. They didn't have the minion wave needed to close out the game. And now we're back out onto the Rift. The base is in tatters for G2, but the Dragon spawning 10 seconds, and they're in position to contest.
But 3,000 gold was taken. And while gold is becoming less and less meaningful, we're only at 29 minutes in the game. It's much needed gold for a Jinx who has IE, wasn't sure about before the fight, but is slowly scaling up. G2 on the Drake first. MKOI are on the top side of the map.
They're gonna give this.
And for a team that was about to lose 2 minutes ago, third Dragon is a godsend.
Oh my goodness, you can feel the weight has shifted ever so slightly.
Yeah,
it really felt like
a bit.
Koi had this in the bag, and they do have an insanely huge gold advantage. But look at Caps' itemizations and look at that pink bar. Level 16 for Silas, a death cap being completed as well. That is such a big spike for Caps that if he can complete it, then G2 is going to look a lot stronger in this fight.
The angle, Meganar absconded Duff. He's got Mirwin into the wall, chain lashes him as he hops away. There's a Mega Rocket as well. Caps has stolen the hijack, not a big cooldown. Hansama not either as well. MKOI being found out in the mid lane. That's precisely Jojo, the dreaded return for Broken Blade. Looks for an angle. He's got his ulti, but nothing else found. Mirwin near to full HP, and there wasn't enough damage to take down the Gnar.
But G2 are just going to move back into position, try and see if they can coax MKOI to take a step too far forward. Broken Blade has flash, has the ult.
He wants to send it onto who? Hansama needs
Jojo has no
uptime,
flash.
remember.
Jojo has no flash, and you just use the Hextech Proto Belt. I think that's the angle G2 are looking for, and that's why Jojo is playing this so cautiously.
He's on a ward for now. If he bases here, he will not be able to teleport in. Of course not. Skumon sends it into Alvaro. Unbreakable will G2. Trying to play front to back with this Pantheon. Broken Blade zoning off Mirwin into the Meganar. The L starts slowly whittling down. Gets a hot away. Mirwin jumps over, but it's to no avail. He finds no one. The Meganar's better used by Cap. Yes, a 3-man, but Jojo can't get near. G2 winning the fight. Cap sends it. He absconds. He abducts. And MKOI have to deduct.
Mirwin makes a massive mistake going in alone without the rest of MKOI. He throws away his life, and that opens up G2 to secure the Baron. This game is unbelievable as G2 are actually fighting their way back in.
Caps, I think, as Rabadons as he gets back, put
Oh,
off
he absolutely does.
and has the TP to get back into the fight as well. We'll have to see just as he starts to finish. There's the Rabadons.
It's Baron. It's gone. G2 are going to get this Baron.
Oh, he actually forgoes it. We'll talk about the optimization in a second. They full send it onto Alvaro. They can see that Super is split off from the fight. And so MKOI have to make the choice. Back off. Support is dead. Mirwin then goes in. There's no real angle for Elyoya. Jojo doesn't want to overcommit to this.
Yeah.
His soldiers are in a good spot. But whether I don't know if that was we're going in or if that was Mirwin isolated. Either way, it was a massive mistake.
But it's also Broken Blade holding on to his ultimates for so long.
Let's take a deep breath.
He just wants to stop Super from getting into the fight. Super had to play that fight so far away. Didn't get to auto basically at all, because if he walked up flashless, Broken Blade would turn on to him.
Whereas every mistake, Hansama gets to get excited. The 4-item Jinx. Beaten. I don't know how he's stressing right now, but he's feeling it regardless from either side. And the thing is about this game, the winner securing an international, taking the breath of fresh air and knowing they have a week and a bit of prep, is huge. But it's also just the fact that you get to another grand final and you have one best of 5 to show off you're the best of the region. Lebrov flashes away. He was deep, and MKOI found him.
Over positioning there from Lebrov. Mirman was fishing, it just ticked over into the Mega Gnar, but that actually might give G2 a little bit of confidence now as they start to step forward towards this top turret. They're kind of hiding where Caps is, and MKOI looking to collapse from this top end.
Caps is going to get... There's too much vision in MKOI's topside jungle. They're going to spot Caps out. I wonder what ult is the best to steal this late into the game. You have to feel like the Alistar is, yeah, one of the most valuable ones, but he's not yoinking it right now.
Well, the thing is, Alistar's usually good because it keeps you alive, but when you've got this Soraka in behind you, the Unbreakable will just isn't as much value. So if you can get that Mega Gnar, I think it'd be huge for G2.
I mean, that seems to have been his focus in many of these fights. G2 with the inhibitors back in action. They're very much playing towards the soul now, it feels. The Baron was a good equalizer, but it hasn't given them enough to threaten the base of MKOI just yet.
But let's see, because I know we were hot on Caps items. Obviously, the Zhonya's came through, but maybe the Rabadons will too. That 1,100 gold for Caps is crucial.
Ah, so what he did was he completed his Shadow Flame and he completed Zhonya's.
Yeah.
And now he's saying, right, I'm going to work towards the Death Cap next. The 16 is the most important, I think, for Sylas, just because his ult cooldown gets so low this late into the game. We're getting a TP.
That's deep. That's G2's TP. MKOI going to be in front of it first. Is this where it gets all thrown out? Broken Blade in the middle doesn't care. He's a tank, but he's been hit by 5 members with the ulti out. G2 have thrown it with their top lane's TP. Alvaro's deep. They've got Lebrov. What a way to end it. MKOI find only one shot. But what the hell was that TP?
G2 tried to send it, and MKOI said, we'll catch this any day of the week. Broken Blade over forces, and Lebrov is stuck paying the bill.
Such a massive question mark. Like, what was the idea there from G2?
He told us to take a deep breath, Betty.
Yeah,
and then there's this.
But look at the positioning of Lebrov here. He's so far away from this fight. A TP into mid lane where 5 members of KOI are waiting for you. Skumon then is trapped. He's in an awkward spot. The commitment is onto Lebrov. They find that kill, they secure the dragon, they deny the soul away from G2. I mean, the game won't be over, but my goodness, this late into the game, there is some very questionable plays happening from both sides.
It felt like it almost was.
I mean, that was literally, it was like ARAM, okay? Yeah, we want to get back into the fight in mid. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we come back to live. We find ourselves in a situation with the Baron one off, and now KOI feel empowered to start making progress onto G2 side of the Rift. Caps a little overextended, but maybe he's not.
Yes, onto Caps indeed. Here's Elyoya as well, flies in with the Ori Rush. Threat of return doesn't work. Skumon puts the shield up, gets the movement speed, and runs. MKOI almost found a pick. Jojo's ulti is down, but nothing is up in terms of objectives.
Caps having no flash, though, does make him a little bit more vulnerable as Caps starts to step forward. I don't think he wants to take that abduct. As MKOI members are all here, they're looking to pick their fight against Caps.
But Hansama in rocket form, he has the range. That ward over the wall was giving a bit of movement here for G2.
I see the BF sword finished for Super and the Steel Sigil finished for Hansama. I feel like it's a race as both AD carries rush to try and get that GA finished. That valuable tool to give them that extra bit of life can be so valuable for a Jinx especially. The reset possibilities, but now, especially this late into the game, the Senna stacking is getting rampant, 123 stacks. Senna is full on late game mode, gentlemen. The range that she's going to have, the damage she's going to be able to output is threatening.
So before these objectives come up, we need to just take a step back and understand what changes the game. Is this Jojo versus Hansama? What is going to define the game for both
I
teams?
think it's Jojo versus Hansama, but also, like, how does the front line set up for them, right? Like, if Mirren gets a huge Mega Gnar or Jojo gets the shuffle that he needs, that can be it. But as long as Hansama or Jojo can try and free his, it could easily go either way. But honestly, I think Jojo, with having so many items, I think he's in a good spot until Hansama gets excited.
I think this game is entirely determined by whether or not G2 can get onto the carries. Because I feel like this game is just easier for KOI to play because all Senna and Azir have to do is stand and look at you, and they'll hit you. Right? Like, someone from the audience could hit you right now, Jake, if they were playing Senna or Azir. Like, that's how much range they have at their disposal. And so it's up to G2 to find a way to get onto the carries. And Broken Blade may be looking for it.
Flux Equinox sent in by Skumon as well. They've got Jojo. Jojo's dead. Caps has stolen his ulti before he dies. as well. Meeman gets the ultimate. It's set back by Cavs. What a pick by G2!
It finally came together for G2. Atansama steps forward. He wants more.
Look at the damage that comes through. There's no rocket, but Broken Blade sending it in. Turret down, and G2 have 2 on the ground.
Unbelievable. I think that's going to be it. 5 members strong for G2. The Nexus is in their eyes.
It's 5 versus 3. They had us in the first half. They made us doubters. I can't believe they came back like this as Alvaro sends it in. The all in, the Grim Deliverance. When's it coming? Is Elyoya must send it now. He runs in front of 5, but he'll go into the GA. Super can't step up. MKOI are thwarted. It's back-to-back internationals, back-to-back MSIs, back-to-back LEC finals, 11 times over. Our first finalist, first MSI representative. It's G2, the best Europe has ever seen and ever will.
G2 make their way to another LEC final. They also secure a spot at MSI, with MKOI knocking on their Nexus doors, within being arm's reach of securing the game. G2 hold the line and they bounce back, securing the series win.
And you can vote for Captain Samuel LeBron as you're playing the series at LEC on X, but oh my God, how do you vote? How do you do it, G2? How the hell do you push it to the brink like this?
That is devastating, and commiserations to MKOI, who played one hell of a series. But G2, it's been said before and I'll say it again, they really do seem inevitable. This roster continues to amaze, surprise, and hot damn that pick onto JoJo. I mean, Caps, you don't see him this energetic all the time, but he definitely fills it up in that game 5.
JoJo had Flash and Zhonya's both available, and he just got completely caught off guard by that engage from G2. My goodness, in the tense final moments, they were able to do it, but that's enough from us, so let's send it down to Shox with Broken Blade.
Yes, the top fodder himself, who I think is very much responsible for the qualification to MSI because of that last team fight, which we're going to talk about. Actually, I want to see it immediately. Talk to me about the last team fight, because you have one job as Malphite, and you did it.
Yeah, I mean, the whole game we were talking about, like flash silence with Soraka, and I ult on top of that. Wow. And we did it this fight. We only had to do it once to win the game, and I mean, that's the beauty of our team. We are very creative on how to win the game. The game was looking very rough, I'm not gonna lie. I think we clashed it out really, really hard, both in draft and because we decided to go for a more scaling option with the Jinx, and the Jinx then carried the late team fights. It was a beautiful game to play. I'm very happy right now.
Your smile is so big. I love it. Also, just tell me a little bit about, like, you play a lot of games in the studio often. You've gone through a lot of emotions, but this one still felt super intense, the way you all jumped up. Tell me what it meant.
I mean, we just wanted to beat MKOI because they beat us last time. There was definitely some emotional build-up. We really wanted the MSI ticket, especially we did it for our manager. He was really asking to qualify there. So, I mean, I think it's been a very nice ride. I've been very happy. We are in the finals now, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, job is not done yet. Excited to see what's more to come. I think MKOI played very good today. They challenged us in many ways. Yeah, I think it was a very cool series to play.
Yeah, someone else can deal with them now, right? In the lower bracket until the finals. Maybe I want to ask you about a couple of things we heard from you in game. When in one of the first games you said we're making it harder for ourselves. Like, let's calm down a little bit. I think in this one perhaps, or in the one before it was, come on, let's take a deep breath because we can do this. Can you tell me a little bit about that role that you're taking in the team?
I mean, yeah, I mean, as you said, I think we opted into fights that we knew were not going to be great because MKOI, they were giving up a lot of side lanes to make a play. And then if you just, like, for example, in the TF game, we did it very well, where I just started pushing side lanes instead, and I got a lot of gold there. And I think in the game 2 specifically, we made sure to take the bad fights. And that's something we have to look at for the upcoming series, because it's not going to be easy. But it never is, you know?
Never easy.
Yeah, exactly.
If it was easy, it wouldn't be fun.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But you are right. You have been throwing a lot, so I'm going to ask your colleagues about that in PGL later as well. But I do also want to ask you about sending kind of a message with the champions that you played, because it is really peculiar and super cool, I think, that you played like the Yone and the Kled and then the Malphite in the last game. I was like, is he on a mission? Are you trying to tell us something?
No, I'm just being me, you know?
Yeah?
Like, I feel like I'm being me right now. I mean, I really liked, my favorite pick of the day is Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate?
With, you know, throw some cards.
Yeah.
And I think that game was my best one today.
All your games are good, honestly.
But I would love to hear what my teammates will have to say about that, playing with this weird champion. Like, not a single meta pick today. Maybe the Malphite. I think Labrov was saying Bronzodia.
Yeah.
Comp. So
Bronzodia.
I'm excited to hear what they will say soon. I will be watching.
Okay, we'll go to them, but first I need to, of course, know about you going to MSI. I mean, at first stand, you made us all so proud. That was amazing, and it felt almost, and I know you feel the same, like you left something on the Rift, right? Because that title was possible to get. You got to that final, you beat the LCK. Get us excited for MSI.
I mean, definitely very excited. The hopes are up. Last year I said, as long as there's delusion, there's hope. This year I don't think we need the delusion as much. Obviously, we still want to be humble. I'm looking at you two there. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, definitely we will have a nice trip.
His arms are starting to hurt.
Romain is very happy. I think he has some very nice things prepared for us. So I'm really excited for that as well to come. But again, I will say it. We have a job here to finish in Europe, so.
We do. We do. Broken Blade, everybody.
I can tell you what we're doing.
Yes? Oh, wait. Are you going to talk about scrims again?
No. So we're going to go boot camp in the beautiful T1 facility before attending MSI, which we've done a few years ago, and it's really nice setup. So really excited about it. That's going to be amazing. And it means next weekend we're going to watch the playoff with popcorns, knowing every day we lose a team, but not us. So.
Yeah.
Good job, boys. Really good job.
That's amazing. Let's go. Can you bring the ticket to behind your other players? Great. Thank you so much, Broken Blade. We're going to head over to PGL, where we've got Finn waiting with Skewmont and Caps. And an easy first question, I guess. An easy first question for you two is, how was it playing with all those unconventional top lane champions in the team?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely pretty fun. I do think like his stuff was really clean, and I was a bit worried when he was missing the Malphite ult in the last game, the first one. I think we had like one angle, by the way, when like Azir just used his dash, he had no flash. I think if we just sent it here, we would have won the game earlier. But for sure, like, who cares if in the end you get the game-winning ult? So good job to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, I think at this point, like, I think his upper meta picks are kind of like low-key the meta for us, so it seems more like the meta.
It's just not a Tuesday for you guys at this point. Yeah.
You're sitting here with a non-believer, Finn. Actually, what was crazy is you did say it was going to be a 3-2.
I did think it was. I knew today it was going to go 5 games for sure.
Really?
These two teams, I think there's going to be a lot of scrapping, a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
I thought MKOI would take it. I was really sure MKOI would take it, but then you found the crazy base defense.
Yeah.
Where you kept trying to.
By the way, you tweeted this. By the way,
I tweeted this after
when MKOI was ahead in the last
as
game.
we were pushing down the Nexus, I tweeted because I thought the game was over. But then Caps, you found them on mid. You kept chasing. I think you were like 1v4, and then you spawned. You kind of ran them down, got some shutdowns, and then kind of stopped the Drake take. So how did you guys come back in that game? Because I saw your face on the camp, Skewmont. You looked pretty frustrated after that fight. Yeah. How did you find the mental fortitude to just bounce back and keep fighting? And looking for this Soraka pick?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, I think one time when they almost ate us, I actually thought it was over, you know, like, we are going home. But just having another chance just, like, gave all of us hope, you know? And people in the comms were just saying that, yeah, let's just do our best, right? We have another chance and just live with no regrets. So I'm obviously, like, really happy with the resilience we've shown, like, every game, honestly, today. But yeah, I mean, the last one was definitely one to remember.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think also just the fact that like our Jinx was like super strong and we had like so much CC. Like we have the Asir ult from me and we have Malphite ult as well and like Phantom W. So it's like if we manage to kill the Asir, although we're struggling a lot to do it, we will probably win the fight. And we finally managed to do it. So.
I mean, I thought it was so cool that you guys set up the Malphite ult with the Soraka E. I think this is such a cool little interaction that a lot of teams didn't see for the first time they saw the ult. Who brought this up?
This is Labro, right? Like, Labro was sweating. I emailed Steven saying like, oh, it sounds a bit tough. Like, Soraka has to like flashy the same time because it's Soraka as well. So, but they found the perfect angle to do it, so it ended up paying off.
Super impressive.
Yeah, they did. Our key player of the series was Hans Sama. You said it. Jinx had a lot to do in that last game. And also overall, you maybe didn't hear this happening, but after game 1, I went to talk to Supa and he said, well, they haven't woken up. I hope they wake up. Like, there's no competition. And I think that you really kind of turned it on. Tell me a little bit about relying on your bot lane throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think like our bot lane just played really well. And I mean, it's nice for Supa to be cocky, but I think on the last best of 5, they got pretty hard. I was the one who played really poorly, and they took out the win. But I just think that my bot lane kind of got them every game, so I don't know where this is coming from. But yeah, once again, props to my bot lane for just being the best.
Nice. Very nice.
+1 to that.
+1 to that. Let's go. Let's go. We were talking a lot about the Jojo Fune versus Caps rivalry. I think it went different ways in this series, but I think in the end you came out on top quite obviously. But we were talking so much about how this rivalry has been existing for a long time, like back when he was playing on EG and you were kind of farming him. But now it's a lot more even keel. Can you tell me something about how exciting it is to play versus Jojo in these matches?
Yeah, I mean, playing against him is definitely very fun because he plays very aggro early, so we saw a lot of early kills, and it's usually like this whenever we play, especially in scrims as well. Always someone dying like first 3 levels, so we kind of know it's gonna be like that, and yeah, hopefully I'll get out on the big end if we've made them in the final.
I saw Skuma laughing very nervously when you said in scrims. Is there some
we've
war
heard
stories?
something. We've heard something.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure, I agree with Caps for sure. Like, whenever we play against Korean scrims, the mid lane department is really like, let's say, bloody. And one mid laner usually end up like 0-10 and the other one 10-0. But yeah, I mean, it's just like how it goes. And I think it just shows like how volatile this matchup is.
Yeah, definitely so. You also tweeted, or you said rather in an interview that like, oh, it's always MKOI and us. Are you starting to look forward to these matches because it's always a banger?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, this best of 5 and the best of 3 we had as well in Madrid was definitely like, I think some of the most banger series we've had against them. So it's definitely stepping up. I think last year was a lot of like 3-0s and like 3-1s either way. So I think nowadays it's getting a lot more fun. But I mean, first they have to get through other teams, right? And Casey as well.
It's true that lower bracket is spicy, but it's you guys that are going to MSI. It's already booked in. And Caps, for you, this will actually be your 16th international tournament, which is absolutely insane to say. So tell me a little bit about the hype and the excitement. We just, look at this. I mean, this is crazy. That we just heard that you were going to a boot camp, like really making sure that you're fully prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely exciting. I think, especially with it being Korea, it's like the prime time to do like a boot camp because we get to, yes, I think Romain mentioned like being the T1 facility, which is cool, and we get to scrim like the best teams in the world. Like everyone is usually boot camping there, so we're gonna be very well prepared, and hopefully we can do some damage.
Yeah, Skew, what about you? I mean, you were, at first stand, you were absolutely amazing. I think that's probably one of your fondest memories of your pro career already, and you can do it all again at MSI.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm really looking forward to play another international event. Yeah, I mean, as you said, I'm really happy with how I played in the first stand, but I do believe I can do even better. And us as a team, we can for sure like beat the best team in the world. We've already shown it, and our goal is for sure to like prove it again. So I'm looking forward for this tournament for us.
Yeah, we all believe in them, don't we?
Thank you.
We absolutely do. We'll also see you, of course, in the finals. That's like, you can do nothing next week, just chill and then watch it. And Finn, I'm going to ask you, who do you think our second team is going to be we send to MSI?
Well, I think after today, we saw GT versus Casey 2 days ago, and it was kind of one-sided. I mean, you guys had a little bit of fun in some of those games, but I think MKOI is going to make the lower bracket run. I think they look really competitive, and I think we're going to see a rematch of this series in the finals.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I will go first. I mean, I do believe, like, for sure, like, it's going to be between Koi and like Casey, if you'd ask me. I mean, looking at the recent games, Casey actually came out on top, both like in Madrid and like in the online qualifiers. So for sure, it's going to be like a hard one to choose. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to win. But after today, I do believe Koi looked actually pretty strong. So I would put them probably as the winner. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, right? I think Koi has definitely been a lot more competitive against us, so it's fair to say them. But looking at the like individual matchup, I think Casey has been coming out on top a lot of the time. So I would probably say Casey is going to be in the final. But I think if Koi play like they do today, we can see them as well.
So what do you think is the difference maker between Casey and MKOI? Like, you're talking about individual matchups. Which matchups is that in reality?
I mean just like individual teams, I guess. But I think just like the way we play is like maybe a bit bloody. Like we kind of got caught off guard a lot of times by Koi today. And I think from when I was watching their games, they also were getting caught off a lot, but it was like a lot of chaos. And I think Casey was striving a bit more in that. I think when we were playing against them, we just got too far ahead, too fast. And I didn't feel like Koi was doing the same thing against Casey.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you all. Of course, next week we'll be seeing Navi versus KC and GX versus Vitality. Both two teams that we saw this weekend that have a lot to think about, especially Vitality, I want to say, but that's for next week. We'll close us out for today. Thank you so much. Congratulations. G2's going to MSI. What an amazing best of 5. What an amazing first weekend of the playoffs, and we'll do it all again next week. Bye-bye.
I reach E3.
Yeah, go.
I
think that's flash, okay?
No flash, no.
Nice, we end.
Super. Bro, Super Kaisa, man.
Super might be in trouble. LeBron trying to see if he can get the intro pot. Whoa,
One for Yasuo.
LeBron, what are you doing?
Yasuo was in the wings.
I think
like 300 gold goes over, you know?
Weaver's wall, Super almost dead. Arm collects him to death.
I'm taking it. Go.
No flash, nada. Yes.
Okay, you know I 1 HP, no flash.
Pillar one, okay?
The throwers.
Nice, bro. Our jump. We can win this. I'm very strong. I'm running. Block. I'm running. I'm going on there. Brilliant. Nice.
Six.
We go again, though.
We do indeed. A hound pursuit. Super nowhere to go between worlds. Cuts diving in a turret with his jungler. And G2 switched on. Or can he buy enough time? Destiny going to be used. Gold card. And out trigger. Look going to be taken. Look at him go with the helicopter on the broken blade, though.
Don't flash everybody.
Okay, with Soraka.
No flash links.
Nice, Javi. Okay.
Not fight, nothing.
We end mid. We reset. Slowly. We win. Do we do it? Yeah, I think we'll do the combo. Wait until ult. Go. No. It's turn. Nice. Throw the back. Kick out Marcela. Miguel. No. Just kill now. Miguel. We can go to... No, guys. I will silence. Silence. Nice! Let's go! Oh my god! Let's go! Oh my god! Let's go!